more on the line than ever. It isn't necessarily just about the prize money. You're fighting for that spot at the Global LAN League.
You wish everyone could be involved, but realistically, only the 16 best in the world can be.
Congrats to all these guys earning that invite.
These, for me, are the right teams in the league.
Evil Geniuses led the final qualification position in the CWL Global Pro League.
The best in the world are here to compete on North American soil. This is big. The Global Pro League is on the line.
The LAN League is pretty much everything. That's going to be the season for everyone.
This is what we've been working for.
Every year there's always been one thing to play for, but now the LAN League is everything this year, to be honest.
If we don't make the LAN League, it's like, dude, what are we doing?
FaZe Clan continue to dominate their way to the Pro League.
And it's Fnatic moving on to Columbus.
Evil Geniuses have snuck in with the final spot.
The next stop for Rise Nation is a trip to the Global Pro League.
Seven's free from Placer.
Reaction comes in from the Fnatic boys.
He gets him.
Amos is going to be there.
And this is it, Jack.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Call of Duty Global Pro League presented by the PlayStation 4. We are live now for week 2 of the GPL, and I cannot wait to get the games underway for this week. Of course, the first ever global LAN League we've ever had in Call of Duty Esports, so a very, very exciting time. My name is, of course, Benson. I'll be hosting the studio throughout the weekend, and I'm joined by my expert panel, and it's a good one. It definitely is, of course, Call of Duty XP champion Merc. We've got Call of Duty World champion TP, and our special guest this week is Patrick Price, aka Aches from Cloud9, Call of Duty World champion himself. How you doing today?
I'm good, you know. I'm glad to be here. Stayed in here in Columbus for the past couple days and was upset about week 1, but you know, here for another good group, so we'll see how it goes.
The duo's back.
Duo. I was gonna say, we got one of the best duos in Call of probably the best
Yeah, don't
duo.
say one of.
All right, I'm sorry. We'll stop properly. We got the best duo in Call of Duty history on the analyst desk, so excited to hear what they have to say, but we should talk a little bit about what is on the line here at the Global Pro League. There is a ton of money, and I mean an absolute metric ton of it. I mean, in terms of that prize pool, Merc, it must make you wish that you were still playing. I ask you guys all the time, but it's just there's so much on the line.
Yeah, I mean, back when we were playing for a few $1,000. You guys were playing for a few million. So
little different.
Maybe we'll come back one day. Maybe we'll see.
I'd love to see it. I would. I mean, you three, you were almost a team at one point, or you were a team, correct? Did you?
We had some iterations.
Close.
Yeah.
Close?
It was close.
Would have been good. Could have been
Close
glory days.
enough.
But in terms of that prize pool, of course, we're talking what, $200,000 from the playoffs, then of course $500,000, $500,000 for your playoff prizing, and finishing just the league yourself will get you prizing available as well. So there really is a ton of money on the line. But we should as well talk a little bit about how the group format is going to work. Of course, top 2 will proceed to playoffs. Third doesn't make playoffs, but does secure a spot for Season 2, and more importantly, the Call of Duty World Championship in a few months' time. For 4th place, sadly, that isn't going to be a spot in Season 2, and that will be relegation. And that, of course, it will be in Anaheim. We'll talk about that in a few moments. But before we do, I want to talk about this week's squad, Group Blue. I think it's going to be an exciting one. I know, TP, last week you said this could be the best search and destroy we see all throughout the entire of Season 1. Merc, who are you specifically looking at when you see this group of teams?
I mean, I think everybody's clear-cut favorite for #1 is FaZe. After that, it's a bit of a toss-up. Rise, they've won an event, but they've been super inconsistent throughout the year. Evil Geniuses, they claim that last spot. How well are they going to do? And then Fnatic. This is a team since day 1 of the start of this season, they've improved every single event. So we'll see if they're able to compete with some of North America's best.
Teep, is there anyone you're thinking could potentially struggle a little bit this weekend? I mean, in terms of that third, 4th spot, which teams are you kind of looking at?
If you're looking at recent placements, you have to go with Rise for the team that has a good possibility of failing, to be honest. EG hasn't looked strong at times throughout this year, early in Infinite Warfare as well. So I guess I look towards those 2 teams. But, however, this is a different stage. This is the first LAN League, right? I feel like both of these teams are going to step up their game to a better potential, and probably one of them be fighting for that 2nd spot. I think it's going to be close. I will give it to Fnatic in terms of a prediction.
Okay.
But I think Rise and EG are going to be fighting hard for it, obviously.
Okay, as we said, excited to get all of the action underway here for week 2. But we should talk a little bit about that relegation process, of course. It's going to be at Anaheim, one of the events that all of Call of Duty Esports gets so excited about. And Aches, for you, you will be competing in Anaheim, of course, in that relegation. Unfortunately, your performance at week 1 didn't secure your spot in stage 2. Yeah, but you have had success in Anaheim before, obviously 2011, 2013, and 2014. You've won championships in Anaheim. How excited are you to be playing?
I'm pumped. You know, I think the biggest thing is for me is to get back to Anaheim because last year we didn't win a map on 100 Thieves, so
it's a little different from the previous winning.
A little unfortunate.
Yeah.
So to get some revenge in Anaheim will be fun. But you know, I mean, yeah, we're in relegation, but it happens. We'll come back strong, and I'll be confident going into it once we get there.
Of course, fighting for that spot in stage 2. We should talk a little bit now, of course, about the schedule for the day. And boy, oh boy, is it a good one. FaZe Clan versus Fnatic, then Rise Nation versus Evil Geniuses. Evil Geniuses back-to-back. They go up against Fnatic at 7 p.m. And to close out the day, FaZe Clan versus Rise Nation. I mean, Merc, that first game, FaZe Clan versus Fnatic. You know, normally I would pick a Momo as our European expert, be like, all right, can the Europeans do it? But in terms of Fnatic, their search and destroy has been very strong. But do you see any possibility of them stealing a respawn off FaZe Clan?
It'll be very difficult. And the only reason I see it happening is similar to Mindfreak last week. I think Fnatic just wants it more than these teams. They've been here practicing a whole lot more. I think they're going to come out with energy, and that's something we saw with Mindfreak. Some of the top North American teams, they were quiet, they were dull. It took a little bit to get that energy flowing. For Fnatic, I think they're going to come hot right at the gates.
Yeah, that definitely means a lot to the boys of Fnatic. And of course, speaking of Fnatic, we caught up with them and FaZe yesterday to get their thoughts on the upcoming match.
When we play FaZe, I mean, I'm hoping we can come out with a win. I believe we can. What makes Fnatic a good team is definitely their search and destroy. I just feel like their search and destroy is very, very good. They play it very consistently and very well with each other. They have good chemistry on that. FaZe is such a good team because they've been teaming for so long. I mean, 2 years now. Longest standing team within Call of Duty as a collective 4. So I think if we can just play our game in the respawns and just kind of control the pace of the game and win those, then kind of going with some momentum into the search and destroy match, I think we could take that as well. And once we do that, I think we'll have the series pretty locked down. Beating FaZe will actually give us a big boost coming out of the group because not many people, as I say, are expecting us to beat them. So if you chalk up games and say we should beat these here and lose there, getting a win against FaZe would be quite big because then it would give us that extra win that we didn't really think we'd have.
Fantastic, of course, to hear from both of our two teams. But I do want to talk a little bit about the first matchup of the day before we get into it. Of course, Aches, I kind of want to get your opinions here. In terms of Fnatic on the day, right? If they start off with a 1-0, you get that win against FaZe, how crucial is that going to be for their week 2?
I mean, if they get that first win against FaZe, it's going to. I think that solidifies them for the top 2 spot, to be honest. Because today is all about going 2-0. If you go 2-0 on that first day, you are set for the entire weekend almost. It's really going to come down to that first hard point. You know, they need to win that game 1. I think game 2 is probably in the bag for them. Looking back at, you know, I think it was Dallas or Paris maybe, that Fnatic definitely, they crushed S&D. They won 6-3 against FaZe. I think S&D, they're going to be confident in it. If they can get that game 1 in the bag for them, they'll be set for the day.
Is it definitely that game 1 for you, TP, or is it potentially maybe try and steal the Uplink? I know Uplink, they've had their moments, to be completely frank, but I mean, beating FaZe in a Hardpoint, is that going to be possible for Fnatic, in your opinion?
It's possible, just not very likely, to be quite honest. I think Fnatic, best chances to win one of those closer quarter hard points if maybe Scraps or Wuskins just has a crazy map there. But overall, this is going to be a team, when they go up against these top-tier competitors, it's going to be a map 5 win a lot of the time for them. I don't think they're quite consistent enough in all of the game types to really take series so easily. Okay. So you have to give it to FaZe first, but just this group in general, you know, some of the matches we saw last weekend were a bit more clear-cut. I think this whole group is going to be close.
I mean, here is a look at our map, Smirk. I mean, you're kind of shaking your head a little bit there. Is this map set potentially beneficial for FaZe when you look at it? Of course, you know, Aches mentioned the 6-3 win on Crusher S&D. That isn't in the cycle. How does this one pan out in your opinion?
I think it benefits FaZe heavily, and I think those first 3 maps, I think this is a 3-0. If it goes to game 4, I think that is sort of what Teep was talking about. I think that's a hard point where it's a little bit more scrappy, it's throwback, but you have to talk about the firepower on FaZe. You have Attach, Zuma. These guys, they love playing quick. It's going to be very difficult for Fnatic to take this one.
Definitely will. Well, that's going to be everything from the studio for now. We can send it over to our beautiful casters today. I changed it just for you, Courage. It's Courage and Maven.
Thank you, boys. Incredible stuff as we get ready for our first match here of the CWL Global Pro League Week 2. How you feeling, buddy?
I'm feeling fantastic. Already the vibe's great in this venue. The players, a lot more scrimming this week and 8s going on in these lobbies. The big difference, actually, some of these teams a little bit more practiced here at the venue itself because Millennium is here. They're already out here. They're not even playing this week, but they've been here getting some practice in with squads. It's been fun to watch, but either way, we are ready now for, I believe, the Blue Group, week 2 of the CWL Global Pro League. How you feeling? Look at you looking all nice and dapper today.
Oh, the black on black. I'm ready to go. But this is going to be fun. But you hear a lot about FaZe. Everyone's going to be shocked if they don't take this group. But looking at Fnatic, is this a tough matchup? Yes. But Fnatic, they proved they can, hang with top EU teams after they got 3rd at Birmingham. But what I think surprised me the most and impressed me, looking back to Dallas, in pool play, they actually beat Luminosity in 4 games. So they took 2 respawns off of a team that you kind of consider a respawn juggernaut squad. So this is it's doable. Do I think the Fnatic are going to win this series? No, I do not. But you've got some very talented players here.
Ooh,
we're already good coming in.
I love this. We're already in the game. FaZe Clan versus Fnatic, NA versus EU. Some very experienced players on the side of FaZe, some up-and-comers for Fnatic. And I did get a chance to speak to these 2 teams prior to this matchup. The one thing I heard from Clay, Fnatic have to strike early. They have to take some maps in this first 2 games if they really want any chance in this series because we know how weak of an Uplink team they truly are.
And you got to think about the great thing for every team outside of FaZe. If you get a victory over FaZe, how well does that set you up for the rest of the weekend? Beating FaZe could be your ticket to getting into the top 2. But let's hop over to Enable. He's been playing so well over the past couple of months. The guy has been lights out, trying to play behind his teammates, baiting one below, able to find the kill before he gets picked up in loading. Nice start for FaZe, but Fnatic now in control, pal.
And I think what we've seen from Enable as well is really what made his stock rise in competitive Call of Duty early on in his transition over, especially when you think of the likes of Advanced Warfare. When FaZe were doing so well, he was arguably the most consistent player through many events that year. And when you could continually rely on Enable for this team is when FaZe found themselves winning championships.
Well, looking back at this is big for Tommy because it's an early setup for FaZe, but they give up a lot of time to Fnatic at the end there. Tommy wrapping around the back has a chance to disrupt, but the kill is traded out, and now you see the red arrow. You saw 4 and 2. They're spawning basically that back hanger. They've got control of the spawns. They're looking to lock down a lot of time here in cell block, but it's Sunny B finding an intro kill, not able to gun Clayster as well. Speaking of Clay, he's 4 and 1. He's on a 2 streak. Starting nice here with the NV4, but it's Tommy inside with a big 2-piece, and that could be the break. Enable's going to be the lone man here, and you see FaZe now spawning out. Excellent stuff from Fnatic.
Yeah, Fnatic still keeping pressure on this hardpoint attach. Does get the cleanup, but I do want to bring up FaZe have some tricks up their sleeve this weekend. I won't talk about it yet, but I saw some things when they were warming up, potentially on this map as well. Some of these new tools can come into play. 15 seconds remaining on this cell block hardpoint. Fnatic should get the rest of the time, but if you see, FaZe already in rotation towards this Bulldozer Hill.
Yeah, this is a map where early rotations are key, and you saw with about 20 seconds or so, FaZe had rotated out set up for cell block. Same can be said here for the second hard point. Despite the fact that a team kill comes in for attach, it's an early setup for FaZe, and FaZe should be able to swing back into this game quickly, but you can't let what happened last time happen. Fnatic broke that, basically the second, kind of the first try they actually get through as Tommy opened things up.
It was Tommy's first kill on the back side of the map that really helped open the door, draw some attention towards that back area, in which FaZe then got collapsed on. But right now, Sunny B with the entry kill, and able just trying to stay alive. You see him using this Bulldozer for cover. He doesn't have much teammates to help around him, but it's Enable doing all the work. It's what makes him one of the better players in competitive Call of Duty. We talked about what the man has been doing as of late. There's the 4 times multi-kill. And the redhead's fully streaked out.
He picks up the entire squad, and he's on a 6 streak. And this is why he's so valuable to the team, because not only is he finding big kills, but they're inside of the hard point. Another kill comes through. The streak up to 7, picking up an assist as well. And him being the camo player, that's key as well, working towards that oh-so-valuable payload.
Not a single second on that hard point for Fnatic. Even more importantly, Clayster wins the one-on-one gunfight in the back of the map. Enable now on an 8 streak. FaZe fully taking over this game. Enable is not missing right now, man.
He is beaming right now. He's also leading his side in hard point time. He does the damage of the objective. He picks it up with the slang as well, and you can see on X-Ray, there's more looking to push him, but he's holding these back, helipad and snow street spawns, pushing towards middle. Guns another, not missing any bullets. The streak is the double digits before finally Sunny B slows him down.
15 and 4, what a start from him. We're already back up the spot. He's picking up more kills. FaZe with 90 seconds in a row on the last two hills. At the end of it all, it should be a 100-second swing. This game escalated quite quickly if you're on the side of Fnatic, and the big reason why, the twin brothers, Wuskin and Scraps, a combined 6 and 20 in this map.
And this is one where, I mean, we've seen FaZe destroy multiple teams on this map. And that's why I think when Merc looked at it, he's like, this looks like a 3-0 because you need Fnatic to get out to a hot start, but FaZe Clan can bury you. But remember, this is a team that at times, FaZe Clan, you know, sometimes they get talked about, you know, maybe playing for the stats a little bit too much. They don't bury teams when they can.
Yeah.
I know that was a big one in Hardpoint last year that we talked about a lot. Can they close it out and just dismantle Fnatic in this game one and just put the series away?
They most certainly can try right here. Scraps just getting inside the Hardpoint, only 4 kills to his name after, what, 5 hills in this game, averaging less than 1 kill per hill. Not a recipe for success for this young player. He's going to try to challenge whoever he can. Unfortunately, 2 right in front of him. That's a quick cleanup there for FaZe Clan, as the kill feed still remains red for the majority of this game.
Yeah, when you have Enable slaying like he was earlier, he's continuing to do so. If they're going to get the early rotations and he's not missing like that, this is a map where the early rotation is going to pay off. You're going to pick up 40, 50 seconds on some of these hard points. This rotation is huge. Remember, it was Tommy that was able to get him behind last time. Now it's Wuskin, but they know he's there. Attach finds the kill. It's going to be Attach still playing inside cell block as he will deal with players pushing on through. Attach finds one more before falling. Enable now going to try and pick up the slack as he still has all these streaks to work with. Yeah, and it's just away from camo.
A great grenade, too, in the back of the map from Clayster. Spots where Wuskin was. Once that kill comes in from FaZe, and look at now where the spawns are for Fnatic. FaZe are looking to get another full 60 on this hard point, and they can do so right now. They've got the Scarabs as well watching these lanes. They should call out all 4. Can Fnatic break on through? The first kill from Clayster. They're going 1 by 1. Clay's gonna keep milking him on this wall run right now. Nearly gets the 4 times multi-kill.
I think I could have gotten those 3 kills.
Yeah.
You can't go in a guy like Clayster 1 by 1 by 1. Now you have him with streaks. Enable has streaks to work with. You're 35 and 14 if you look at Clayster and Enable right now. Those 2 guys carrying the way in the slang. This has been a fantastic first map effort from FaZe.
I mean, that engagement right there kind of sums up from what we've seen so far from Fnatic. In a full rotation of hills, they got 30 seconds, Maven, from that last cell block hard point. Rough to see. Now FaZe going for the retake. Trying to lead with Zuma. Unfortunately, needed the AR to be watching over him. Some aggressive play from Wuskin, too, does not pay off. Now the streak's coming in. There's only 1 player up here for Fnatic, and it's Tommy coming off the spawn. A clean break from FaZe Clan.
That's what the streaks are going to do, right?
Yep.
You know, if you ever think for a second, that's why you can't give them up so early like Fnatic did, because was that a hard point that they got rotated too early and could have maybe picked up like 60 seconds, could have had a perfect hold? They still do a pretty solid job, but when you have the streaks, it gets them out for a while, and what could have been 40 or so points gets cut down, but they're actually going to get the remaining 20 seconds here. But this key rotation is going to be huge. Setup first in commissary is going to be Tommy. He's ready to go with the NB4. A solid nade across is going to back them up for the time being, but he needs help. And there, the streaks again, man.
It's the first entry kill, 2 hard points in a row, forcing Fnatic into awkward positions. FaZe again get the break and the setup now for commissary. They don't even have the back spawns, and because they don't, Enable is basically watching the flank of this top showers area. Unfortunately, Tommy, the quick reaction time does cut him down. FaZe now being pushed from 3 different areas. Can they win the engagement? Attached to stay on the map, use the FTL jump. 1 more player is there. It's Wuskin winning the engagement.
And if you can hold this here, you're slowly climbing back into it. Honestly, I think Fnatic just started a little bit slow, but the problem is, I mean, if it weren't for streaks, if you didn't give up so many, you might be able to come back in this game. We've seen comebacks on Breakout happen all the time.
Go to Clayster if we can. If we can swap on over to Clayster real quick, here is one of the strategies. He got this one from Arcides. They toss down the thermal inside the smokes, inside the hard point, and what they try to do is they have Clayster watch us outer wall run and watch out for players to hit middle map. Unfortunately, whiffing left and right with this thermal, it doesn't work out there. And I'm looking over, Merc's already judging him. In the scrims I was watching earlier, it was way more impactful than that. I think they were just trying to show it off, and I don't even know if that's the right idea to bring it out there.
Wait, Jack. This game is not over. Wuskin started so slow. Scrap's still struggling, but he's now on a 5 streak, looking to pick up a 6. He's 14 and 18. He's come alive, and look how close he is to streaks. If you get some streaks to work with, maybe you give yourselves a chance, but FaZe looking to close things down here at the top central hut. Wuskin pushing, loading. Scraps his brother, picking up a couple of kills. He now gets the points for that, so he's going to have the Trinity Rockets. There's the bombardment. Fnatic is not out of this. We see comebacks here all the time in the EU squad looking to get it done.
Definitely not. One thing to keep mind of, though, FaZe just 17 seconds from winning. Fnatic cannot put any focus towards these new spawns. They're looking to go ahead and collapse for the side of FaZe. Already it's enabled with the first blood. Look at the red arrows pushing towards this middle hard point. They're not even grabbing any time as of yet. There's still one player there.
The problem is, too, when you rotate here, I mean, cell block's not somewhere where they're going to be able to streak them out to get out of the hard point, right? You're going to have to get it done with gun up. So first man back, Tommy, like we saw through the first set. In comes the streaks from Wuskin, trying to break in the back, but you got to go. There's the first kill. Tags up a teammate, but still looking to get the break. They fly in, 2 in the back. It's attached, locking it down, but Scraps still here to trade the kills.
Still no payloads available for either team. Scraps with the 2-piece. He's got one health from his teammate, another pushing the side door. Just stay alive. You're very, very weak right now. FaZe just 10 seconds from winning. Still Fnatic down by 50. It would have to be one of the best comebacks I've seen in Infinite Warfare if they want to make this one happen. Scraps trying to stay alive. FaZe going for their biggest push yet.
And remember, Scraps still has, Wuskin still has the Trinity rocket to work with, but might not matter. Wuskin has to stay alive here. He's still able to find 2. Ducked into the corner. There's the Trinity we spoke about. He's able to keep Fnatic in this game. It gets them to the 215 or let's go to the top.
No, he's calling it a streak.
He gets caught.
FaZe can win off this right now. Enable has one 1v1 gunfight to win. It's Wuskin there. He cleans it on up, but look, no one's near the new hard point. This one really should do it. I don't think Fnatic will get anybody here in time. They're hovering this last streak, which could buy enough time. This is such a smart play. The Trinity comes into play. Fnatic get 4 dead on FaZe. We are not done yet. The Centurion now dropped down. We might be seeing a massive collapse of one of North America's best.
Let's stick with Sunny B here. He's in the close corner, looking to make plays. Sees one going up over the top. That's his teammate to the left. One flies in front. There's the assist. Inside research, not able to do it, but Wuskin in the back gets gunned. That's a gunfight you need to do, but Tommy's still here. Tommy's got 2. Tommy's got 3. The comeback still alive. They can win it here. Will FaZe throw map 1?
Welcome to week 2 of the Global Pro League, folks. The break on in isn't enough. Clayster now dead. Fnatic still pushing in. FaZe have one final chance, 248 to 241.
Zuma just gets through, picks up 1. There's one in the close corner. He actually is able to find a couple of kills there, but Fnatic can't win it. They can't win it. They can't win it. They gotta rotate. It's Wuskin on the side, but FaZe able to sneak in there and pull off the victory.
Why was that close? Why was that close? Our analysts are all on their feet watching the end of that map. Unfortunately, Fnatic, they only have 1 player alive in the hard point. They start sending their last guy off spawn to rotate to the new hill. FaZe only needing 2 seconds are able to close it out.
I wasn't even thinking about Graveyard that far.
Oh, look at Tommy. Look at Tommy. He knows.
I was looking down at the rotation to Commissary because I knew Fnatic couldn't get it done, but it's the clutch kill coming in from attach, and they just need those 2 ticks. I was so focused on the next hard point.
Dude, I'm shaking right now. I'm shaking. What a way to start. Clayster's like, I tried to bring out a thermal NB4. Didn't really do anything for the team. Woo! That right there was why so many people are excited about this blue group, folks. Anyone could win some of these respawns. Fnatic, props to you guys not going out of it, especially with how slow of a start Wuskin and Scraps had. We said they were 6 and 20. Wuskin turns around, gets those streaks, hovers them as well. Both teams making so many good plays.
And that's, I brought it up like middle of the map. This is something we've seen plague FaZe at times. Yep. They outslay. Games still end up being very, very close. And it was a couple things. I think FaZe let it slip away a little bit, but it was also the fact that Fnatic, Wuskin was horrendous to start the map. At one point, what was he, 3 and 10, something like that to kick it off? He really came alive. And Scraps, who was awful all map, you saw with a couple big 2 pieces down the stretch, but it just wasn't enough. North America prevails in map 1.
Ooh, narrowly though. 5 seconds the difference there, 250 to 245. That is a map that I cannot wait to hear Merc, TP, and Aches break down. Folks, this is the CWL Global Pro League. This is what it's all about, baby. Already week 2 kicking off the right way.
I didn't even know what to look at with my eyes in the final seconds. I'm like, minimap, no, can he get the kill? We're hopping back and forth. That was insane. Welcome to the CWL Global Pro League Group Blue. This is a beautiful start.
And now this is where the question comes in. Fnatic saving grace as a team, especially at those recent events where they did place well, was search and destroy. Wuskin had some incredible maps. Sometimes, though, can fall short. Is this arguably a must-win map for them in this best of 5?
Yes. Yeah, they need to win this search. I mean, God, man, if Fnatic could have taken that game 1, this is such a winnable series. Like if you were an odds maker, right? You're looking at their chance to win. After dropping that, it drops drastically. God, they were close. But you got to think back. I mean, Fnatic historically, since this team has come about, they've been solid at search and destroy. You think back to Paris when the only team they actually dropped a search to was FaZe. Yeah. So FaZe is definitely a team that can fight with them. This is the scariest S&D group we've got.
We've been talking a lot about FaZe. Let's see how they made it to this point, to the Global Pro League.
FaZe Clan have had their same roster across 3 different Call of Duty titles now, and it's for one reason. It just simply works. With multiple championships under their belts as a team, Clayster, Zuma, Attach, and Enable have gone through it all as a lineup. This team has all the necessary ingredients to be successful. Chemistry, experience, they have a fantastic coach, but they have yet to show the will to win against top teams. This team is itching to secure their first major championship in 18 months. FaZe has found form after an abysmal season last title by securing 3rd place at the CWL Vegas Open. Throughout the year to this point, they have been fantastic in our online 2K tournaments with some of the more consistent placings among the top teams.
FaZe Clan take map number 1, 250 to 241.
FaZe continue to cruise until CWL Atlanta Open, where their troubles against 2 certain teams began, E-United and Optic Gaming. These were the only 2 teams to beat FaZe at this event. This theme continued across the next 2 major events as well. FaZe placed top 6 at the CWL Atlanta Open, top 2 at CWL Paris, and top 3 at CWL Dallas Open. These consistent land placings secured FaZe the 3rd seed in the North American Pro Point battle. There is no doubt that FaZe is the 3rd best team in competitive Call of Duty. They have won their last 16 series versus teams that are not Optic Gaming and E-United at the last 3 major LAN events. If we were to define FaZe Clan up until this point, it is that statistic. As of late, Enable has been their standout player and the MVP for this squad. He had the number 6 overall KD at Dallas with a 1.17, and with the recent improvements in their in-game communication, FaZe are coming into the Global Pro League well prepared. If they can work on their uplink and search and destroy game, then expect FaZe to make a push for another major championship.
A little bit earlier, he just gets over, he tosses, and there it is!
Tune in April 28th to the 30th to see how FaZe Clan performs in Stage 1 of the CWL Global Pro League.
That's a scary statistic if you're Fnatic when you hear FaZe Clan 16-0 against teams that are not Optic and E-United over the last 3 major events. And after how that map 1 was, how do you bounce back here?
I mean, it's pretty crazy to think that is not only that stat, that's from like February that started. It's almost May now in the Infinite Warfare season. FaZe have been very, very consistent.
And I talked to the guys a little bit. We were doing some interviews on Media Day, and I asked Clay just about not that stat specifically, but the fact that right now they're kind of widely considered the 3rd best team with E-United and Optic kind of the clear-cut number 2. And he's like, I don't agree with that. We beat I think it was winners round 2 or winners semi. They beat E-United the first time they played. Yes. They had very close maps the second time they played. Because if you don't realize how close we actually are to E-United, I think the one difference that in most people's eyes is just E-United has played Optic very, very tough, whereas FaZe recently hasn't. There have been some close maps, but overall they've been kind of getting thumped in that matchup.
There's a reason why more and more people have started to say that the real rivalry in competitive Call of Duty right now, instead of an Optic FaZe, it's more Optic versus E-United. But either way, that's besides the point. The match we have here, Fnatic versus FaZe. Enable already bringing out the gestures, spinning the ball on his finger as we get ready for map number 2. Hopefully it's as close as that first hill.
And Enable had an incredible start to that game. Streaked out so early, that was the difference. I mean, you think about the streaks being big. There's a team kill from Fnatic in the final Hardpoint that is so costly. Those are the mistakes you can't make if you're going to beat some of North America's best.
And already, look at the aggression from Tommy right towards C2, pushing right through, getting that first blood. FaZe changing things up, immediately going right towards A on their first offensive round.
Well, they've set up, they've locked down bridge, but they are down a man. What can they do? It's Enable finding a kill inside, also getting away. Good job playing his life. He turns it into a 3v3. There is one trailing him inside curb. A couple inside hotel as well as Enable as a close one, but it's Scraps able to get the better of him.
And now there's an awkward pinch coming in. Thankfully, Clayster does clear out one side of the map. Zuma holds the angle, potentially could clean up the both. Only 15 seconds left. Clayster knows when he has to check next, and this might actually be quite close for Clayster. Sunny B still on this bomb. Does Clay get there in time? It's going to be down to the final second. Does Clay get the shots in? Yes, he does! Oh my God! So unnecessarily close, but Clay timed it out quite well.
This series. After that game one, this is the round one we get, and I think he may have missed just like a bullet there. It looked closer than it needed to be for just a second, right? Thought maybe he was gonna get it, but the veteran Clayster able to close it out. Now we'll hop into round two and see what Fnatic is able to do. And now let's talk a little bit. The spawn's changed a little bit. The map's mixed up a little bit. Maybe if there's new viewers here, kind of talk about how this map plays now for the offense.
This is a perfect example. Typically, for the side of offense, they can push right down this lower street, get there before they can be challenged from that lower arch area or that top bedroom window, and really take control of that B site. Instead, there you just saw they had to fall back. They couldn't even do their push anymore. Thankfully for them, though, they've had 2 players drop 1 shot and not get first blooded in this round, but an awkward start already for Fnatic on this offensive play.
That's why over the course of the GPL, you may be seeing some more A hits, right? Some more activity around Bridge, but it is Sunny B finding the opening kill here. On to attach. 1 to his left. The kills go back and forth. It's a 3v3 now. We'll check out what Tommy is able to do as he's playing by the close tank.
Tommy just going to go ahead and wait things on out. Now in a 3 versus 3. Wuskin as well, pushing up that top bridge side. Did he get the sights on 1 player in Curb? I do believe so. And yeah, he's spotting 2 pushing. Gets the first kill. There's Clayster.
Nice shots.
This is why he's so good at Search and Destroy, Maven.
He has been a superstar in Search and Destroy, but now it's on the Game 1 Phenom. Enable had a monster performance. He's got an E-Red, though. When you're playing at Bridge, it can be so difficult to find gunfights with so little time here and a player all the way back in Grave. I have no idea how he gets this done. Doesn't check the close corner. Not enough time to work with, and that's going to be a tying up round going to Fnatic.
Even the trigger discipline right there by the player on Fnatic who is sitting inside Curb, calls it out, goes to tail the basically just chase him right around that wall. Wuskin cleans up 3 that round. Beautiful stuff from him to open up that site for the side of Fnatic.
And they're going to need every bit of Wuskin here. Again, slow start to game 1, but he really picked it up and came alive around the midway point of that game. And now, looking brilliant here in the Search and Destroy. You've already got 3 kills for Wuskin, but it's now going to be Enable and crew back to offense for FaZe Clan.
And I want to see how Fnatic change things up with FaZe again showing all their cards towards this A site. What is their reaction? Last time they tried to flood through Hotel, and it was Tommy who got first blood. This time around, though, look at Zuma already trying to play spoiler towards this back bridge side.
You know, I talked a little bit with Zuma and his teammates, too, about why. I was thinking, like, Zuma seems to be just significantly better as the year goes on. Like, think at the end of Ghost, end of AW, how strong he was. He's a guy that plays fast and plays around timings, and those timings become a lot easier to read as the game get further into the year.
It was actually Sharp and Nameless who I spoke to a lot about that in my first year of casting, which was Advanced Warfare. We were actually out in London for one of the European events, and they were bringing up how it's incredible how that just happens for him. It's like he just kicks it into gear slowly but surely. Well, he just gets better and better as a player, and we're getting towards that time of the year now.
Well, think about it. The game gets faster and faster. You see it go from a less AR-heavy game, more sub-heavy, typically, historically, for Call of Duty. Typically, historically. That was an odd sentence. But they, Zuma just, man, those timings become easier. You hit flank so frequently. You're so aggressive on Search and Destroy. Always that guy, finding first bloods, getting first blooded. He really finds his rhythm later in the year, but it's Wuskin now with another first blood for his side as he finds his 4th kill.
And look, this time, FaZe kind of put all their eggs in one basket towards this bridge area, and Fnatic just read it like a book, get the quick plant down at B, and now FaZe are left in a really awkward position. Look at how far spread out Fnatic are on the minimap.
And they're going to be set up for this push around the back from Enable. It's not going to be a gunfight you're going to win. It's Wuskin with another. Wuskin working on the ace. He's found 3. If he picks up Clay, that's every kill for Wuskin. He already has a 3-kill round. Can he find a 4-kill? That'd be 7. All 7 of his kills in 2 rounds of play. He has been incredible. And there's the final one, Wuskin with the ace. And we saw it all from the FaZe POV as they lost gunfight after gunfight.
Look at the smiles there. The thermal sniper coming into play makes it look easy. And honestly, with the reactive armor, it's funny to see him sniping, but hey, he's getting the job done.
Well, let's go on with Wuskin to start this round, just because obviously as an ace, he's working towards streaks, and he's got several first bloods to work with, very close to the reactive, also to picking up that Scarab. Let's see how he opts to play this. It's going to be NV4 in hand. He gets the window. He did see Enable cross.
And he knows that there's really no way to get out for Enable down there. I wonder if they try to push the agenda towards getting this first blood. He's just going to wait for the moment. FaZe, Enable calling it out. He's like, guys, I can't move from here. I need help. Now Enable trying to get out. Wuskin reads it perfectly. Still gets the first blood again. And look at how close he already is just in round 5 to that reactive armor.
This is a brilliant game from Wuskin. If I remember correctly, wasn't his 16-2 game on Retaliation as well? I could be wrong there. But he's had some monster games in Search and Destroy. He's on pace for another one. If this goes the distance, I mean, look at his kills compared to everybody in the lobby. He's double or quadruple everyone.
Sunny B did sneak up through Bike Shop. And FaZe actually, no idea he's here. Thankfully, they do have one pushing out of the bottom garage area. That was Clayster. Could be the saving grace of a kill in this round.
Oh yeah, Clay saved his life for sure. Now you get vision with the Scarab on 2 players. It's Wuskin by himself. You know, you're playing for that Trinity as well here. What are you thinking? Well, you're tagged up pretty much immediately. What's the thought process here with a 1v3 in your closest streaks?
Well, some players in this situation would try to jump off the map, but with your being on a streak and 1 kill off the reactive, you might as well try to keep this one going.
Yeah, it's just such a tough spot to play from here in Market, right? When you just have the narrow stairway, Zuma's inside, Wisely just shoulder peeks and back up. Don't give him a chance to make a play, because like you said, you get a kill here. Oh, he actually gets the reactive. That's huge, but there's not enough time here. You can't make a play.
Not only does he get the 75 points as well, and now here comes the push. Does get 1, unfortunately. FaZe making the right decision, and that's sending everyone at him. Do not challenge Wuskin 1 by 1.
Yeah, I mean, you obviously with that time don't use the reactive, but you fall just a little bit short of the Trinity Rocket. That's a good job by Clayster, making sure he effectively trades the kills. Shut down the streak from Wuskin.
That was actually one of the rare scenarios where even if he does get that kill, he doesn't actually earn the final streak as well, that bombardment. Typically, it's kind of, you get one, you get both because of how close they are in score. This time around, though, it is Clayster who's going to be the one flying right up the map. They're not going to be ready for this timing at all.
This is beautiful, because this is where you would usually be able to do on defense, right? Before the spawns change a bit. He gets here, well, much quicker, and there's the opening kill. They're not ready for this whatsoever.
Drops down the trophy to protect himself. And he'll just wait things on out. Is he ready for this pinch, though? Doesn't appear so. Wins a second gunfight. There's already a player here for Fnatic, and wait, he doesn't go into challenge. He's one shot. He's going to try to get away. Clayster being fed kills right now in this round.
Can he find the bombardment? Just needs one more. Here it is around the back, and Clayster gets it. Oh, he's on his feet. He's hyped. What a brilliant round, because they move the defense up, right? We were already talking about it earlier in the match. So how much more effective is Overdrive there? I mean, you can get into Bike so quickly. Brilliant stuff from Clay.
Folks, I think we're going to title that one, How to Not Try to Kill Someone in the Bike Shop by Fnatic. And that is challenging 1 by 1. I don't know why he gets a call up that he's one shot, and he runs away from inside garage there. Just slide in and kill him.
And look at this. He's like, you see the brilliant performance from Wuskin. Clayster's just like, what's up? He's now at 11-3. Clay going off. It seems like Clay versus Wuskin warfare here in this one, but it is Enable finding the opening first blood for FaZe Clan.
And again, look at the Trinity hovering on the map, keeping full vision of where Fnatic are. Clayster already pre-aiming this bottom Bike Shop area where you saw 2 players from this European squad. Now with the bomb planted, this should be another easy round win for the side of FaZe Clan.
I'm not sure if Wuskin was just spotted on the cross. There was one on bridge that may have seen him. He did get spotted, but doesn't matter. Able to win the fight with the NV4. The other FaZe player not close enough to actually close the gap and find the kill. You have reactive. You're in a 3v3. Does he check his close corner? Yes, he does. Able to win one more gunfight. Wuskin, 12-4. Been an absolute monster here. He has to work to defuse, but he's in a 2v2.
They have no idea where Clayster is, which is the most interesting part of this. They're just going to go ahead, try to
cover him.
There's the trade. Sunny B, though, can't get the defuse in time. Nice job by Clay to basically sacrifice himself for that round win.
And look at it. What is it? 12-4 now after that round for Wuskin and for Clayster. These guys just putting on for the fans right now. Incredible.
So Clay that entire round actually slow flanked even in this last scenario. He didn't give away where he was. He saw players, and look at that. Even because Sunny B has 1/2 a second of an idea where he's got to turn around and get the kill onto Clayster, that's enough time for Clay to get that kill on his teammate defusing the bomb.
Well, he did it in a 1v1, right, where he's able to pick up the kill on that A-bomb. He does it here now in a 1v2. Clayster doing it all right now for his squad. We're going to start off with Attach, who has FTL jump locked and loaded. If he needs to use it, call out comes through that one is seen in Curb, and they want to hit it. They want to find this opening kill, and they are able to find it, but at least Scraps able to pick up 1 kill, so it turns into a 3v3. What gets used in the back? That's a reactive from Wuskin. Wuskin guns one, another player half health. Not going to be able to find a second, but it's going to be a 2 versus 2.
And that kill right there is one that Sunny B just has to secure. Zuma was basically one shot. Sunny B was playing top patio, and somehow Zuma with the submachine gun still kills him. Clayster with this bombardment though could secure himself a 13th and 14th kill and the game victory if he clutches this round.
Oh, I'll tell you what I want to see. I want to see him kill Tommy. We have a Clay Wuskin 1v1 with how this game has been going. But as he wraps around the back, he's going to spot him, but it's Wuskin getting another kill. This is nuts, man.
It most certainly is. Wuskin showing why he's arguably the best search and destroy player on this team. Beautiful positioning at that back tank with that NV4 cleanup. And drops a gesture after it as well.
It's like Clay,
getting spicy.
Clay, take that L. You're having a solid game, but the round goes to Fnatic.
If this goes to round 11, Wuskin could push towards that 20 kill mark.
Yeah, it is certainly feasible here. Taking a look at the split on the minimap, Fnatic would have to come from behind here as they're still trailing by a couple of rounds. Who's going to be the guy to pick up the slack and kind of help Wuskin in this scenario? Tommy, not going to be the guy to do it. He's 3 and 8. Wuskin knows where the kill came from. The peek comes through. Nice job just backing up on scaffolding, making sure you don't give a freebie to Wuskin.
Oh, and already the first 2 entry kills coming in for FaZe. Sunny B at least doing what he can to try to keep this even. I think they know that Wuskin's in this corner. You should see multiple players challenge here.
Absolutely, and he has an MV4.
Yep.
Find him. Yep, that's Erad Azuma in his face. Sunny B now has to find 3 kills. He's already tagged up. The pinch comes in from Bedroom, and there it is. FaZe now secures a 2-0 lead despite a brilliant performance from Wuskin. On the other side, man, it was Clayster going man mode.
Wuskin ends the game with more kills than his 3 teammates combined, but it's not enough as Poppy Clay gets the bombardment, the full streaks, and the map victory for FaZe. And now with that, I originally thought this was going to be a 3-1 FaZe victory with them dropping to search and destroy. I'm changing it now to a quick little sweep to start off day 1.
Yeah, and that's like that map 1. It's painful for Fnatic. It's got to be tough to rebound. You mentioned it. You saw how Tommy kind of looked after that, just like head in his hands, defeated. It's not easy to rebound from, especially when you have several young players on your team. When you're looking at the likes of Scraps and Wuskin, the twin brothers. I mean, yes, you have the veteran in Tommy, but it's not easy to rebound. Wuskin does one hell of a job, but it's not enough to secure the victory. I think I'm feeling it with you. It looks like a 3-0.
Most certainly, and now we'll go into Uplink, which statistically has been Fnatic's worst game mode. That is why we are saying this now. FaZe, we know how good they can be in the respawns. Does that stay true to this weekend? Wondering what type of practice these guys got coming into this one. Either way, we'll have to find out. For now, that we are going to go to a quick break. When we come back, more action from the blue group.
Did you hear about the guy who broke both his left arm and left leg? Don't worry, he's all right now. You didn't think that was funny? I thought that was good.
Did you hear about the kidnapping at school? Everything is fine, he woke up.
Did you hear about the 2 guys that stole a calendar? They each got 6 months.
That's tough. What did the janitor yell after he jumped out of the closet? Supplies.
I don't even
get it because he has supplies there, so he like brings it with him?
Nah, I didn't get that one.
What happened to this redhead's gains and why are they non-existent?
That's not even on there. I broke my arm in 2 places. You know what the doctor said? Stay out of those places.
Doctors, why?
I don't get that one either.
Why did the pig leave the party early? Because everyone thought he was a boar.
Why did Cinderella get kicked off the soccer team? Because she kept running from the ball.
Did she want to go to the ball? What's Forrest Gump's password? 1Forrest1.
That one was actually pretty good.
Oh, they are clowns. That was fun, man. I love some of these pieces. Shout out to the MLG production crew, the content team, putting together some fun pieces with the players. But I love that, man.
A lot of fans only get to see him really compete, right? And
yeah.
You want to see a little bit more of the personal side of these guys. I know they went out and shot a cool with Zuma. No spoilers yet, but you get to see a little bit more from his personal side as well, some of his experiences, some things he likes outside of the game.
Yeah, if you haven't seen Hot Mic, the show to kind of lead into the weekend on Thursdays, one of our goals big time has been to show the players in a different light. You see them in the professional setting, getting hype, talking about COD, but we really want you to see another side of them, so tune into Hot Mic as well. Thursdays. Oh, that's what it's about. You didn't talk about Hot Mic.
I know, but the way you set it up was the exact same. Was the exact same.
I just said it better.
Oh, okay. That's fine. I'll give you that one.
Thank you.
But either way, one team that's saying things better is FaZe Clan with their gun skill. You like that throw to our next map? It's going to be Uplink in game number 3. If you're just tuning in, our European squad Fnatic are struggling at the moment to really keep up with FaZe Clan. Map 1, FaZe were dominating up until Fnatic decided to shoot back. Really, yeah. Scraps and Wuskin, who were non-factors for the first couple hills of that game. Then game 2. Clayster and Wuskin, it was basically a 1v1 battle for the majority of it. Clayster and crew come out on top, and now Uplink on throwback will be our 3rd game.
And, like you said, if you did just tune in, go watch that map 1.
Yes.
That is one of the, just incredible hard points that I think everybody at home, if you're a fan of competitive Call of Duty, should see. It was a beauty, but let's see what the young guy Attach is able to do in the Uplink. It's going to be on throwback early. This is a fun one. It can play very, very back and forth, but I just feel like FaZe has such a big edge in any respawn. I know Fnatic played them tough in the game 1, but you also spoke to the Fnatic woes a little bit earlier.
Oh, most certainly. And Fnatic, these guys crack me up, right? They get along so well together. Was talking to them earlier on, having some fun scrimming in the backstage area. What's great about the arena, there's like 24 setups here. We mentioned it last week.
Yeah.
You have basically 6 teams playing at once. Only 4 obviously compete in a weekend. So players are bouncing in and out. People were just getting their shots warmed up in 8s, shooting bots, everything to get ready for this matchup. Fnatic, though, they were all smiles, joking back and forth.
Absolutely are, but your back's up against the wall now. Down 2-0. Can you get it done? In the Uplink, you can't have the slow start you did in game 1. I mean, if you didn't have that slow start, specifically for the Twins, like you mentioned, you probably win that game. I know breakout plays that way. It can be back and forth. We've seen so many comebacks, but if you go down early, I think in the first half of throwback, they're just going to get hammered. They'll start to feel defeated. You see the 3-0 looming in the distance. They need to start strong here to have a chance, and that's the leader, Tommy. You see him talking to the squad, getting them ready to go. It's time for it, baby. Game 3.
Throwback Uplink. There's a look at your portal near that market side. I would say of the 2 areas, this is the one that's less scored on this map. Obviously, that back baseball area is where teams can really begin to rack up the scores. Right there, your orange portal. Maven, is this one going to be close, or is it going to be kind of like what we saw from Cloud9 and Envy last week, the 24-2 slaughter?
I don't think it'll be like that, just because I don't think they're gonna quit on this, which happened to Cloud9 a little bit. Hate to knock the guys, but you can see that they tilted to the point that I don't even know if they're calling out to each other at that point. Okay, it was an absolute stomping. Maybe Aches can elaborate more on the desk.
Oh, don't want to bring that one back up. Let's get into it. Tommy from Fnatic. We'll watch him off the break with the ERAD, charging right towards this barn side.
Tommy needs to have a big performance. Didn't do well in the search and destroy. To be fair, no one really did on the side of Fnatic outside of Wuskin, but hitting from the mid tracks, he gets gunned immediately, but Sunny B there looking to trade it back. Unfortunately for him, it's Zuma getting 2 opening kills, and that's the type of player Zuma is, man. He's already got 3, all 4. Zuma shuts everybody down quickly. Zuma doing great stuff here.
That's the earliest multi-kill I've seen, I think, in the start of a map. Tommy, though, doing his best to kind of get one of his own right there with 4 kills. And yeah, there you see it, back-to-back, 4 times multi-kill. Zuma with 1, then Tommy with one of his own. The drone, though, has been pushed up a little bit towards FaZe's side, but that's the end of that push for Fnatic. Wuskin now dead.
All right, things start to slow down a little bit now. Fast early, now it's about mid-map control and trying to find a wave of kills here. So FaZe can push forward. And this is a team, I talked with Clayster. I think it was this particular map. They were scrimming against Luminosity, and I'm curious what Clay is running here. I didn't see the rig draft, but he usually runs FTL, and it was Zuma really asking for him to switch and run Centurion, so you have that trophy. Because what happens when you get 3 or 4 down? You hit under the little mid walkways, basically on both sides. It's just nades flying from the sky. If you have that trophy to work with, makes the push a little bit easier. I'm curious if Clay, can we switch to him real quick? So he's actually be running Overdrive, so they've really switched things around. Last time I watched them scrim, it was actually FTL he was using.
Well, we'll see if it pays off right now. Currently, Clay sitting at 1 and 3. Attach, who was watching that underpass area, turns at the worst possible time, tries to get away to top vending and does for a brief moment, and it's actually Attach who's running this.
Yeah, so they did make a change because they were not running this during the scrim versus LG, but I heard Zuma and Clay really going back and forth. Zuma was flustered because he kept dying to nades, and every time they would toss him out, Slack had that Centurion. That trophy was there to slow it up, but let's see what they can do to try and get back in this one. Fnatic with the early lead. Can they build on it?
Yeah, the 1-point throw earlier on, we didn't get to see it from Scraps, but it was during that first push where Tommy was able to clear out the FaZe clan squad and force them to spawn blue. And we talk about how right now FaZe, from the less preferred side on this map, just still fighting for middle map kills, and they haven't been able to chain a few together since the start of this game.
They absolutely have. The pressure is now going to build onto Attach at mid-map. You saw one about to throw out the window, one on the flank. That E-Rat melts. He does not get first shot there, but Sunny B getting loud. There's 3 down. Fnatic now on the push. Drone in the hand of Scraps. They're pushing from bowling side. One all the way in the back. That's going to be Clay finding the headshot, but the 1-pointer is away, and they do connect. FaZe clears out their base, so there's not going to be any type of setup, spawn out, and rally. But you got to feel pretty good right now if you're Fnatic.
And that's beautiful from Wuskin. Those 2 kills will now give his team the number advantage when fighting for middle map control. Can Attach get there in time already? Sunny B staying hot in this game, 9 and 5, about to be the first player to eclipse that 10-kill mark.
I saw Brycey tweeting out about it. He's like, I feel like, Sunny B doesn't get talked about as much because, you have Tommy, who is, basically one of the winningest players all time in Europe, and you have the twin brothers who are really hot, real streaky, that can be the talk of the town, but he said he thinks their most consistent player a lot of the times is Sunny B.
Well, we'll keep on board with him through this life, see exactly what he can do. Right now, trying to fall back, clear out of space. Thankfully, his teammates do, for the most part, cut him down. And I say we're going to watch him through this life. We're actually watching Scraps at the moment, so I couldn't be more wrong.
It's all right. They both start with an S. I understand the confusion, man. That's usually the kind of stuff I'll say.
Yeah.
But still, a lead.
Now we'll follow
Fnatic. Now we'll see what Sunny B is able to do. Halfway towards this overdrive. He gets a spot on one. Obviously not going to be really gunning anyone at range with the ERAB, but good patience there to tag up the drone carrier. Is anyone there to finish the kill? He needs a little bit of help. They've got him pinned at Lemon. He's just, did he not see him at all? Or is letting his teammate try to find it?
I think he was looking for the second guy who both from that high wall run, unfortunately just out of his sight. For the most part, though, Fnatic looking quite solid at the start of this game. Big thing it comes down to is the narrow lead they do have in slaying. Another thing as well is where they're getting the kills. For the most part, it's in the FaZe's half of the map. There you go, the drone being pushed up. Can they get it on through for at least another one? This one should be quite easy. Wuskin, though, might go for the dunk, and I think he's got the angle he wants. There it is, 4-0 Fnatic.
4-0, they've got the edge. And, you mentioned the fact that you think, they're on the stronger side, right? So when FaZe switches, you give them a little bit of the edge. But what you have to consider is the fact that the second half is when those payloads are going to come into play. So when you're attacking from the weaker side, it's a little bit easier to get through when you have camo to use. You have overdrive to use. So despite the fact it's only a 4-0 lead, you feel pretty damn good right now if you're Fnatic in my eyes.
Oh, most certainly. And I don't think FaZe are going to have enough time to get a score on the board at all inside number one. So all 4 players, 11 kills. It's not really like anyone's kind of fallen behind. It's not really like there's someone that's just completely falling apart. It's more just Fnatic doing a better job as a team to clear out the map, move the drone to where they want to, and put the points on the board.
And remember, I know you talked a little bit at times this team can struggle at Uplink, but again, in Dallas, they beat a team like Luminosity in a respawn. They beat them in an Uplink. That's an elite victory over a top North American squad. They do a good job here shutting out FaZe in the first half. And the thing when I would watch FaZe play Uplink, where they struggle, they're good at getting 3 or 4 down. They're really bad at converting it into points, like just getting those 1-point tosses. And that's something you got to think they've worked on. And on the other side of Fnatic, if they think it's a mode they've struggled on, what do you think they focus on over this past month preparing?
Oh,
it's going to be on Uplink.
Absolutely. And right now it looks like it's paying off. The first one we've seen from them here in the Global Pro League. They're keeping FaZe scoreless through almost 6 minutes of play. And Able trying to challenge from top train. Not sure if I agree with that decision, as now the drone being pushed up. Fnatic are about to score on the side that FaZe were not able to in just 30 seconds, 6-0. Such a one-sided uplink so far.
And nice patient play there from Scraps. I thought for a second he was going to go for the 1-point toss, but he trusted in his teammates, gets the 2-pointer through, and now they have a 6-0 advantage, completely in control over FaZe. And does that map 1 hurt? Yes, it did. But you know what the map 1 also says to you? We can play with this team. We can slay with this team. And now 7-0 Fnatic.
Wow. FaZe just, they don't look like they're on the same page right now. They can't get any map positioning. This has arguably been one of their best positions yet to get a score so far in this game. And already 2 dead. Fnatic putting themselves in great positions. It's Attach all by himself. And there's no way he's going to get a point on the board. 4 dead again from FaZe Clan.
Now let's see what they do with this 4 dead. Obviously you can't just hit right now from the position they're pushing from. But let's see how they play behind it. They get drone forward. Make sure they have 4 guns up. Trying to trade kills back and forth. Wuskin maybe should have had 2 there, but needed 1 more bullet. So defense from FaZe still here, but it's Scraps able to snap on to a second. Drone in hands at Tommy. Tommy can't get it off. Scraps, is he still there to make a play? He may be, but the toss is out and able to clear. You still got 3 minutes here, man. It's very, very doable. I mean, just like Fnatic came back in that game 1, that FaZe has the ability to get hot here.
I think the big thing, too, for FaZe is, while, yes, you do need to score 7 points at least in 3 minutes to force the overtime, you need to get kills as well, especially towards the second part of this map. When you're getting into the Fnatic base, you cannot just focus on the objective, or else with how the spawns work on throwback, you will not be able to rally in those dunks. They need to not only clear out middle, but then clear out kills near this bowling side. And look, again, it's Fnatic just keeping the drone away from their base. This is adding more and more time that it will take for FaZe to get a point at all.
And also the really scary part, is the slaying that off? I mean, yeah, there's around 7 kill edge right now for Fnatic. But look at the actual payload. They're ahead so far in payloads because the scores, because the actual objective plays. They're about to get everything. They could actually put this game away with some nice objective play. Yeah. Camo about to come. If he gets a score here, it could be it. There, the toss just a bit off. I don't think that's going to hurt them in the end, but still you got to put that through.
Hey, you know what? Look at how far away the drone is again. If I'm unable, throw it outside the back of the map. There you go. Play for the reset. FaZe need to convert a dunk right now if they want any chance to come back in this game. And it's kills like that. That has been the whole map so far.
That drop shot, that's just sick, man. Just guns, Clay, and a fight that you need Clay to win, right? You have to get control there. It was something we saw, Assault from Cloud. I know we were on his POV a lot. If you're pushing that bus, you need to win those one-on-one gunfights to get the opening. As soon as Clay loses that, things sort of start to fall apart.
I'm seeing FaZe die 1 by 1 by 1 on all of these pushes that they go for. I have not seen an assist on the screen of FaZe in so long in this map. This one is done, Maven. Fnatic have picked one of North America's best apart.
Yeah, they've destroyed it. I mean, this is just, it's not even close in the sense that, yeah, I know they have 0, so that sort of tells the storyline, but there weren't even, like, opportunities, right? Like, nothing. They have
had, like, it was like they missed a 1 or they misplayed a dunk. They haven't gotten close.
It's like you're watching a soccer game, and it's one of those games where the entire game is played in somebody else's half. You have, like, 20 shots on goal. Well, the other side, you have nothing.
We have Europeans watching, so it's a football match.
Football!
Please be respectful.
I don't know what I just said.
I don't know what you said either. We're going to move on. 1 minute left. Fnatic going to force the game forward. We're going back to a hard point. It actually stays on this map, Maven. It will be throwback yet again.
And this is what, we also talked about kind of leading into the series, that this Fnatic team has proved stronger at playing against North American teams than maybe somebody like a Millennium, maybe a Red Reserve. They're up there with Splice. I mean, Epsilon we still need to see. They haven't been really tested with this new squad against North American teams, but Fnatic, they seem to have the recipe for success when they're on. I mean, they very well could have they should have a 2-0 lead in this series, or sorry, 2-1 lead in this series after this.
Yeah, and now this is it. Do FaZe get a point to end this map? No, they can't even get the throw off in time. Tommy with 2. It's Zuma by himself. Folks, we will be going to a Game 4 of our first matchup of the blue group. Fnatic make Uplink look easy, surprisingly enough, with a 7-0 fully, that's the thing for me, fully controlled game. At not a single point was I like, oh, Fnatic they're gonna let up a score, they're gonna let up a dunk. Instead, they're gonna try to add insult to victory. What a performance right there from the Europeans.
And that's one where you have to think, it's got to be a combination of both. One, FaZe having a horrendous map, and 2, Fnatic just playing lights out, because something was wrong there. You don't blank FaZe like that, whether it was a communication thing or someone just not feeling right, or maybe, once they got the 2-0 lead, they felt like we did. Merc thought 3-0. As soon as they went up 2-0, we thought 3-0. You got to think maybe in the heads of those guys a little bit, they're thinking 3-0, we got this, we're going to bury him. They come out maybe a little overconfident could be part of it, but they shouldn't have.
I mean, that's one of those maps that we'll reference for a couple events to come for Fnatic and their potential for that uplink game mode. That is a 7-0 win over FaZe. And now you're looking at a Hardpoint again. That was a 5-second difference back in map number 1. We easily could be seeing a Game 5.
I still talk about Splice beating NB 14-0 on Pre-Sync Uplink in Paris because it just doesn't happen a lot. You don't hold a team to 0 points. We'll be talking about Cloud9 losing to NB 24-2. Like those types of losses, they just don't happen very frequently, where some team just doesn't have any sort of offensive output whatsoever like that. Brilliant map from Fnatic.
I don't know if I saw a single payload from FaZe in that whole game.
Well, that's what, it's like they weren't even getting outplayed that bad. I mean, it might have escalated after I mentioned it, but I think it was 7 kills when I brought it up. But when you looked at the payloads, everybody was in like the, 50 to 60% mark kind of for FaZe, where everyone's about to get them for Fnatic. So that's where if you get a big early lead like that, that's where the snowball can come into effect. You see, the camo used late in the game. Camo wasn't even a player in that because it was so one-sided.
Tough map right there for FaZe, but we will move on now in our conversation over to that throwback Hardpoint. Again, we mentioned some of the different little strategies that FaZe might try to bring out that we haven't seen yet from them up to this point this year in the Infinite Warfare season. Another thing as well, if you are Fnatic, you just need all 4 players to slay across the whole map, right? But we know this Fnatic team, they are very good at the likes of Search and Destroy. We've seen moments of brilliance from them in the respawn. Let's see how they got to this point to make it to the Global Pro League.
The Fnatic organization, one of the biggest organizations in esports, returned to Call of Duty for the first time since 2012, and they sought out one of Europe's all-time greats in Tommy. He was faced with the task of building a new team, and he did not disappoint. Fnatic entered 2017 with a roster of Tommy, Scraps, Wuskin, and Sunny B, and have emerged as a surprise team of the Call of Duty World League.
Well, we better introduce this team first. Scraps, Sunny B, Tommy, and Wuskin.
Tommy, what a captain. You couldn't wish anyone better to mentor new players into the scene.
The Fnatic squad had very low expectations within the community entering this year. Their run began at CWL London, where they finished top 8. Next, they headed to Atlanta and pulled off a surprising top 16 finish while competing against the world's best. The following weekend was CWL Paris, where they were able to finish in the top 8, opening the eyes of their peers and the community.
Fnatic just showed up this event. Apart from that last SND, I had them taking it.
Following Paris, roster mania ensued. However, they were one of the few rosters that decided to stand pat and improve as a team. They saw immediate dividends as the very next 2K, they were able to take first place. A top 16 finish at CWL Dallas cemented the fact that they belong amongst the best 16 teams in the world and a place competing in Stage 1 of the Global Pro League.
What a performance we see, 16-2. Fnatic remain undefeated in Search and Destroy so far this weekend.
Heading into the Global Pro League, keep an eye on Fnatic's Search and Destroy gameplay. However, in Dallas, it was actually a 75% win rate in Uplink that helped them get wins over the more established teams like Luminosity. If they can get back into dominant form in Search and Destroy, this is a team that can steal a win from just about anybody. Tune in April 28th to the 30th to see Fnatic begin their fight in Stage 1 of the Global Pro League.
And you see the stat there for the uplink and also in the video. We talked about the fact that, over the course of the year, it's been S&D that's carried them. They've struggled at times in uplink, but you work on a mode more and more and more. We talked about the win over Luminosity. You see the 75% win rate at Dallas, and they show the uplink continues to improve here as they blank FaZe Clan.
It's one of those things, too, with teams, right, where maybe there's a weak game mode for them, so they begin to focus so much on it, then some of their other game modes begin to fall behind a little bit. Fnatic are so close right now to at least forcing a Game 5. We've already seen from them how close they can play FaZe and Hardpoint. They need to do it right now. Clutch up on kills earlier in the game. I want to see that energy come back for FaZe Clan. They were quiet that entire map.
Yeah, they really were. I mean, it's just what do you get motivated about? How do you get pumped up when you're just getting pummeled, when nothing seems to work, when you're dying one by one, when you can't get any control? It feels like you're playing the entire game from the back foot.
I mean, that was the crazy thing for me. Yes, Fnatic were doing great and they were in full command of that map, but not once did I see a full 4-man setup for FaZe where they actually executed towards the lane they wanted to, like even towards pushing towards bowling or back lemon. It was always like going towards underpass, trying to do something with the drone. Oh well, we're past it. We're going back to throwback now though for Hardpoint. If you're just tuning in, this is the first matchup for today. Up next, we've got quite the storyline between Rise Nation and EG. Some former teammates battling it out. EG, we all remember the dramatic play back in Dallas to qualify for this Global Pro League. Did all their hard work pay off? That'll be next. For now though, we've got to crown a winner of this matchup. Will it be FaZe Clan or Fnatic?
Well, let's kick things off with the boys of Fnatic. Gonna start off with Sunny B. See what he can do off the rip. So you saw throwback last map for the Uplink. They looked brilliant. Can they do it in Hardpoint as well? Obviously a very different game mode, but if you can keep close in game 1 and shut it down in the game 3, Fnatic have to be feeling very good about pushing this to a game 5, and that's anybody's game. I mean, these two teams have been back and forth against each other in search and destroy. You flip a coin for that game 5 in my eyes.
Oh, absolutely. And one thing I do want to point out, I love the ERAD battle going on in the series between Sunny B and Tommy, and the side of FaZe Clan's Zuma and Attach. Especially, we're going to see a lot of this map. A 3-2 piece right there for Tommy. An awkward positioning for FaZe, and still already the first hill held by Fnatic. The spawns for the next hardpoint held by Fnatic. This is a perfect start.
And there you see the versatility of the ERAD. Yeah, it's not going to be as good as a K-Bar at range, but when you compare, I mean, as an SMG though, like getting a kill from window to window like that, basically, that's nuts.
Yeah.
You get the kill for Tommy, collaterals for the second. It's Fnatic taking an early lead, but now it's time to get set up in barn. And look, you've got Sunny B inside, you have Tommy pushing out Grandma's, the spawn coming in the back there for Wuskin. They look good, but it's going to be eyes on Attach and crew as they try to break through. Zumo finds the entry kill. Attach can't win the gunfight in the back, but Clay there to trade it out.
Yeah, and Enable's just going to focus his attention towards this hard point. I will have to agree with Scraps here. He's just going to back on out, give that up. Don't try to challenge right there. You've got no help from your team. Instead, wait for them to come off spawn. He's already made it across hill. He's going to give up 10 seconds to arguably get the next 30. Smart play from him, and you could just tell the veteran leadership on this team continues to pay off.
Well, no one can hold
Beautiful
barn.
job. Beautiful job.
No one can hold barn whatsoever, apparently. It was Zuma getting an opening kick to break in. Then I think he was the first one to actually drop as Fnatic busted back through. Back and forth first barn. And, you know, here, Statue, a lot of times where the game is going to be decided, no one's seeming to be able to lock it down very well early.
I love it, man. Even bringing out the RPR, Evo trying different things in this first matchup. Scraps now the first one here for Fnatic towards this new hill. If you look at the minimap, though, there's nobody else to really back this one on up. Thankfully, his brother and Wuskin does get a kill. Again, on rotation, it's Fnatic all over the kill feed.
Fnatic finds everyone. I think Zuma was the last FaZe player remaining there. They have a bit of a split spawn working right now because everybody's all over the map. Just trying to get control here of Bike Path. Tommy comes back in. You've got the setup there. So they're actually spawning blue and the other team controlling buff.
Well,
so
this is what's going on with Throwback, though. It's a map that I talked about with Clayster where it's sometimes very hard to call exactly where the spawns will come in. You can get split spawns many times, especially on this Bike Path hardpoint. You've got to know that even the slightest bit of different positioning will completely flip the spawns on this map. One thing I do want to point out, in hardpoint number 1, Wuskin and Scraps started a combined 6 and 20. Right now, they're a combined 19 and 13.
And this is a map where I talked about, Clay, specifically this hardpoint. If you push forward just a bit, you can split spawn it. So the thing he's preaching to his players is hold a side. Just hold one side and try to play from there. You've seen since they got a bit of control, you've had nobody really cross the back. It's all been controlled from the bus side of the map, and now we're going to rotate out. It's Attach and Zuma finding kills. Statue set up, but Tommy actually gets in behind, and Tommy finds an opening kill. The team spawning blue at the top of the minimap. Now, everyone going to collide. Nades out, soaring through, bullets everywhere. Who's going to come out on top here for Statue?
Wondering if FaZe can't win these gunfights. Do they wind up bringing in a streak into play? We just saw Attach, who only got 5 kills on that streak, but he juggled the hardpoint so many times. to wind up getting his team those streaks there. He does actually kill off Zuma, but kills 3 on Fnatic. A perfect example of where streaks can come into play.
Yeah, we'll take Zuma's sacrifice to pick up 3 kills with the Trinity as he keeps going. He's got bombardment still to go with. 15 seconds left in statue as FaZe still fighting from behind. Fnatic proving they can hang.
Oh, I love it.
More than hang.
This is what it's all about. 93-66 currently the score. The end of the first rotation will be in favor of one of Europe's best in Fnatic. And still, they're getting aggressive towards FaZe, already towards back bar.
And how much has it already proved through the first couple of weeks? Like how, we've got the 16 best teams here, right? You saw Mindfreak, even though they only got a victory, they played very, very tough in a lot of those matchups. If you're Fnatic here, you're taking FaZe Clan to the wire. And, a lot of people might have had Fnatic in that 4th spot. I've seen them as high as 2nd, is 2 through 4, almost impossible this week. But, man, I don't know that many expected the series to go like this.
No, and this is exactly what was talked about. You want to think about that map count. How many times last week did we talk about, if Envy in that final series, if Envy against Splice lose 1 map, they don't get the 1st seed. It comes down to those kind of head-to-head matchups at the end of a weekend. So taking 1 map, even off FaZe, could be the difference later on in a 2nd or 3rd seed for this team.
Well, Tommy and crew now coming off of spawn. We'll take a look at the minimap as they're going to be hitting courtyard heavy. There's 1 in the back. That's Clayster getting a kill and managing to stay alive. Clay getting 2 kills on the rotation as we're getting back to barn. Clay finding 3 now. He was 5 and 16 up to that point. Those are big kills to allow you to set up in barn. That was phenomenal stuff there from Clayster.
Yep, nice job locking down an entire half of the map for his team. And now Fnatic, they realize where Clay is. They are avoiding that like the plague. 2 do go down to the K-bar of Enable. FaZe now as close as they've been to taking over the lead in the last 4 minutes of play.
And remember how back and forth barn was the first time. This can be the difference maker a lot of times. No one's getting time right now. Someone please get in the hard point. Actually, okay. FaZe has been the kind of juggling in and out here, not finding time, but Zuma going big up close and personal with the E-Rat.
Zuma getting it done now, 20 and 13. The submachine gun duos leading FaZe in slaying in this map. Again, a combined 11 streak there. Zuma just died, but FaZe had 3 players on a pretty good streak right there. A big reason why they got a full 60 on bar.
And Clayster, playing a little bit greedy with the streaks. You saw the Warden there. He was expecting to have a strong map. He didn't start well, but he's on the 5 streak now. If he can keep building those, I think he had, Trinity, Bombardment, and the Warden to go with. That could be the difference. We'll stick with Clay. He's at range with the MV4. First, Tommy, perfect shots there as he melts him dropping. You're playing around the streaks right now. You're so close from getting some very deadly abilities here that could shut down the game, but this is close.
And this is a perfect spot for Clay to be in. He is not worried about getting flanked for the moment. Now FaZe will begin to push the agenda, and watch your minimap. You will see these spawns flip. Now everyone from Fnatic being spawned out towards this back bowling side. I'm actually surprised to see Clay keeping such an aggressive hold right here towards this front side of the map with the streak he's on.
But that was beautiful stuff from Clayster and Cree. They get a couple kills, they push through. You want to hold this side for statue, and now this is very similar to what we saw them doing. 1 more bullet, and the streak may have continued, but what a tear from Clay. It's almost wild to see him 12 and 17 after going on a 7 streak.
Yep, it shows us how poor of a beginning he had. It was one of the major reasons why FaZe were down by 50 seconds earlier, now with their largest lead of the game, and they look to increase it right now. Streaks again crashing down from the sky through 2 Trinity rockets right now from FaZe. They've gotten 6 kills on this baseball hardpoint.
Yeah, and this is 3 almost perfect hard points in a row, right? From barn to bike path, now to statue. FaZe is there early. They're locking it down beautifully. And like you said, Attach gets the 3 kills with the Trinity. Clayster now again. They both come through at statue. FaZe doing a beautiful job as they are looking to close the door on Fnatic.
And this is what makes FaZe such a scary team in hardpoint. Think of what we've seen from them so far in the 2nd rotation. Even the FTL jump coming in, it's not enough to crack the code to break this setup for FaZe. Clay still staying alive. Back-to-back 6+ streaks for Clay, about to make it 7. There it is. Clayster with 8 now in a row. This man was 5 and 16, now 20 and 17.
It reminds you a bit of the game 1, where Wuskin started slow, came alive and brought his team back into it. Clay starts 5 and 16 now on a tear with this 8 streak.
But I do want to bring up, think of the last 3 hills. When FaZe get early control and they have the setup on rotation, they get almost the full time in the hard point. Now just 2.5 kills away from earning himself that Warden. A kill and an assist is all he needs. Clayster still staying so aggressive, and it's not even like how he's playing is selfish. He's still getting himself in the right position on the map, looking for more and more. 1 assist away from getting out the Warden now.
We haven't seen a Warden in quite some time. And
He's bringing it in.
We go. 24 and 17. 13 streak for Clayster. This is nuts.
Oh, finally Scraps kills him, but the damage has been done. I want someone to go look up the scoreboard from when Clay was 5 and 17 near field to now where they are right now. I would say, oh, I'm sorry. I got the analysts looking at me like, let us do that job, Jack. Save that note for us. I'm going to stop talking about it.
The analysis, I'm sure, will get it.
I get it.
But all you need to know, Clayster puts on a show here in the game 4, but Fnatic not out of it yet. Can they build the comeback here? And look at the overall slang. Everybody positive from FaZe Clan. Clay, and you know, the big thing too is Clay's their hype guy, right? So if he's having a good map, man, everybody can thrive off of that.
Ironically enough, this is the worst hill that Clay could have called the Warden in on. It's inside barn. It's not doing anything for him on the map. It doesn't even know where to go because there's really no one for it to target right now.
Yeah, now it's starting to rotate
there you go,
over.
Finally.
You see, Tommy, the shots coming in from the Warden on the kill feed. The Warden finds the kill, but still, Fnatic holding strong inside, trying to line up a couple. I thought he'd get at least one kill there, but the kill feed, all red, all FaZe Clan.
They bring out the reactive as well. This one looks like it should be done on this bike path. Hardpoint already 2 red arrows there for FaZe, and they're going to continue to pressure. Zuma nearing 30 kills in this game. The rest of FaZe all at 27. What a slaying performance from them.
So remember last time what we saw here, FaZe would find an opening pick and they push through. There's 2. They still have a lot of time to work with, but they're going to want to fight for the opposite side now. Zuma's starting to push forward. They want to flip the spawns. They're still spawning in the back, but you see FaZe starting to charge on forward. Zuma in this corner. He's set up. They don't need another statue. Hardpoint. FaZe gets it done on the back of an all-star performance from Clayster.
We saw 2 different sides of Clayster there. Something mid-map got him angry because he decided to start shooting back. We can't reference it enough. The score difference, I know our analysts will talk about it. There it is, folks. Your first series done and dusted. FaZe Clan beat one of Europe's best 3-1 in our best of 5 series.
But again, 1 and 4, man, they're like mirrors, just kind of opposite in the sense that Waskin starts slow, Fnatic down big, they come back into that game. On this side, Fnatic up, Clay having a horrible game, he comes alive and it turns around. Just the performance that Clay did is maybe a once a weekend type performance. You don't see stuff like that, an insane stretch there from one of the game's best.
Already, what, a 5-second hard point at the start of the series. The S&D, we had 2 players with 14+ kills. The Uplink was a shutout for FaZe. And then in the end, a Warden drop from Clayster. One of the best turnaround performances I've seen in a map so far in Infinite Warfare. Great series to kick off the weekend.
I'll tell you what I love from Fnatic, though. You know, if they're going to play FaZe that tough, specifically I think in hard points is where they're going to need to find the victories, obviously, after seeing that series. If they play FaZe that tough, you got to think they can beat EG. They can beat Rise in a hard point if they can play like that. Impressive stuff, I think, from both sides in a series where pretty much everyone I saw was taking it 3-1, 3-0 for FaZe Clan. Fnatic, you look strong, but just not enough.
Not enough in the end, but we do have the man who dropped the Warden on the main stage. He's on the floor with Mr. X.
Thanks, guys. So, Clay, you guys, game 1, we'll start there. We'll go all the way over towards that Warden. I was just asking you if you even knew what happened. Clearly has no idea. But I know game 1, you guys get a big lead. It kind of crumbles apart. Fnatic is about to win at the end. What was going through your guys' minds as they started to make that comeback?
I mean, just props to them. They maintained their composure really well, and they had a couple really clutch 2 pieces in the first hill and the second hill. And they were honestly just, clutching up. The whole time we were like, yo, we only need 10 points, we only need 10 points. And that's kind of a bad mindset to have because you want to just don't even worry about how many points you need. Just get in the hill and win, So the whole time we were just trying to maintain composure. And we know Ian still had his bombardment, but unfortunately they got streaks as well, and we did not realize that. So it ended up kind of hurting us because Ian bombarded the hill and we were forced us into cave, and then they ended up destroying us. But I think they team naded at the end, and honestly, they would have won that map if it wasn't for that team nade. So we're gonna have to go back and look at that and see if there's anything other than just those 2 pieces that they were getting often, and see if there's anything we can fix.
And then I know going into the S&D, Fnatic, such a strong search and destroy team. Did you guys game plan for them going into that game number 2? Because you guys, took it with relatively convincing.
Not at all. We didn't game plan specifically for their Search and Destroy. We've kind of switched roles a little bit, and I kind of play call and Search and Destroy now for our team, and I think it helps a lot. It takes a lot of pressure off the guys, like me just being the all-seeing eye. And, you know, I went off anyways because I was putting myself in, you know, good spots that I enjoy playing in, comfortable spots. So, in all honesty, that ace that I had where I was in bike shop or whatever kind of sealed the deal. I got full streaks off that. I'm not really sure what they were doing, why the guys didn't challenge me after I was one shot, but, you know, we just played retail how we've been practicing because we practice retail and breakout S&D a lot since the new spawns.
Yeah, and then I know we'll talk about you going off. That last game, you get off to an awful start. I mean, you go 5-17, I believe, to kick things off, and then you turn it all the way around. I believe your streak goes to something like 16-2. You bring it all the way back. You get the ward in. When you're on a streak like that, like, what does it even feel like? Do you realize it happening? And then also, you know, when you guys go on the streak, you start to make a comeback as a team. Now, does it put a lot of pressure on you how important you are to the squad?
No, I think we all are equally as important, so it's not a lot of pressure. I didn't even realize I started off that bad. Apparently, I started off that bad. So good thing I brought it back, or I'd be getting toasted right now. But in all honesty, the feeling when you're on a streak like that, I was hitting some really nice shots and rotating correctly, and I knew like when your shot finally starts hitting that stride, it's almost like pro MLB players say the zone, or NFL players say the zone. I was in the zone, and to the point where I think I killed like 5 people in one clip with MB4, ran out of ammo with it, picked up a K-bar, and then continued on the streak. So when you're on that, when you run out of ammo in your gun because you're destroying so hard, it's really good feeling. I was letting them know about it. I was screaming and stuff. It's a good time. First Warden.
Yeah, when you're killing a bunch of people and you're running out of ammo, you know you're doing things right. And it's going to be FaZe taking our first series here of week number 2. Let's go back to the desk to get their thoughts.
Thank you very much, Matt. Great, of course, to hear from Clayster himself. And what a way to kick off week 2 here at the Global Pro League. Tons to break down there. We'll start, of course, with map number 1, 250 to 245. Truly an epic way to kick off. But Fnatic actually started off very, very strong. And then FaZe made a little bit of a comeback. Enable goes on a big streak. That definitely helped out. But look, why is FaZe so good at that map?
I just think the play style that map plays into sort of their hands. In a Clayster and Enable, those long sight lines, attach, loves to play sort of a sneaky objective role.
Right.
That map just makes sense for them, and you can see it paid off. I mean, Enable is going on a 6th streak at that Cave Hill. They just seem comfortable on it.
And then, of course, as the game kind of goes one way, we see a mini comeback again from Fnatic. What happened? Like, how were they able to come back into this game?
They finally started getting a 60. I think that's why when they started good, they were getting that time, and then FaZe got like, I think 90 seconds in a row from 2nd to 3rd hill transition. And then it was in the middle hill when they started bringing their comeback, and they gave up 20 seconds. They left the hill white in that middle hill. It was the 3rd to last hill. They left it completely white. They could have got the time, but they just ran away. And then
that would have won them the game.
Right, and then the second to last hill, they kind of split time, and they went in the Cave Hill, and they just made so many team flaws. It just didn't make sense to me.
And obviously, the final moments of that one TP was crazy. Had me as a European on the edge of my seat. Tommy breaks a 3-piece. I'm thinking, oh my God, Fnatic, they can do it. But then it got a little even more chaotic towards the end.
It's just one of those situations that I highlight a lot. In the last seconds, and when it gets very frantic like that, FaZe was the one that had to make the play in the situation. They were diving in one at a time. A lot of mistakes actually happened on that last hill that we could break down. But overall, Fnatic had complete control. Tommy did everything difficult to get control of it.
Yeah.
And it was the sort of sequence of situations where Scraps and Sunny B ended up getting team-nated at the very end. And it was a situation where if the player just sits in the corner and waits for multiple players to fly over him, he ended up shooting, giving his position away. He got taken out and ended up spawning back in, gets the teammate onto his teammate, and it all falls apart. So it just shouldn't be happening at this level. It was such an awesome comeback. Tommy made the play to win, and they just kind of threw it away.
It was crazy.
And then you also think, like, if they didn't give up that 20 seconds in that middle hill, the game ended 250 to 245. They could have won it if they just got that time.
Yeah.
And like Teep said, though, with that team kill, Scraps was in the perfect position to win them the game and just didn't. Right here.
And this is the play. It's Sunny B. And just if he's able to finish this, if he is able to even push through Medic is what we talked about and just get 1 or 2 kills, this game changes because now the advantage is towards FaZe right there. That kill. He shouldn't have shot that first player. Now FaZe is able to collapse, and this is where things get crazy. Luckily, Tommy's able to go huge, but if he just starts the trade in Fnatic's favor, this game's probably over.
And is that nerves? What is that in your opinion, Mark?
It might have been. Sometimes there's just too many things. He thought 2 steps ahead. Just focusing on that first kill would have changed things, and this team nade probably wouldn't have happened. This situation doesn't even develop.
I feel like personally their communication was probably just way too jumbled, and they rushed that play entirely. They could have just slowed that down and made that work for them, and they just rushed it completely.
Yep.
Tatch stealing the final couple of seconds there. Did give FaZe the win, but could have definitely been an interesting start if Fnatic had stolen. And then we go over to map number 2. Of course, the search and destroy. And FaZe come out again, look comfortable in that one. It was a 6-3 win. But it was weird the way that actually kicked off, X, because 2-2, it was all the attacking rounds that had been won.
Yeah, right. So now with the new spawns being pushed up on the defense, that's a defense-preferred map. Like, you wanna win your defense rounds because it's so much more of your favor now. You spawn a good 2 seconds in pushed up to beat them to each bomb site. And yeah, it was a trade offense, and then Clay had that big ace in garage.
You speak about that big ace. I mean, that was the turning point, to be honest with you, Merc. I mean, you heard Clay say, you got a streaks from that, and it was that first defensive round that they were able to win.
Yeah, and I think just with that spawn change, you could tell just the offensive teams, they started going to that A bomb site, something we're really not used to seeing unless you have streaks right off the bat. Round 1, FaZe goes A. So, and this is really just the turnaround, or where FaZe takes off. Clayster able to get this ace, get streaks, and it's all over.
And one of the big things to note as well was just how loud Clay got as well. Every single kill, just a little bit louder, a little bit louder. But I mean, just single file kind of running at him there. It didn't really make much sense from Fnatic.
Just a huge mistake, honestly. We see so many times players that get into that situation, into bike, don't really have that success. You just need to pin that player in and not challenge. They ended up just putting their back to him. Scraps getting taken out by the bomb was really the indicator that they were going to lose that round. Just, I don't know if the awareness was off, the communication was off. Someone made a bad call in that situation. Not sure what it was, but it didn't look pretty at all.
They fed him those kills, right? Yeah. Every single one of them were almost fed to him freely, and you just can't make mistakes like that.
Definitely true. Then, of course, we go over to map number 3, and we're sat here thinking, all right, well, 3-0 to kick off the day. A little anticlimactic, and then Fnatic come out and play some flawless uplink. And, I mean, they take the game 7-0. It was 4-0 at the half. But, Mark, you made the point that it almost felt as if FaZe were maybe playing a bit too aggressive at times.
Yeah, it's something we discuss a lot on the desk when it comes to uplink, is that first set of kills. When we talk about that first set of kills, it's getting the drone control. Then it's the second set, and that allows you to push up to the base, get those one-pointers off, maybe even get a dunk. And it seemed like FaZe was getting those first sets. They were controlling mid-map, but then Fnatic was just shutting them down every single time. FaZe seemed to lead with the drone player, which was a little bit different. We weren't really liking that. It seemed like they were baiting him, but just a great job by Fnatic to shut down those pushes.
One of the biggest things I saw right there, too, that other teams need to steal is when FaZe was picking up those initial kills, one player like Scraps, for example, we saw him do it. He just picks a corner middle map, sees the moment to pick up a gunfight, and as soon as he picks up a player in the back, it completely disrupts FaZe's push. And that's why they were never comfortable in a situation to get the drone, get the lead blocker out to that lane in order to score points. So the fact that Fnatic was able to play that so well, honestly, it was kind of a boring map because Fnatic was playing it so well. It's just an elite gameplay from them. I wasn't expecting it.
And to tag on what you said, it was always Tommy, Zuma, not Tommy. He kept being the first one dead, and I think you saw it in his stats on that map. Like, he's their ERAD player, and he kept getting picked off in almost all of their pushes, which is not going to be good for FaZe. You need Tommy to stay alive. You need him to get those big entry kills, and it just wasn't going his way.
Well, series 2-1 in FaZe's favor. We head over to the next Hardpoint, and well, we saw how that one ended. Let's just put it that way. Clay, of course, comes out a fantastic performance, but to be completely honest with you, it felt very similar to map number 1, TP. Fnatic come out, they have a solid first half, and then they just kind of slowly disappeared a little bit towards the second half. It was a weird one.
It just seemed they lost a little bit of composure going over to that second rotation over towards Bart, and that's where Clay just sort of took over the map, right? So when you can't let a player like Clay, when he's having a bad game, you have to just slow it down and make sure you're isolating him. They weren't able to do that, but largely it was Clay changing up how he's playing the game. He was slowing it down, making sure he was rotating correctly. You go back to your fundamentals when you're having a tough game. He was obviously able to do that to the utmost degree, and he just completely took over. It really looked like he was the difference maker. He got warmed up on that map. He was hitting some crazy shots. I don't think he missed a bullet for 2 minutes straight.
And I think it was, what, 21 and 3x?
He started 4-15. And then after his last death, it was 25-18. So he went on a 21-3 run plus the Warden. And the score was also 120-90 in Fnatic's favor before that streak started.
Tells you just how much of an impact he actually was there. Obviously, in terms of Fnatic's hardpoint play, I think you kind of made a point that it reminded you a little bit of Mind Freak from week 1.
Yeah, they're playing the first half great. They're playing it close. You can hear the energy. They're getting pumped up. They're getting, 2 pieces, and then it just stops. And as soon as that sort of second hill rotation begins, those top North American teams, they play a full game. And it just seems like, these international teams aren't used to playing that full game where they have to go 100%. Maybe it's the tilt factor over there, but North American teams, they will come back and beat you.
And on to that point, like, Clay's 4-15, right? Like, I want to hear Fnatic getting loud. You're beating them. You're shutting him down. Their most important player almost. And you're not getting loud. Like Clay is 4-15, and then you allow him to just make that streak happen, and then you hear Clay erupt. I mean, every kill he got, he was screaming. He wasn't missing. You just can't let him get on a roll like that, or you're going to see that steamroll effect.
And that's a great point. Honestly, we've seen the teams that have been showing that energy have success early on here at the Pro League. So if you're one of these teams watching, waiting in week 3 and 4 and going into playoffs, get loud. The energy will pay off for you. Clay's just screaming, and you saw the type of game he had.
Definitely a fantastic way to kick off week number 2 here. And we're mentioning still plenty of games to be played here at the Global Pro League. But for everyone, of course, watching at home, we should mention a little bit about EVE, MLG's enhanced viewing experience. You can see it in action only on mlg.tv/call or COD. Up to date, of course, event statistics. You have featured POVs as well, which I believe this week you can actually vote on Twitter. So that's a pretty exciting feature. Of course, the score streak prediction game as well, and that fantastic source quality. But as we said, still so many games to be played here at week 2 of the Global Pro League. Coming up next on the main stage, it's going to be Evil Geniuses versus Rise.
What makes Rise Nation a good team is the fact that it's 3 teams from a really core team that used to have Nagafin, which is my teammate now. So they have chemistry, and then they just bring in Looney, So it's really just a raw talent player kind of team. They have the leader in Bryce and just raw slayers like Yuli and Felony. And then Looney's just their objective player, so they're really good.
Evil Geniuses, the reason they're a good team, I think, is because they're on the same page at all times.
Honestly, like just watching Rise play, what really gives us the edge versus them is depends on how we're feeling that day. If we come today and we just come in slaying, then I feel like no one has a chance at touching us.
They're very consistent in what they do. They do the same things every time, in my opinion. So it's going to be kind of easy to counter if we do our research. Our main focus versus Evil Geniuses is probably search and destroy. If we could take the searches off of them, I don't think we'll have a problem with beating them.
We have a lot of brains on this team when it comes to like search and destroy and a lot of strategy-wise too. So if we just come in and kill, I'm pretty sure nobody can touch us.
Welcome back to the Call of Duty Global Pro League presented by PlayStation 4. So many awesome games have been played so far at the Global Pro League and so many more awesome games to come as well. Of course, week 2, day 1 now fully underway. We'll talk a little bit about our next matchup on the main stage, of course, Evil Geniuses versus Rise. And Aix, I actually want to kick this conversation off with you. Of course, you go all the way back to Vegas. You find yourself in a grand final against this Rise squad. But then, since then, Rise, they haven't really found their click, if you will. They've had very on and off like performances.
Yeah,
What's been going wrong, I guess?
They've kind of been like us outside of that Paris performance, but maybe the OSA ban. I know with Facinto at Vegas, he was the best player at the event by far. He was the objective player, the OSA player. He did it all in every game mode, so it was very impressive to see that. Maybe that kind of changed their play style a little bit, but ever since then, I just feel like this team hasn't got their click right? Like, you don't see their roles meshing as well as they used to, so I don't really know what it could be, but hopefully they figured it out and got it turned around for the week 2.
When you watch them play, it just seems like similar to sort of you guys. If they have a bad day, it's the worst day ever. If you look at their pool play performance at Dallas, at Atlanta, they go 0-3 or 1-2. It's tough for them to bounce back. They put themselves in such a horrible position where, you know, they get first at the first event, then they get like 12 through 16, then it's third place, then it's 16 through 20. So it just very inconsistent placings. You're not too sure what you're going to get from this team.
And then, of course, we talk a little bit about Evil Geniuses, Momo, and it's a very similar story almost. I mean, they clutch up in emphatic style. You've got to give them the credit they deserve, but still, they seem to have struggled for most of the part of the year.
Yeah, EG for me, like Rise, inconsistency. You know, great times, good times, but also those terrible times as well. And the last memory I have of EG was obviously at Dallas. You know, they were going toe-to-toe with, obviously, Rise, and it was that kind of qualification. We saw them go up, I think it was against the Gosu crew as well. And we saw them clutch up, and that was where we saw Havoc going crazy. We saw, I think, Nameless as well. That is a team that can get very, very hyped. The likes of Study as well, watch out for him. But Evil Genius, I'm just sat here now thinking, which Rise do we see? Which Evil Genius do we see? And who comes out on top?
And you also got to think that matchup, that could have been Evil Genius's CWL Global Pro League spot. Like, if they beat them, they don't make it. So.
And I think we are all thinking that. I think we saw, as soon as we saw that Dallas losers bracket come out, we're like, well, this is going to be difficult and probably not possible, but they were able to pull it through. And, I mean, as Phil said, to me, this is a huge matchup because you were not too sure what you're going to get from these two teams. So this is going to tell a huge part of their story.
It also went down to a Game 5. So are we going to predict another Game 5 here? Like, it could be a super close one.
Potentially. I mean, we'll take a look at our maps for the game coming up next on the main stage. Breakout, Hardpoint, Retaliation, Search and Destroy, Throwback, Uplink, Throwback, Hardpoint. And if it does go the distance, a Breakout, Search and Destroy. Aix, I'm going to let you answer your own question. Does this one go to a Game 5 now you've seen the maps?
I think Game 1 definitely favors Rise, but after that, yeah, it could be a toss-up. We could see a Game 5 here. I think we might.
Well, Merc,
I definitely agree with him. I think Breakout, I think you talk about Aqua, Facento, those are great AR players. Not sure how Evil Genius is on that side. I mean, it's going to be very difficult for them, but those throwbacks can definitely see EG in sort of their aggressive play style pick it up and win those maps.
Well, excited to get the second match of week 2 underway. We can set it down to the wonderful Maven and the fantastic Mr. X.
Thank you, Ben. All right, so we're going to get into this one, and I had a chance to talk to EG a bit yesterday during media day, and there's two things it comes down to for me, for them to win. It's the S&D and it's also Havoc. You know, the guy spoke really highly of Havoc. Yes. You know, I think we both watched him. He blew up last year. He was streaming. He was very talented. He hasn't really clicked yet this year.
He had a lot of highlight plays last year, but it just really kind of hasn't
transitioned into wins, so to speak, on like a top pro level. But I did hear that as well. He kind of put the streaming to the side, really kind of focused on practice coming into this week, kind of putting all his eggs in this basket.
And these teams are similar from a standpoint that you expect them both to be good at search, right? When you look at the roster that's on Rise Nation, you expect them to be good at search. When you looked at EG, you expected this team to be good at search. They weren't for most of the year. I asked them what changed. They said it was Nagafin. We let him be the shot caller. Before, there were too many voices amongst them. All four were trying to make shot calls. They gave that leadership role to Nagafin in search. They won 85% of their S&Ds at Dallas, man.
Which is insane, and I don't expect you to win 85% of your search and destroys consistently. Like, I'd be stunned if they come into this. Well, quite frankly, they come into this weekend and do that, they're most likely going through in a top 2 spot. I think you look at these two teams and just this group overall, it's very hard to predict because you have, I feel like, Fnatic, Rise, and EG. They're all kind of like in the same mold. Like, they're all kind of like the same team. Like, you're really looking at some of these guys on some of these teams that have been inconsistent in the past. Which one is going to show up?
The reason that I actually took Rise second in the group is just because I feel like their ceiling is much higher than the other two. Yeah. When they're playing their best, they're a very terrifying team. And the reason they struggled, they bomb out top 20. I think they only beat Era at Dallas, just one series, was their search. I mean, they typically are great. They win 14% of their searches. They're absolutely abysmal. As much as I don't think EG will come in and win 85% of their searches, I don't think Rise is going to struggle that badly in searching.
I'd be shocked if they did. I think Rise is a very talented team. Obviously, we saw the core 3 from that group last year place consistently throughout the season. I do think, though, EG, there's a little bit of... I actually think they get second this weekend. Not many people agreed. I think they show up. I think this is a team that they put in so much work to get to this point that to get here and then kind of lay a dud and be a disappointment would just kind of throw all that work out the window.
Well, I think there's just, there's fans. What was it? It was like one of the first roundtable discussions we did where you asked me, or somebody did, why do you root for EG? Why do you want EG to win? I was like, they just have like the likable guys. Like Nagafin gets dropped, is trying to rebound. You know, Havoc, I love watching the guys stream, study one of the most likable players, Nameless, longtime veteran. You kind of pull for them without wanting to. And I saw some fans talking about it as well. Like I saw someone said, I have EG taken second. Why? Because I like them.
And this series easily could come down to which duo on each side plays better. And obviously Nameless and Nagafin, we talk about both of them being very good for the side of EG, and Aqua and Facento for the side of Rise Nation. Which of those other two players for their respective teams is going to play better may determine this series.
Well, here we go. We're kicking things off with Nameless, the fight for mid-map. Watching lower HUD is Nameless. Checks it, but able to pick up a kill up top before dropping 3 kills. Go the way of Looney and crew, but they're able to pick up the Hardpoint player there.
Yeah, now right now, nobody in control of the Hardpoint. A lot of this hill time is just going to be kind of up for contention. Maybe just white as Aches called. I kind of like that term, just leaving it completely open. Nobody in the Hardpoint at all. And now you will see teams try and set up for cell block. That'll be on the bottom right-hand side. Your mini-map players will go try and set up for that Hardpoint. That's where you get a ton of time on. But right now, Rise Nation coming out the gates, killing EG, 24-1 and counting.
And Looney off to a bit of a streak here. He started out 3-0. He's 100 off the Scarab. And it's important that he plays big because he will be the camo player right now for this side. Facento and Looney combining to shut things down. But I want you to break down. So for maybe new viewers at home, I know Jack and I talked a lot about this map, about how no lead can be secure. Why we see these big swings. Why does that happen on this map as we hear Rise getting hyped in the background?
Yeah, Aqua just destroys 2 players. Looney's still on a 4 streak as Rise Nation, they get control of cell block. But this is a map where you can snowball pretty heavily. And so like once you get cell block and you get a lot of time there, potentially earn some score streaks, then you go over to Graveyard. It's a fairly easy rotation over towards that Hardpoint. You don't have to play for Cave right away. You can kind of go from that right-hand side. You can get control of that hill. Then once you have control of Graveyard, you can easily rotate over to Commissary. You can kind of chain those 3 hills together, make up a ton of points.
Yeah, that chain you're talking about, the big reason why you'll see big leads disappear. But speaking of big leads, 51-1. Rise Nation in control right now of this Hardpoint. And, as much as we talk about the fact that we think it's going to come down to the S&Ds, just statistically for this group, EG has yet to prove that they can be, hang with the top teams in respawn game modes. And maybe we're seeing a little bit of early 2017 Rise Nation right now.
Oh, I mean, this is great to see if you're a Rise Nation fan. I mean, we can hear them here in the venue. They are hyped. They are loud. And that's when you see Facento and Felony play at their best, right? When they have that high-energy gameplay. And our Evil Geniuses right now just need to figure out a way to kind of
stop the bleeding, so to speak. I mean, they're starting to earn some points here in Graveyard. We did talk, you can chain these together. If they can go into the second half of this game only down, 30, 40 points, I think EG would probably be pretty happy with that.
Yeah, with the way this has started, you'd have to be happy. But they're going to be now trying to push through Cave. It's Looney and crew trying to shut it down. Nice angle there as he peeks over the top and finds two. Keeps on building towards that camo. Has the Scarab to work with as well. Now they're going to push down Snow Street. The guy watching middle is going to be Looney. His teammate trying to get set up at helipad. That's going to be Felony. That'll be in the back of the map. But he actually loses his one-on-one. So two of your early rotators drop on the backside. Aqua going to try and do it from the front. Everyone gets killed in rotation right there for Rise Nation.
Yeah, big kills coming in from EG. Should be able to hold Commissary. You see Study watching this wall run. It's going to be a death trap if any of the players from Rise try and go this route. You need to break this through the middle, then maybe start flooding players over towards the wall run, get a pinch.
And they need Study to pick it up. You know, just speakly talking statistically from Dallas, from a KD standpoint, he was their weakest player really in Respawn, also in Search. I mean, think back to Black Ops 3. Like, what was it? It was Anaheim. Remember that monster performance for Study? He was dropping 50 bombs.
He's a momentum player. He's a momentum player. When things are great for Study, they just keep getting better. I mean, he is just dominant right now. Havoc on a 4 streak. Currently trying to get back towards that hard point. But for me, this team this weekend, it's Nameless. I mean, if he plays well, they can contend with anybody. A 4 streak on this hard point as well. You know, playing a little bit of a slower AR roll with the NV4 in his hands. Just playing at a further distance. And EG going to get the 60 points on the board. And I think for how bad their start was, it's actually a fairly decent first half of the game for EG.
It can be streaky for sure. Like you mentioned, several streaks coming in for EG. They're not really able to build anything, though, from a score streak capacity. Nagafin, though, doing a good job holding the corner, staying alive, but Felony gets aggressive, pushes him out. You see him tagged up, looking over his teammate. As now they're set up for mid-map. You want to control this backside. As they find that kill, you should see your blue player spawn all the way on the opposite side of the map. There you see number 5 and 7. That's going to be Nameless and Study popping. So you're controlling that cell block side, and you're getting time in the hard point. This is perfect for Rise Nation right now.
Best case scenario for Rise Nation. You see Felony still inside of the hard point. You see more streaks coming out for the side of Rise Nation. It's going to be Looney picking up one with a Scarab. But if you are EG, you need to get over towards cell block, because you can bring this game right back.
Yeah,
I mean, you get a full 40 over there, you're looking good. Maybe one of your guys gets streaks, and you see it's going to be Nameless set up all the way in the back, has no teammate support, though.
For a moment, I'm not sure what Rise Nation did wrong, but they actually split the spawn. So you saw a couple players spawn on that back cell block hangar for Evil Geniuses. But thankfully for Rise Nation, they're able to wrap back and get set up, and they're going to get the early time.
Yeah, but you see how far away the players of EG still are spawning from cell block. Nameless wins a gunfight in the middle of the map, but he's spawning all the way back, almost by helipad. It's going to take, 10, 15 seconds. So whether you're fighting guys mid-map to make it all the way back, that's free time for Rise Nation.
And right now, if you're EG, you're kind of dropping one by one by one. You see the 5 on the minimap is Nameless. He was the only guy really alive. I was going to say he cannot die, but he at least finds an entry kill. So it'll be a 3v3 for a second. But if you're Rise, this is why spawn's so important. Your teammate spawns, he's got 10 feet to run to get to the hard point. Your teammate spawns for EG, he's going to hike the whole way across the map. Rise doing some damage here. EG finally, though, able to break.
Yeah, I mean they're going to get the last 15 seconds, which really, doesn't mean much here on this hard point. Nagafen coming around the outside. That would have been a big gunfight. He picks up that, does not need to push any further, just holds that position. He has teammates coming from the other angle. They're able to pinch, maybe get control of Graveyard early. But Nagafen falls, and now it's going to be EG trying to break in.
Well, that's what's tough. You get that 4 down, you clear them out of cell block, you spawn them right on Graveyard. So like, okay, take those 15 points. We'll get set up for the next one. Looney and Aqua combining to find a couple of kills. They're going back into 4th, but right back into the hard point is Rise Nation. It's Nameless, though, inside a cave that's able to pick up a couple of kills. You see on X-Ray, it's EG flying forward, but they're flying forward one by one. They're making it easy pickings for Felony and crew in the back.
Yeah, I mean, Felony has 2 teammates to his left. There's nobody really kind of putting any pressure on him, like good pressure, like players, getting on the wall run, trying to bait and switch from each other. It's easy kills for the members of Rise Nation, as they're going to take the last 20 seconds or so here on Graveyard. And I feel like every time even we go on the rotational kills, whether it's Felony, any of the guys on Rise Nation, they're always winning these fights.
Well, now Felony gets back to helipad, so they're going to have the favorable spawns here for Commissary. There's an ability to pinch. The number 2 on the minimap is Looney. He's going to be set up around Showers, so he's just waiting for the collapse to happen. As soon as the hit comes, here's the call. So Felony's going to hit around the back. Looney's going to hit on the opposite side. They're both going to come in soaring. Looney drops on the other end. It's Felony, though, able to trade it out. So Looney becomes a bit of a bait there, but there's more players for EG to hold on.
Yeah, Looney goes a bit early, though. So the kill on Looney, they're able to pick it up. And then because he goes early, it doesn't create enough of a distraction where Felony can slide in and pick up an early 2-piece. Allows EG to react to that flank coming in. And they're able to take care of Felony. And now you see EG racking up some time. You had Nameless on a 3 streak. More pressure coming in, though, from Rise Nation. And they were able to break it with just brute force, Maeve. Just not like real, like, no great, like, trying to pinch, like, great timings. Like, they're just out slaying them on the point.
They really are, and if you take a look at the top right with regards to the slang, Felony, Looney, Facento, all sitting in that positive 4 to 6 range. They've been doing an excellent job here getting their edge for their team, and then for the objective, it's Facento. You heard Eggs talk about how good Facento was in Vegas, whether it was the objective, whether it was a slang. He was a beast. He's doing it right now. 20 kills, and he's got a minute 45 in the hard point. What's he doing right here, bud?
I mean, Facento was dominant back in Vegas. I mean, if he can kind of recapture any of that, like, not even the full potential of what he was.
Give me 80% of that.
Yeah, give me 80% of that, and I'm pretty good. I mean, he was just an absolute beast, and you're seeing him at the beginning of this game, what he's capable of. He's capable of picking up the kills, grabbing the objective time as well. But I think Looney, him and Facento are kind of interchangeable, I want to say. Like, sometimes you'll see Looney, he'll end up just by where you are, just being, on the map. Like, he'll end up being the bait, and maybe Facento will pick up the kills. Maybe one game because Looney's on a hot streak. Facento's the one kind of pushing those things out. So those guys have a real good teamwork with each other.
Well, Looney is going to be the guy in the hard point here. He's going to see an nade come through. Just basically bounce directly in front of him. Another one coming over the top. He's in a good position here to not have to really worry about those nades. And he snaps on the Sunny as he flies out. Gets the call. There's one from behind. As his teammate drops, he's able to find that as well. So a nice close to that hard point for Looney. He's 25 off the Scarab. He's got camo if he needs to make the break here. But the collapse is coming from Rise Nation. They're all soaring in. He's going to use the Scarab here to scout this outer wall run. Actually, look to push him. He knows there's one below. Not going to pick up a kill.
Yeah, and he's going to fall. And that's why, personally, like the Scarab, like any score streak that takes me out of my person I have to control, like I am just totally against in a respawn game mode. I mean, he doesn't pull out the Scarab right there. He probably pops camo. He can kill the first guy that slides in. Maybe you pick up another one. And Rise Nation still has control of this hard point. But I mean, with such a big lead for Rise Nation, you can't really kind of harp on somebody like that.
But this, oh God, Havoc. I thought with the reactive, he may be able to pick up both those kills. Speaking to Havoc, speaking to his teammates, they expected a big performance out of him. He said this is the first event this year he's coming in where he knows he's going to play well. He's having a pretty solid game in the objective and the slaying department, but it's not enough. Rise can win it here. You need to at least get a contest. If you're EG, they can't get through, and game 1 goes to Rise.
It's a scary start for EG, man. If Rise Nation is going to slay like that in the respawn game modes, you're going to need Nameless to show up in a big way for EG. I really think if Nameless played a little bit better towards the beginning of that game, got rolling, you got a good game from Havoc, that one is a lot closer. I think you're looking at Nameless going in the uplink, see if he can bring it back.
They didn't get top 8 at Dallas because of their respawn, though. It was that phenomenal search and destroy gameplay. Nagafin on your screen, the shot caller. They need to take this game, too, because if they go down 2-0, I mean, similar to last series, I feel like this is tough.
You're not going to win series if you're only great at one game mode. Like, I mean, you're just not.
You have the ability to push it. Same with similar to Fnatic. Like, you have the ability to push longer series, though. You're not always going to take it, but if you're phenomenal at S&D and you can steal a respawn here and there, I mean, you get through it on game.
Well, I guess the saving grace is with a format like this, like just winning maps generally is important against teams. Like, I mean, just don't get 3-0'd. Like, that's the one thing. Like, that was the issue with Cloud9. I mean, they just couldn't stop getting 3-0'd the first day or so.
Well, when these two teams, I think, matched up in the losers bracket in Dallas, it was an early 2-0 lead, actually, for EG. So they took the 2-0 maps. Rise brought it back, though, pushed it all to a Game 5 after stomping them, I think, 12-2 in the uplink. They come rolling back. It gets to the Game 5, but that's where they clutch up. They win both the search and destroy. So they're capable of it, but one of these respawns has to go your way.
You don't want to go into a tournament like that. Like, you don't want to put so much pressure on yourself that you have to win the S&Ds, and then, like, even if when you win the S&D, you're still trying to figure out a way to win a respawn, not the way you want to go about things.
Well, on the other side, it is Rise Nation. They've had an up and down year. If you're new to competitive Call of Duty, take a look. Let's see how Rise got to this point. Rise Nation, as an organization, came into Infinite Warfare after having their best year in 2016. The team underwent drastic changes heading into the new title, with only Looney remaining on the roster.
Looney, you guys made a couple of roster changes under Rise, and now you find yourself on a grand final. How good does that feel?
It feels great, man. And, you know, they've been a consistent top 3 team, so it was obvious I was going to go after these guys when my teammates left me, and we're here again.
Looney would build the team around himself by adding Facento, Felony, and Aqua. The former Elevate trio had been teaming together since MLG Anaheim of last year, while the Facento and Aqua duo goes back even further. This is a team built around chemistry and strong S&D play. This new look Rise Nation roster came out of the gates hot. They took home first place at the CWL Vegas event, with Facento being crowned MVP for the tournament. But from there, things got a bit shaky. Due to the fact that Rise Nation consistently performed poorly in the 2K tournaments, they needed to rely on top finishes at the international major events. From their first place finish in Vegas, they dropped to top 12 in Atlanta. But a week later, they appear to be back in form with a 3rd place finish at CWL Paris. But my, how the mighty have fallen. At CWL Dallas, things couldn't have looked worse for Rise Nation. They went 1-3 in pools, which resulted in starting in the losers bracket. In their first bracket play match, they would face off against Evil Geniuses. Rise Nation would lose that series and be knocked out of the tournament incredibly early, having only won 1 series the entire weekend. Rise Nation thus far will be defined by their polarizing performances. From a first place finish at CWL Vegas to a team that didn't look like they even belonged in the GPL at Dallas. The changes in the meta of the game has affected their ability to compete, and their confidence seems to be lost heading into the Global Pro League. How can they recapture the form that they began the year with? Well, first, Facento needs to prove he can perform on the level he did at CWL Vegas consistently. And overall, the team needs to get back to the basics. Normally, this is a group of players that excel in Search and Destroy, but they won only 14% of their S&Ds at Dallas. Looney needs to rally the troops and find ways to dig up the confidence they once had. Tune in April 28th to 30th to see how Rise Nation perform in Stage 1 of the CWL Global Pro League.
S&D, not the strongest game mode for Rise Nation. You saw the 14% win rate at CWL Dallas, but I gotta say, I love that outfit that you were wearing in that video, Maeve. It's actually the same exact one you have on right now.
It's funny.
I don't know if you planned for that, but
I probably wrote that script, month and a half ago, recorded the video for it a month ago, 3 weeks. No, I did not plan to have the same exact blazer and shirt on.
That's something I would have done. I would have planned it out.
It looks for a second like, yeah, I sprinted to the back and recorded that video live, and I hopped back up to cast. That is not what happened. No, we prepare these quite far in advance. But you know, that video does a good job of telling the story of how Rise Nation got to this point and sort of backs up the story we were telling through that first match, that a lot of this is going to be on S&D. And there's a huge ceiling for this Rise Nation team. They have people, you know, you've got 2nd place finishes at champs amongst these guys. They won Vegas. You know they're capable of winning tournaments.
Well, it's just interesting for a team that's always been consistent, like year after year. It's like this is the first time we've seen them kind of be up and down, a little bit inconsistent. I mean, they come out, they get their first big major tournament win at the beginning of the year in Vegas, and then they fall all the way down to their poor performance in Dallas by the time the end of all of our events leading up to the Global Pro League were done. It's just a really odd start to the year so far for Rise Nation, but you expect this team so strong to turn it around.
Yeah, this is also a big series for a couple of the guys. Like, think about it from Looney and Nagafin's perspective. You know, you drop Nagafin, Looney's then the guy that's going to be on Rise Nation. This is an important series for him. He want to prove he's the one that belongs. He belongs here over Naga, and for Naga, you want to teach Rise a lesson. Like, you drop me, all right, I'm going to come at you hot in this series. So 2 guys with a lot of pride on the line. But let's see how things develop here in round 1.
And I love the way we've seen Retaliation S&D played so far, at least this weekend. You see the first kill going in favor of Rise Nation. It's going to be Facento able to take out Naga. But we've seen so much pressure over towards the A site. You know, they do some adjustments to the spawns on the defensive end. Yeah. You can get down towards the bomb site quicker, over towards the platform a little bit faster, and it's evened out the map a little bit. We don't see just mostly B hits consistently. Yeah. You see a lot of the pressure now going over towards A.
Well, it's funny. I was talking to one of the stats guys that you know helps us out here with statistics, and you know we were talking about the spawn change here on defense. How you basically move up 5 feet, something like that. But how much it can change the map? How much 5 feet changes something like Search and Destroy?
I love that stuff. It's like spawn. And they say like you read the patch notes. It's like, oh, this gun was adjusted by like 3%. You're like, oh, like what's the 3%? Then you play, it's like, oh man, like it's completely different. Or like there's something like just moving the spawns a little bit further up, changing timings completely. You see how it's affected this map.
Exactly. You know, there's a reason that one of the most common phrases in Call of Duty is COD timing, right? When things come down to timing, inches matter so much. But let's see now. Rise on the board first. It was Havoc stuck in kind of a 1v4, but in round 2, things developing at the A site. So similar attacks for both sides, but it's Aqua finding the first blood and starting out 3-0. And Nagathon not able to grab that bond yet. It's at the corner here.
This is a very difficult position to play with the sniper in hand. I mean, what, you really only have one angle unless you kind of show your entire body. He turns around, though, able to take Vicento out.
2 angles!
Vicento, though, actually takes out Studdy, so puts some shots in Studdy, and Studdy falls to his death there. We'll see if Naga and Havoc can clutch this 2v2. Naga knows exactly where one more player is. Not able to win the fight against Aqua. It'll be Havoc, the only one up.
Well, he tried a 1v4. Now it's his chance for a 1v2. Can he get it done? Both players line him up. He's down, and it's high fives around for Rise Nation as they take a 2-0 edge. And Aqua, a big part of that, he started out great in this game.
You know, I believe Aqua has moved. So a lot of the things we've talked about with Aqua in the past is, has not had great practice online. His internet's really poor, not able to, play consistently. Believe he has now moved, solved that problem, and it's really helped him able to get some good practice in.
It's a thing of confidence too, right? When I talk to, as much as I talked to Evil Geniuses and they spoke about expecting big things from Havoc, when I talked to Felony on Hot Mic yesterday, he said Aqua's his guy. If he was going to pick maybe an MVP, a guy to go off this weekend, it's 100% Aqua. And he's 5-0, and you can see at the top right, he's already almost earned that payload. 6 stuff from him as he wins another gunfight. Aqua going off and EG getting blasted. And this is why Rise is scary.
These rounds are quick.
If they fix their search and destroy, they can beat anyone. They can beat a team like FaZe.
Well, let's be real. I mean, we came into this event, and if Rise showed up, we would have easily said they're the #2 team in this.
The only reason we didn't is because they were so bad at Dallas.
They were so bad, yes.
Erase Dallas, and yes, they're a little bit up and down, but you have a first place finish. You have a third place finish.
Oh, they've been great. I mean, it's just Dallas. They were really poor, and it's an odd stat line. Looney 0-0 with 1 plant and a 3-0 start for his team. But right now, I mean, on the side of EG, Naga and Studdy, the only one with kills. Naga falls already.
Can we go to Aqua? We have to. He's 7-0. The guy hasn't dropped yet. Let's show Aqua's POV as he found another first blood, another in front. He wins that 8-0, 50 off the bombardment. Let's not leave this man screen. He's yet to drop. He's been a stud. You saw Clayster and Wuskin going off on this map. Now it's his turn.
Yeah, I mean, he has double the amount of kills on everybody on EG combined. I mean, he's just been absolutely dominating the game thus far.
Snap.
Launching over towards Market, dead. It's pretty easy there. There'll be one more player alive. Havoc, the only one up for EG right now.
How many times are we going to say that this map?
I mean, maybe not many more, because it's about to be 4-0 in favor of Rise, but...
It's been a 1v4, a 1v2, another 1v2. Havoc able to kill Aqua. I believe Aqua already got fully streaked out, though, but Havoc can do this. 15 seconds to work with. One in front. Facento too low. You hear the hype coming from Rise Nation. They keep rolling, buddy.
I mean, that was a great attempt by Havoc. I mean, he played that the only way you possibly could. I mean, a few more bullets into Facento there. He's able to win that gunfight, maybe give EG some momentum, but it is 4-0 in favor of Rise Nation here in map #2. We talked about it. EG so strong at Dallas in S&D, an 85% win rate. Rise Nation, extremely poor, 14% win rate. You can throw that all out the window now.
Well, I mean, think about, I guess a good way to describe how up and down, or I guess how much Dallas affected our opinions. Think back to, what was it, Atlanta, where Rise and FaZe were in the same group? We had them as the 1-2 clearly. Like, there was no conversation, really. We thought they were going to come out 1-2 in that group. Fast forward, though, 3 months, and now when we're looking at this, like, we had no idea. Like, Rise could get second. They could get last. Rise could win the group. Like, they are the X factor here without question, because they have such a high ceiling and such a low floor.
Yeah, and I mean, it's interesting. I mean, right, Dallas happens, and there's changes to the game, changes to the map pool. We don't see teams scrim for a very long time. You just don't know what to expect. And, I mean, if you were going off into this event, like on just Dallas play, I mean, Rise Nation was very poor at Dallas. I think they would tell you that themselves.
Oh, yeah.
They have looked like a completely different team right now.
This is what we want to see from Rise Nation. They open up the year with a win, and now looking poised to start to pick things up at the most important time of the year, because these next couple of months, man, you've got over $3 million on the line for Call of Duty, $700,000 per stage. The $1.5 million up for grabs for the Call of Duty Championship. This is insane stuff, but now the plant coming in from Ludi. We're still in a 4v4. That took a while to get down.
Yeah, they were trying to open it up for the flank to come in from Fellow. Nameless actually team kills there in the hotel hallway, so immediately he's going to be the last one up. It'll be Looney and Felony with bomb down. They're able to find Nameless, take him out. 5-0 in favor of Rise. Aix has his hands in the sky. He's like, what is going on right now? I agree. I mean, it's been a really poor S&D from EG.
Well, I'm curious to hear what Merc says, because Merc, I believe he thought when he saw the map set that this could be a 3-0 for Rise Nation. I don't know that he had it a 3-0 in this fashion, where you, what was it, 250 to 100 basically, now it's 5-0. I didn't expect this stopping. I mean, this is the kind of thrashing over EG that you're just suddenly like, okay, Rise can now win this group. Like, it changes it entirely.
And we talked about EG, you know, some of their players, they go off momentum. You see Study, though, able to pick up a first blood. I mean, they play right after this against Fnatic, who look pretty strong against FaZe. I mean, they don't win the series, but they played them pretty tough. Be a pretty bad day for EG. So you see Aqua trying to get behind enemy lines here. There's one player directly in front of him. He's the only one up, though. This would be a 1v3 clutch and an ace in this round if he's able to do it.
And remember, too, last week, not that the group will break down like that, but how important one map can be, right? Like, Envy gets the first spot basically because of one map. So already you have Fnatic taking a map off of FaZe. If EG can't take a map off of Rise, like, it comes down to the wire, man, when we're looking at day 3.
Yeah, and you see Aqua put a lot of shots into Nameless, I believe. The back shield saves him there. It's going to get tagged up by one more player. It's going to be EG taking their first round here. Be a huge comeback if they've, you know, even to make this one interesting, they'd have to win, you know, 3 consecutive rounds. Be very difficult to do.
Yeah, I think Aix from the desk just signaled me 3-0. He's feeling like they are going to keep stampeding right now through this team. And, I mean, when you look at it, too, I know Uplink has varied through AW, through Black Ops 3, now into Infinite Warfare, but historically, this Rise roster, you're talking about players that excel in Uplink, right? They're a team that can be very, very good in that mode. They haven't exactly showed that throughout the entire year, but it's still, I think, scary for Evil Geniuses.
And it was Nameless getting aggressive on the defensive end, able to pick up one, a quick trade, though, so it'll be evened up at a 3v3. See Study getting control of this top plat. Trying to make something happen on the backside is Havoc, though. He's able to get one, a really good flank.
I think this map plays way, way better since they changed the
Without doubt.
spawns. I mean, how much more you see the players spread out across the map, the fact you actually have to worry about defending 2 sites, the fact when your offense you don't really have one play call just to fly out mid-map and nade those market steps. I really, really like how this plays. But Facento able to find Havoc in the corner. Now we're going to have a 2 versus 2.
Yeah, it used to be so difficult for the defensive team to go down towards B. I used to feel so bad when I would see them going all the way down the B stairs and the nades are coming out from the offensive side. It's like, well, there's 2 players dead already. We're in a 2v4 situation.
It's like you're trying to storm a beach. Just nades coming in, bullets, nothing you can do. But Study able to find a kill. It's not going to be Facento trying to do the 1v2, but as soon as we flip, he drops, and now that is back-to-back rounds here for EG. And you talk about they've got some streaky players. They can get hot. Matt, can they do the impossible with a 0-5 comeback?
I mean, it is certainly possible. Is it likely? No. I mean, Rise, they've been so strong throughout this Search and Destroy. I highly doubt they throw this one away. But it is good to see that EG is showing some signs of life, that they're not just going to fold here in game number 2.
And you got to think about, you know, you have Aqua in a spot, like if they have an offensive round, they get a planted A. He has a Trinity Rocket too. He can play, he can hide, play safe. Like, they have a lot of weapons here to close this game out.
Certainly do.
Yeah, but Aqua, 12-4, doing everything he can. Havoc, 3-6. He has been in a lot of tough spots. I mean, to be fair, he's been 1v something, it feels like half these rounds.
I feel like we said that 2 or 3 rounds at this point.
Yeah.
Through the game. We're on board with Facento. So he's bringing a Scarab here, just going to angle it, see if anyone's in garage, can look down, so get some vision, knows there's at least one player in that top plat, maybe saw the second player in the window. That's going to force Looney back down here in a market, trying to watch the cross.
Well, he saw one push up by the car, tags him up a little bit, pushes him back with a nade. You can see all the blue arrows kind of bunched up mid-map. Hotel and also controlling Bike and the swarm of red arrows that kind of control the perimeter of the map. When is the collapse going to come through? You just need one more round for Rise Nation.
And Rise investing a lot into this round. You see the bombs going to go down at B. Aqua's able to pick up one. Just hovering the missile down, knows exactly where these other players are. They're going to probably try and challenge Study here in garage. They need to get him out of this spot if they're going to get on the bomb.
And did you lose the round that he used the bombardment? So are you going to lose? You at risk of maybe both the streaks being used and taking those rounds? That would be huge. Havoc going off. He's found 2 in a row. Havoc trying to do it. It's Facento now left, trying to make the plays. He's tagged up from both sides. They know where he is. The flank is coming through, and there's Havoc. So you use a Trinity, you don't win the round. You use a bombardment, you don't win the round. This is basically one failed payload use from this being an 0-5 comeback.
This game is slowly starting to remind me of Splice Infuse Hunted S&D.
Oh, I take it back. They won the bombardment round.
Oh, they did? Okay.
Yeah, it was round 5. I thought it was round 6.
You remember that match? Splice versus, I believe it was Splice Infused, stage 2, where I believe it was Splice. They were up like 5-1. They had all the abilities, all the streaks, and they end up losing it. Right now, you do have Naga with his payload ability. Nobody really that close on the side of Rise Nation, which, you know, if they had another one, they probably put this game away, but now you're even getting Havoc close to his. This is getting scary for Rise, especially if EG wins this round.
Looney gonna be able to get the plant down. He's getting flanked out. Havoc, surprise, he gets behind. He doesn't actually get the kill. What a big one from Facento. Not only do you find that first blood, but you also stop him from preventing Looney from getting the bomb plant.
That is a huge kill by Facento. He picks up another one during this round, making it 3. Facento going for the ace. Study the only one up. He's gonna fall, and Rise Nation, they'll hold on and take our game number 2, 6-3.
We said we needed Vegas Facento. You know, it was getting it done with the OSA that tournament. Here it was the NV4. He gets 3 kills, shuts down the potential comeback that was coming in for EG. So, I mean, it got a little bit scary. I was wrong. I thought that they lost the round 6 with bombardment, but the guys on the desk corrected me. They took that. You don't get the win with the Trinity Rocket. Again, it's like one more like failed round. I think you really start to get nervous if you're Rise. Yeah. But Facento kind of puts the team on his back in that final round. I mean, Aqua got him there.
Yeah, for Rise, I mean, if EG wins that round and we see like 5-4, then I think you see Rise really start to get worried because they probably have gone through all their abilities, all their streaks, and then you have EG starting to come up with some of their abilities, which they may have been able to make a comeback. But Rise Nation does a good job shutting the door on EG.
Yeah, Facento, the 3 kills there prove huge, but the man of the match, I mean, Aqua was incredible. I know Looney, I think he had 1 kill to go, but he was the guy getting the bomb down, the guy calling out for his team. It was Aqua finding all the kills. He has an incredible performance there in game 2, but it's Uplink up next after this quick break.
Welcome back to the CWL Global Pro League in Columbus, Ohio. Before this map number 3 starts, I'm going to get a little bit of a breakdown for you guys. We see Uplink played a lot here in these series, and I just want to highlight, throwback the map coming up for you guys in map number 3, how you want to sort of set up and basically what you need to do off of kills. We see some teams that are very good at contributing those kills and converting them over to points, and I'm going to explain a little bit why. So as we break this map down just a little bit, we see these stalemate situations. We see the drone reset at that middle, right? It all comes down to these NV4 players we see at the top of the map. You have Aqua looking over towards the Nameless battle, and it really starts here. We're going to see these battles go down time and time again. As soon as these players are taken out on this left side of the map, Nameless goes down as well. It's sort of like a flood of kills. Basically, if Rai is going to be able to get this drone picked up over towards this middle map, it creates these lanes initially. And here's where teams start to have their problems, right? Looney will most likely be the one with the drone. He's going to take this route over here, over towards Lime. He needs his players to push out in front of him instead and be the lead blocker. When teams have these sort of issues, they try and rush one of these steps just a little bit too early, and that's why they get taken out and aren't able to score points effectively. So when you're looking at these teams picking up these first set of kills in middle map, the teams that take it to the next level are able to set up, get control of the map on the side of the map that they need to over towards here, outside of Barn at the hay. If they're able to do that effectively, they can get the lane over to get those 1-point scores into the drone location, and that's how you win throwback uplink. So that's going to do it for me here. Hopefully we get a good map 3. Back to the casters.
Great stuff. T breaking it down. It is Uplink up next, and Rise, this is a 3-0. I mean, it has. How can it not be with the way they've been playing in games 1 and 2? Yeah. Like, it's hard to even imagine EG taking this.
It's hard to see another outcome. I mean, with the way EG's played in the first 2 maps, the Hardpoint was not too close. Rise Nation came out, dominated that one. EG, they don't really show signs of life towards the end of that S&D. Everything pointing in favor of Rise Nation right now. I love the breakdown that T had. A lot of the times we see, a player get drone and they try and rush it up the gut on a map like Throwback, and those underpasses, so easy to get cut down. You need to wait for your teammates to push through either side, create easy opportunities for yourself.
And I think those 2 on camera right now are the most important piece of this. Havoc needs to be aggressive, in your face, opening up lanes for his team, and Nameless, who didn't have really a stellar game 1, if he's going to be kind of a lead slayer, kind of an anchor AR, he needs to have a big map here. Those 2 guys have got to go off.
Yeah, I mean, Nameless versus Aqua, it's a huge battle in this matchup, and Aqua's just shutting him down right now. I mean, he has played phenomenal. So I think if you see Aqua, keep that strong play up. Now, Nameless, if he doesn't bring it in this one, it could be pretty ugly.
Well, think about it. Like, Aqua's the type of player, if you were listing maybe last year with top ARs, you've got, Clay, Octane for part of the year, Formal, Aqua, and then probably Slasher. And then Slasher and Aqua haven't really gotten back to that form maybe this year. Slasher this past weekend,
I thought Slasher, that was one of the toughest picks last week, is Slasher versus Apathy for
that was the best
All-Star.
That was the best we've seen Slasher, though. Really, I think maybe this entire year.
I think Slasher's a very good player.
He is, but that was an incredible weekend for him. And then for Aqua, he hasn't really been that sort of hard carry type of player like you would see him at times last year. Maybe this is a big weekend for him. So a couple of ARs showing a lot of strength here so far in the GPL.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen moments from Aqua so far this season where he has just been lights out. And I think you're seeing one of them here today. And I think this bodes really well for Rise Nation. You're able to win this series. You looked really good. You go into that last match of tonight against FaZe, you got to feel pretty good about your chances.
You really do. You see Rise, Felony there, dialed in. They want the 3-0. You don't want to, let happen kind of what did to FaZe earlier. I know they close out the series, but I know that everyone at home, if you're a FaZe fan, a little bit nervous after how that game 3 went when a Fnatic just destroyed them in the uplink. But all signs certainly leading to a 3-0 for Rise.
We'll see if EG can get control of that mid-map. You're going to need Nameless to go big, pick up a few kills with the assault rifle, control the drone. That's really what you need to do if you're EG. Get the drone, play the pace of game you want to force on Rise Nation. You cannot let Aqua dominate inside of those top buildings, pick up kills with the assault rifle, and let them just flood your base.
All right, well, here we go. And like you mentioned, possession of the drone. I know if you talk about keys in game modes, spawn control and hardpoint early rotations. In S&D, it's those first bloods and effectively trading. Here, it is all the possession game. If you've got the drone, you give yourself offensive opportunities, more than likely, you're going to win the game, but it's back and forth. The only guys left up on either side was Felony and Study. Felony getting the better end of it.
Yeah, and he's doing a good job. Does not need to push forward, waiting for his teammates to come off of the spawn. And then he'll decide to either get forward on the map or, pull down these lanes for his squad. And it's going to be Aqua with one, Felony with another. Felony getting off to a really nice start, 4-0. picks up one player in the top window, and this may be points for Rise Nation.
He is snapping right now over the top. The deep toss going through. Is Aqua able to put the first points on the board? Rise Nation strikes first.
And you see all the kills in the middle of the map, Maeve, going in favor of Rise. I talked about EG getting map control. This is not what I talked about. Looney inside the EG base with the ERAD. He's going to be able to get one. Has his teammates coming forward with the drone. Here comes a pass. Here comes a dunk. It's going to be 3-0 in favor of Rise Nation.
Well, thankfully, Nameless sort of gets a collateral there, picks up 2 kills on Felony and Looney. Otherwise, you know, if Looney stays up with Facinto here in this spot, they keep on spawning him out, because when you're pushing from this side, what was it, with 0 for Splice we saw, kind of got that back statue control and went on a tear, you can really, really be a nuisance if you get control of your enemy's base here.
Yeah, I mean, you see Facinto just staying alive for that long. It allows, you know, Looney to get right up through the middle of the map, pick up another 2-piece, and with just the players on the opposite side of the map, when you have like one of your teammates on, you know, another team's side, it just buys you so much time, right? I mean, if Facinto's not in that position, Looney can't just walk up right in the middle of the map. They're so worried about getting Facinto out of there, he creates a distraction for his teammate to come in, pick up 2 easy kills.
You know, you've coached at times, competed at times. What's it like when you're EG right now, where you're getting pounded? Rise Nation is bringing it to you. You're spawning up and having to make difficult decisions basically every spawn. What are your kind of options right now if you're EG?
It's just the worst. I mean, playing at Black Ops 2 champs, like we got pummeled by Joe and Optic, and it's just not fun. I mean, you're just sitting there, you're looking at the clock. Here comes another 2-point score coming in for Rise, and it's just like, you're trying everything. I mean, you're rotating around, you're going on the overextension, and then you just keep dying over and over and over again. And it's really frustrating. Another 2-point play in favor of Rise Nation. This one has gotten ugly quick.
And this is all vintage Rise. This is what you want from these guys that have been on the team. Remember all the way back to, like, they would look like the Harlem Globetrotters on something like Detroit back in AW, when you would see that old squad where you had Facinto and Aqua, and they're just tossing the drone, making huge plays, going forward. Like, this is just pass the drone, over the top, dish, dish, dunk. Pass it over the top, dish, dish, dunk. It's 9-0 with 2 minutes left in the first half. This is disgusting.
This looks like Blazers Warriors the other night. Start off like 22-1. Like, nah, not pretty. If you are EG right now, 9-0. You see the drone still. We have not seen the drone really on the Rise Nation side of the map. Like, no offensive effort so far from EG.
That's why, you know, I said at the beginning of the game, you talked about it as well. Possession, possession, possession. The drone has been in the hands the entire game, basically, of Rise Nation. The only time EG has touched it until now is basically to try and clear the drone out, maybe save FaZe as they're just getting pummeled. I mean, with a first half like this, But
look at where the players are. I mean, Study is all the way up by the drone. Then you have Nameless not really following up over by Bike Path. You have players coming off the spawn. It just seems everything for EG sort of out of whack. And I wouldn't even really blame it on them. I mean, when you go down by so much, you're just trying to make a play, like any play. You're just trying to, spiral your team in the right direction, and it's just not working out.
Well, I mean, this is probably the first time that Rise has been in this spot. All right, so think about it. You win the first event, right? There's a lot of hype behind this team. You know, everyone has high expectations. Coming into this weekend, the expectations were maybe so low. You know, you develop a chip on your shoulder. You want to come out, you want to make a point, you want to prove that you can still be a top team. Holy hell, Matt, I'll tell you what, in the first series, they seem to be doing just that.
Yeah, and I think also they come into this one, I think, fairly confident. I mean, right, they did not play well at Dallas. They kind of threw that one to this side. No Aqua, he gets better internet. They're able to practice again. They have a lot of positive vibes going in this weekend. You figure, this is a big match for Rise Nation going up against Nagafan. They played FaZe like numerous amounts of times throughout the year thus far, so some teams they're pretty comfortable with in this group as well.
Well, let's continue to see the destruction here. 9-0 first half, 15 seconds left to tick off the clock, and we will head to side 2, but, I mean, it's dominating an effort we saw from Fnatic, and granted that was over the full 10 minutes of gameplay. This is definitely more of a thrashing in the first half. This has been brutal to watch. Evil Geniuses haven't had a chance, man. It's almost like, I would say, like 3 to 5 minutes out of that game, every spawn they had, but you had to choose between overextending or fighting for your base. Like, they just were never able to get comfortable.
And then the issue is, I mean, they go on the overextension, and they win no kills in the middle of the map. I mean, everything goes in favor of Rise. Then there's more points on the board. That's one of the hardest, right? When you go on the overextension, then you die, and then it's like, well, we just gave up points. Do we risk giving up more points, or do we go back to our base?
Yeah, and that's, well, it's interesting because when they're spawning on that blue side, it's like the overextension, it's like, do you wrap all the way through barn and like flank, or do you hit through mid-tracks? They would try to hit through mid-tracks. You're basically spawning there almost to begin with, and someone's just waiting there to tee you up as you're running through a narrow hallway.
It's a pretty easy kill.
Yeah.
I mean, you have a great angle from the top window down towards like that mid-tracks area. Looney, though, I mean, he has been fantastic. 18-4 right now. The pressure that he has put on EG, I mean, they have had no answer for him thus far in this one.
Yeah, and Looney, you know, not really involved so much in the slaying effort in that Game 2 S&D. He was your objective guy. He's doing it all here, though. He's got 2 points to work with, 19 kills to go, leading all Slayers in the lobby, up, over the top, and away. That's a win. That's a miss.
Yeah. Looks like a Roberson free throw.
Hey, how frequently does that work out,
it ends up in a 2-point play, though. We've seen that so often.
I know. Looney meant that. He meant that.
That like a 1-point throw like just goes like completely astray, and then the guy just like runs up, gets a 2-piece, and just like runs right in. Oh, man. Just when you thought things couldn't get worse for EG. A failed 1-point throw by Looney turns into a 2-point score.
And let's go to Facento if we can, just because he's on a 5 streak, and I want to see how close he is to getting, well, he's already got everything to work with. I mean, basically just needs to wrap back through to get the Trinity rocket, but he's got overdrive, 15 bullets left in the clip, would have been out of ammo after that gunfight anyway. Overall, watching this.
I love how you're searching for something in your brain, and there's absolutely nothing there right now.
I'm trying to think of how to ask
him out.
Like, as bad as this has been, like, what's wrong with EG? Or is Rise just been that dominant?
I mean, EG has had no offense so far. I mean, they haven't had drone. They haven't had 2 or 3 players up in the middle of the map to even, like, make an attempt to kind of push it forward. I really just think, I mean, look, you can't really take away that much from this game. I mean, you can take away a lot of the sack for Rise Nation. I mean, they were tremendous. They got to mid-map. They controlled drone. They slayed out. They did everything you need to do to win this game. It's just you didn't really see much from EG in the offensive, or, I mean, you can't really even, I mean, they showed nothing really on the defensive end either.
Well, what's nice for our analysis desk is, you know, we've talked a lot during this broadcast about what it's like to play off the back foot the entire game here on Throwback. Ake's very familiar with that from week 1. They struggled mightily on this particular map and mode. I'm curious if he can just kind of speak to what that's like when you're getting thrashed, you're fighting out of your spawn constantly, you're just fighting for control, like how the team sort of deteriorates over the course of the 10 minutes here.
And you can definitely tell, like, when the team starts to deteriorate, like, you know, the comms go down, not a lot of people are talking, you're like, oh, let's just go on the OE, let's go here, let's go over there. And then the worst is, like, when you're trying to get your teammates on the same page, and nobody's talking, and you can see on the mini-map, they're all kind of going their all way, like which way, like there's just no real kind of synergy. I mean, look at this. EG picking up some kills. Looney's going to get a 1-point throw out of it.
And I'm curious to actually hear from the guys on the desk. That we have headphones on, obviously. It sounds like Rise has been loud this entire time. Like, even when they were up 8-0, 9-0, when they've had this lead, they are still screaming. And that's why I really think they're out to prove a point, man. They want to send a message to the entire esports community here for Call of Duty and just say, we came to play.
Oh, I mean, Facento is a fiery guy. I mean, when he is, being loud, really giving the rest of his team energy, I think it helps Felony a ton. You see a camo coming in here for Looney. Another 2-point play. 14-0. I would love to know how many times we've seen EG touch the drone so far. How many times have you seen them gotten the drone towards the Rise Nation base?
I can think of 2 times in the first half. I haven't even watched.
I can think of 1.
I've barely been watching their arrows this second half.
I can think of really like 1 strong attempt. That's good to know.
I've spent more time looking at the desk to see what Aches is saying than I have this gameplay.
Yeah, it's not really much different than any of your other casts. Facento
That's true.
overdrive to just score faster. So he puts in another 2-point play.
And think about this, we've got 2 throwback uplinks played, and 2 teams haven't scored out of the 4.
Yep. We're still on Facento here. Another 2-point play. As he has been inside the EG base for what feels like an eternity.
Are we sure it's EG's base?
I can confirm that is EG's base. On a 5 streak, I believe he doubled up his streaks at this point.
Facento killed himself.
Here's
I think
another
all 4 players.
Another 2-point play. As Rise Nation's gonna win this one.
That was awful.
That was not good.
20-0. Rise Nation pummel Evil Geniuses. Man, if I would love to see a poll before this series of who people had second. And I think it would have been Rise maybe favored a little bit, but kind of split between EG and Fnatic. Now I'd love to see that.
Oh, yeah.
It's like everyone's going to be taking Rise because that was just...
They were the biggest question mark coming into this weekend. Which Rise Nation would we get? And I think they come out and they make a big statement there. In their first game here, man, that was a 20-0 win in Uplink. Just an absolute thrashing of EG.
What do you do if you're... After losing that badly to EG, like, or sorry, EG losing that badly, you're thinking like EG comes in like, all right, we got to beat Rise. You know, FaZe is going to be a tough matchup. What's the mental state of the team?
Well, now they play Fnatic
after losing that badly. Like,
I mean, now they're going to have to play Fnatic. It's going to be really difficult for EG to kind of put everything in perspective through the rest of the weekend because, I mean, like Ake said, like you do not want to go 0-2 on a day, and right now it's definitely looking like they could potentially do that.
Oh, that was tough. That was tough. It's just, I know I seem speechless at times, but you just don't expect a thrashing like that in a map 3 with players of this caliber. But to hear from Rise Nation, we've got Felony with Jack on the floor.
Thank you, gentlemen. Wow, what a way to end that best-of-5 series. A 20-0 uplink victory for Rise Nation over EG. One of the most one-sided maps I've seen so far in Infinite Warfare. But Felony, I wanted to hear from you. Break down Rise Nation, the times we've seen you guys place very well, the one that won Vegas, that got third in Paris, and then the Rise Nation that didn't play so well this year. What is the difference between you guys at those events?
So at the beginning of our game, our respawn was very strong, and then after we won Vegas, our respawn started to dwindle down with our S&D, and we rely heavily on S&D. So over the past few months after Dallas, we placed top 20. So we made sure not to only improve our teamwork for our S&D, but we made sure to be able to secure respawns so we don't have to rely on our search to win a series.
And you saw right there how much it's paid dividends so far. That first hardpoint, you guys are in full control the entire time, but I want to move right into that uplink, 20-0. How was that even possible? What was clicking for you guys?
So in Black Ops 3, we were a very good uplink team, and going into this game, we weren't that good at uplink. It was a toss-up. So one of our goals were to make sure that we were dominant in uplink again so that we can secure an uplink every single series. And we were just a really fast team. We slayed a lot, and we hit good pinches.
Well, definitely worked for you in that map with the quick victory there. Now, we've already seen FaZe play today. You guys will be facing them later on today. I think for a lot of people, that's their top 2 in this group. You saw them play. What are you watching out for? What are your expectations for that series?
Enable has been playing really good lately. So our primary focus is just focus on slaying and to make sure we secure our S&Ds, and then our respawns will come.
Well, great stuff from Felony and Rise Nation in that series. A quick 3-0 sweep in their first match of the Global Pro League. For now, though, we've got to hear from our analyst, Benson. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Jack. Fantastic start for Rise, of course, coming here week 2 of the Global Pro League, the exact start that they would have wanted. For EG, definitely going to have to go back to the drawing board on that one. But we'll break down the series, of course. Map number 1, it was a 250 to 131 point game, of course, in favor of Rise. And Merc, it was 50 points to 1 at the beginning of that one. And was it more just like a worrying slow start for EG, or was it just Rise coming straight out of the gate? How did you view that one?
I mean, it's still very early in the game, especially Breakout Hardpoint. It's one of those maps where you can rack up a full 60 seconds, but to me, it just shows that Rise came out to play and EG was just still asleep. I mean, just the whole series, you could hear Rise, how pumped up they were, how much this means to them, and they want to show the world that they're back.
I mean, as a general overview, Akes, I feel like you kind of mentioned this yourself, outslayed, out-rotated, just outplayed. I mean, here's a look at the box score. I mean, everything went right for Rise and everything went wrong for EG.
Yeah, if Rise is playing like that this weekend, that's scary. That looked like a first place in your group type of play. I have to give it to Bryce Facinto. He was loud every single map, yes, every single round. Like, I even heard him, quoting myself from 2013 at CTF, like the run it up thing in that uplink when they 20-0'd them. Like, he was fierce, and I mean, you saw it. If you're making your guys pumped up like that, they're gonna play like that, and they're really, you can't even like break down those maps into anything specific. That was just like fundamentally outplayed at every angle, and it was impressive to watch.
And then of course you go over to map number 2, and we're thinking, all right, Search and Destroy, Rise didn't perform very well at Dallas. Obviously, we saw that stat. The casters talked a little bit about it. 14% win-loss ratio, and well, yeah, you see it right there. They go up 5-0. I mean, Momo, there was almost a bit of an EG comeback. I mean, Did you believe? Were you a believer of the comeback at any point?
With the streaks in hand, obviously Aqua started 9-0. They had everything to kind of play with. It was theirs to lose by all means. And EG, I don't think they should have been given the chance to get 3 rounds back, in all honesty. I think, you know, Rise should have closed that one out. However, I will say, you know, the bombardment was used. You know, they won that round. It was a little bit sketchy from the other kind of score streaks, but you can't allow a player to go 9-0, 3-0 up. And those 3 rounds were quick rounds as well. Like, EG, they came out flat on Hardpoint. They came out flat on S&D. And it was just kind of the, you know, the sense of the whole series. It was just such a one-sided affair, which is one thing I just didn't expect. I was kind of, you know, coming to the conclusion of which Rise do we see, which EG do we see, and after that series, I think you guys know the answer.
Yeah, and in game number 2, sometimes when you see a team get streaks early on in the game, they don't commit to them, they don't use them, they hang on to them. The other team then learns that they have them, and they play a different style. I love that Rise. As soon as they had in Bombardment and Trinity, they committed to it right away. They said, let's go B, and then we're gonna use that Bombardment. Sometimes you'll just see teams hang on to it for too long, and then they have to use it at critical times where they get nothing that's worth it.
Yeah, and on top of that, I mean, you think about how they went up 5-0. It was fundamental S&D. They out-traded every round. They had their setups on defense. Their offenses looked solid. They were always together. They never separated, where you saw EG just getting uselessly picked and overextending in the plays they really didn't need to force. And then the 3 rounds EG brought back was when Rice just kind of like, they got flustered, right? They started playing a little differently, and then that last round where Bryce got the 3-piece in V4, just closed it out and looked really good.
And of course, you move over to map number 3, and this was where Rise closed it out, emphatic style, 20-0. You heard Jack say that was one of the most one-sided maps we've ever seen so far in the game. Well, I can think of another one, Cloud9 versus Envy, week 1, 24-2.
A little different, but okay.
Little bit, I guess, but I mean, take this obviously with a pinch of salt, but this week, is EG the Cloud9 of week 2 potentially?
I mean, in that series, you have to say it, right? Like, the only difference I can make is that last week, we felt like we should have went up, but like they just got outclassed. And starting a 3-0 like that, that's not good for them. You know, they have to play back-to-back now. They got to sit on that 3-0 loss. They have no time to regroup, no time to think about it.
And I think one of the other big things as well from the Rise standpoint is, you mentioned this as well, Pac-Man coming in as a coach. How much of an impact do you think that's had on this Rise squad?
Personally, I think it's been a lot. I mean, I know when we had Mr. X back in the day, it really did help us in some situations, some not. But, I mean, he's sat in on almost every single one of their scrims. He's recorded them, I know. So you got to think, like, he's really helping them fix their flaws because they didn't have someone to do that prior. So, I mean, if they've shaped up their game, scary Rise.
And another big thing to mention as well is Looney.
Yep.
Playing phenomenal so far today.
Yeah, and that's the difference maker to me. You look at Vegas, not only was it was Facento, but Looney had a major role in their victory in Vegas. And the big thing is when you looked at Looney in the past, at past Call of Duties, he was a slayer. This was a guy who would play on quick sensitivities, was making plays, and the past few events you haven't seen that from him. So it just seems like he's in a bit of more of his own zone, just to focus on slaying. And I think that relieves a lot of pressure from the team.
One thing I want to touch on as well is, you know, EG, you know, this was the game where they needed to turn up, I feel. You know, is that question mark above everyone's head? And, of course, they have to play back-to-back series now. You know, they go against a Fnatic. This was the perfect time for them to beat Rise and then face a weak Fnatic squad who's just come off a loss. So, for me, that was the game to turn up. They could have, obviously, you know, related into a 2-0 day. Of course, you kind of explained how important that is on day 1. But I think it could be the complete opposite. This could be a nightmare day, a nightmare start for EG fans out there.
Rise just looked like to me, they got their confidence back. You said Looney coming back in that slaying style. Yeah, he really is. And that's full confidence. I mean, they looked composed. They looked really focused. They knew exactly what their game plan was, and they calculated it perfectly. Their rotations were flawless in the Hardpoint, which impressed me because I know that's something they've been weak on. So, I mean, yeah, Rise is looking good, and then EG's got a tough match ahead of them. They're going into a Fnatic who looked solid against FaZe earlier, and they're coming off a 3-0, so.
And you're talking about a 3-0. The most important thing is those map wins. When it comes down to tiebreaker Sunday, when we're figuring out who's qualifying, who's 3rd place, who's 4th place, getting 3-0 does not help you at all. You have to be able to take maps off these stronger teams.
Well, it's been a fantastic start, of course, to day 1 of week 2. We started off with a FaZe 3-1 win over Fnatic, a Rise 3-0 victory over Evil Geniuses to kick off the day. Coming up next on the main stage, however, it will be Evil Geniuses versus Fnatic after this.
North America, Europe, as well as APAC. Nobody can stop the
last man. 30 seconds left and Gunless gets through.
He gets 3 kills.
Can he win it? Oh! It barely.
Are you gonna live through this one?
I am.
More on the line than ever. It isn't necessarily just about the prize money. You're fighting for that spot at the Global LAN League.
And you wish everyone could be involved, but realistically only the 16 best in the world can be.
Congrats to all these guys earning that invite.
These for me are the right teams in the league.
Evil Geniuses will have the final qualification position in the CWL Global Pro League.
The best in the world are here to compete on North American soil.
This is big. The Global Pro League is on the line.
The LAN League is pretty much everything. That's going to be the season for everyone.
This is what we've been working for.
Every year there's only been one thing to play for, but now the LAN League is everything this year, to be honest.
If we don't make the LAN League, it's like, dude, what are we doing?
FaZe Clan continue to dominate their way to the Pro League.
And it's Fnatic moving on to Columbus.
Evil Geniuses have snuck in with the final spot.
The next stop for Rise Nation is a trip to the Global Pro League.
7's free from Clayster.
Reaction comes in from the Fnatic boys.
There he gets him. Amos is going to be there.
This is it, Jack!
Ladies and gentlemen, MLG Primetime starts right now. And do we have the match to kick things off? Both teams looking for their first win of the CWL Global Pro League. On one side, 3 young, talented players led by one of the winningest European veterans of all time. It is Fnatic. Their loss earlier, they've got to battle back now on the main stage, going up against another team that suffered a series loss to start off their Global Pro League run. The squad filled with 4 talented North American playmakers in Search and Destroy. It is Evil Geniuses. This is day 1 of the Global Pro League Blue Group here in Stage 1. Let's get this match started. Analysts, take it away.
Thank you very much, Jack. Of course, as you heard, MLG Primetime underway. And it's a great game as well to kick things off. Of course, we have Evil Geniuses versus Fnatic. Both these two teams coming off a loss. And that really brings me to my first question. Aches, obviously, you're still playing now. What's it like as a player when you do lose that first series? I mean, what do you do in that time between the second series? Is it you sit down as a team, you go over things, or is it just silent? What's the vibe?
Usually you would like that, but when you got to go right back on and play immediately, it's the worst case scenario. You don't want this to happen. You don't want to be in this position, and Evil Geniuses are. So it's really unfortunate for them, but they just got to forget about it, man. Like, it's GPL is double round robin. You just got to completely erase that. There's 5 more matches for them to play. Just hope, come back strong. I mean, it's really all you can do.
Then, of course, for Fnatic, I mean, yes, they're coming off a loss as well, but they did have that series break. It wasn't the biggest break. Obviously, it was a 3-0. But kind of similar question that I asked Aches there from Fnatic's point of view. What are they doing? Are they warming up, staying sharp? Like, what's their game plan?
It really depends on how you think the series went as a team, to be honest. Okay. Some players prefer to go warm up a little bit more. It really depends on how the individuals were feeling at that given time. But overall, we saw glimpses of hope for Fnatic. They shown a lot of good things in that previous series. When you're talking about EG, what did we see in that last one? It just looked very flat. They didn't have time to go shoot their guns a little bit more against some bots, but they just have to put that out of their memory as fast as possible, and they need to do it quickly.
If I'm Fnatic, I'm kind of happy, right? Yeah. Like, going up against FaZe, that's your worst outcome of this whole group. And to play them so close, that game 1 to be 5 points, S&D, like, that was a close series, and you stomped them on the link, you got to be feeling somewhat confident. Right. Even though you're coming off a loss, like, Fnatic's in a really good spot.
Obviously, you know, Rise definitely looking very good, and if they were to continue to play like that for the rest of the weekend, you'd make that argument that, you know, FaZe, Rise 1 and 2. Obviously, you can make your argument for which order. So I guess question for you, Mark, is this the battle for 3rd place? Like, just truly, how important is this matchup?
I mean, for 3rd place, I think this is pretty important, obviously, but I think, like, Fnatic, the way they looked in their first match, they can battle easily for 2nd place. They haven't played Rise yet. If they're able to pick this one up, they'll play them the first time tomorrow. That'll be a very important match to see who finishes, you know, maybe 2-1, maybe 1-2. So a lot of important matches left to come for these Fnatic boys.
Very true. Can Fnatic go 1-1 on the day? We caught up with Fnatic and Evil Geniuses yesterday to ask them about their upcoming matchup.
I know Fnatic's a solid team. At ESWC, I believe they beat LG, and they've been playing really well at the last few tournaments. From what I've seen out of them, they can shoot really, really well, and that's something that's always dangerous, especially in these run-and-gun, fast-paced Call of Duties.
And the keys to beating Evil Geniuses will be shutting down Nameless, really. I think he's been their best player recently, and he's helped them a lot in that team, so I think shutting down him will help us a lot.
I think the keys to beating Fnatic are just to play our game and, you know, to go in there and play like it's any other match and not get overwhelmed by a different play style or anything like that and make them play our game.
I think we're better than them at respawn. They're also good at S&D, but if we take the respawns, I think we'll beat them 3-0 in both series.
I think that we'll beat Fnatic 3-0, 3-1. I'm not too sure about how their Search and Destroy is. It's looked shaky at times and it's looked really, really good. So we'll see how that goes, but I think we'll take the series relatively easily.
Here a look, of course, at our map set for the series. Retaliation Hardpoint, Throwback Search and Destroy, a Frost Uplink, a Scorch Hardpoint, and a Retaliation Search if it goes the distance. How is this one looking for Evil Geniuses, Smoke?
I'm looking at that game number 1. That's what they qualified into the Global Pro League with. Nameless was an absolute monster on this map. This is what they beat the Yosu crew on, to qualify. So they have to come out strong, and I think this is the map they can do it on.
Obviously, you mentioned Nameless there, of course. Nameless, a key factor, Aches, for this Evil Geniuses squad.
Yeah, he's got to get loud.
Yep.
He came out flat. His slaying performance wasn't up to par of what he's capable of. You definitely need to see Nameless get loud. You need to see him slaying, dropping these big numbers, opening these lanes for players like Havoc and Naga just to kind of do what they want on the map. I think this map set definitely favors Evil Geniuses, but you need Nameless to get loud for them.
And he's the player. If he starts getting loud, then Study will, then Havoc will. Naga probably won't because he's a quiet dude, but that energy will be there, and that's what you need from these guys. He needs to step up right here as a leader.
Very important matchup for both these two teams, looking to go 1-1 here in day number 1. But that is everything from the studio. We can send it down to our fabulous casters. It is going to be Courage, and for the first time in the Global Pro League, we got Momo.
Let's go, baby. We got rid of Mr. X and Maven. We decided to bring in a handsome European whose red hair lights the energy that we need in this venue right now, also known as Momo.
Yep, that is my name. Whether the hair lights the energy, I'm not sure about that one. But I'm excited to be here casting. The last time I was casting, obviously, CWL Birmingham, Fnatic was there. So bit of an insight. Hopefully, I can bring you guys something different about this European squad. However, so important for these two teams, both on a loss. This is the time to shine right now. EG, they've got to bounce back quick.
I mean, you play professionally for a little bit. Some people would say maybe you could make an argument for that. No, I'm just kidding. But I'm sure you had a couple losses in your career that were like the one that EG just suffered. Now to have to play back-to-back, what are you even saying as a lineup? What are you even talking to each other?
I mean, this is a LAN league, so this is a lot different. However, in a tournament, you've got to bounce back straight away. These guys are veterans, the likes of Nameless, their whole squad. They've been playing for so many years now. They know what it takes. But the most important thing is to talk to each other. Communication needs to be there. You need to forget about what's just happened. If I was EG right now, I'd be saying the same thing. Fnatic, they're in the same boat as us. They've come off a loss. Let's go in hot. Let's finish day 1, 1-on-1. Let's take something out of this positively because we know what happened last week for the likes of Cloud9 who started 0-2.
One thing I do want to point out, members of Fnatic in that video we saw prior to this series were mentioning how they just feel they are stronger in the respawns than Evil Geniuses. Let's see if they get started off here. It's game 1 of our best of 5 series, and it is prime time, baby. We're watching Tommy, the leader of Fnatic, with an NV4 off the break.
Well, straight away, the guys from Fnatic, they said they need to take out Nameless. This is the prime time to do it. These long-range engagements where Tommy, he's actually pulling out an NV4. He's a very versatile player, so it'll be interesting to see if he keeps that throughout the game. However, Sunny B and Study are going to trade things out, but Evil Genius are going to get off to the first start here. The better start, should you say, 10-0.
Now, Scraps, we saw him in that first series, maybe not show up a couple times on those couple last maps. He even tweeted out how disappointed he was, said it's some of the worst he's played so far in Infinite Warfare. And again, for the second time today now, a thermal NV4 being brought out on one of these long sight lines. But back to the first point I brought up, Scraps, he just seemed flustered after that first series. For a young player, what does Tommy need to tell him between those, the first series and now this point?
Tommy's done a great job so far of building this squad and just kind of retaining the composure of this squad. I actually think Sunny B brings a lot to that as well. He's a very experienced player, but they just need to keep them calm. And the strangest thing that you guys may not know about is Wusk and Scraps. One of them plays off hype, one of them plays off a calm, composed level. So it's a bit of back and two. I know they're twins, so they should be alike, but they're kind of polar opposites in some ways.
Another thing, too, that I learned about Scraps yesterday, outside of, him, he's the one that doesn't wear boxers during...
he goes commando.
He goes commando when he plays, but another one is that I learned that he plays with no scuff, no claw. He just plays with a default controller, and I've never even heard of that on this stage.
He plays kind of the bare minimum, nothing fancy, no changes. But a lot of people are saying, that will hinder him. If he's not using the set of scuff, he can't jump. And I think that's anticipated. If you're in a 1v1, for example, versus Scraps, he's not going to be flying around in the air in that 1 versus 1. So it seems to be serving him okay so far. He finds himself in the Global Pro League. However, 15 points down, Evil Genius are starting to pull away. And I'm just casting my eyes to that top left, the mini-map. We've got Evil Genius already setting up here for the Cathedral. They're starting off very, very strong here. 20 points in the lead, but Havoc pushing down. One thing I will say, Nameless yet to pick up a kill.
Yeah, 0-4 through the first 2 hard points on this map. What exactly can Havoc do near this market side? He's got 2 players from Fnatic pushing towards him. Does clean up the first onto Scraps. He has 1 shot though, so have to play patiently for a second. Now a 7 streak. Havoc 10-3. Again, Nameless has yet to get a kill in this game. Havoc's doing it all right now. 12-3, fully streaked out. You heard the confidence from Study prior to this weekend saying, this is the best he thinks Havoc has looked, and he's shown it so far with his performance in this game.
Oh, 100%. 9-kill streak, and those score streaks are going to come in so importantly. You know, when we rotate over to the likes of Broken, even going back to the bridge, we've got a couple rotations. However, Nameless there, he's actually still fighting for that scrap point, along with Wuskins. Wuskins is going to go down. Nameless bag himself 2 on the board. But again, we've got our caster eyes to that top left. Nagafen is behind enemy lines for the rotation.
That is the top right, but we'll talk about directions later, Momo. Nagafen trying to stay alive in the backside of the map as he does get cut down, unfortunately, trying to hold the spawn for his team. But this is where streaks can come into play. Again, this broken hardpoint, not a lot of cover. Just hover this, buy time for your team to push up the map, and look what it's done for Evil Geniuses. They've now got a 3-man push. Havoc is on a 13 streak, matching that of Clayster we saw earlier on.
Absolutely, and for you guys who are a little bit newer, these hills that we see, Cathedral, Broken, these are the ones where you can really saturate a lot of time, and Evil Genius have done a great job on Cathedral. They're broken into the broken hardpoint, however, do not maintain. Sunny B and Scraps are going to break into that one, and we see a 50-point deficit. Fnatic will have to bounce back. Nagafen, he's going to fall as well, and this may be the start of Fnatic. These last 15 seconds, they're going to be important.
So this is what I love, right? And we talk about this as we wait for the rotation towards Hotel Hardpoint. From where I'm standing casting right now, out of my peripheral vision, can see Aches and TP, 2 of the greatest Call of Duty minds on the analyst desk, just talking back and forth about what they're seeing. Havoc had that challenge earlier in Broken that ended his streak, and both of them immediately reacted to it. Maybe they're not a fan of what he did. He had streaks still. They gave up the rest of the time there. Just little plays like that can absolutely be judged. Obviously, great start from him, but even with his 13 streak, look at the rest of his team around him. I mean, he's basically got the same amount of kills as him, and they're only up by about to be just 10 seconds.
That's the thing I was going to bring up here. I cast my mind back to week 1. This is shocks all over again. You can't rely on one player to do this time and time again. Great, if they can pick up a map from it, fantastic. But like you said, they're only about 20 points behind, and we know Fnatic from their series against FaZe, they started off slow, Jack. They bounced back. Can they do it again? They are retaining here the hotel hallway with 15 seconds left to go. It's looking to be pushed out by Wuskins. He's going to do that successfully. Scraps down a 3-kill streak as well. I'd be interested to know if Havoc still has those streaks, because Tommy does for this bridge.
Yeah, this could be a fireworks-like hardpoint with streaks raining down from the sky. At the end of the first rotation, it will be a 1-second difference, even after a 13 streak already. Tommy dropping him on down. That's a Trinity Rocket cleaning up 2. It will be Fnatic clearing out EG for the moment as they push towards this top bridge hardpoint, and there is the lead switch going over to the European squad.
Crazy to think as well, Havoc still 18-9. I will say the bombardment on something like this, it gives them that warning. They can get out of there in time, just push them forward. With 30 seconds left though, Evil Geniuses are going to be under pressure. Tommy in the hill, putting damage in left, right, and center, but grenades as well coming in. Sunny B is going to take Study down with him, and now Fnatic, they not only take the lead, but they're going to take control of this hardpoint just for a short moment as Nameless bites back with the 2-piece.
EG, they got swept by Rise Nation in the first series, and it was not pretty in that uplink. You think of now what we're seeing in this hardpoint, some similar scenarios. Obviously struggling a little bit when it comes down to getting time off the back of some of the kills they're getting on the map. And even with the streaks they earned early on, have they used them to their full advantage yet? I would say no.
I mean, streaks definitely are an important factor of hardpoint. This map in particular, there's a lot of places you can utilize them. For me, you're talking a Cathedral, but the timing that they got them, bit unfortunate for that. However, we've got such a close game here, Jack. 5 points in at the moment. Evil Genius do make that lead change. We've got Havoc, though, trying to push forward, trying to still retain this. Study's going to find himself a nice double, and we will see Evil Genius just continue to take a couple of points. But Fnatic, they're actually being tested here. Tommy's doing everything he can, but him being shut down, they're spawning out. This is not looking good. And again, Jack, I'm thinking ahead. That rotation's looking good for Evil Genius.
Yeah, Havoc just kept dancing around inside Bike Path, was holding that pinch for his team. As now the rest of the time should go to Fnatic. But remember, this is the hard point that really gave EG the lead early on in the first half of this game. which was this back Cathedral Hill, and it was all started by Havoc, who right now, if you look at your minimap, is set up in top market. Can these streaks break it on out? It's now time for Tommy to drop down some bombs.
Here we go, as we see the bombardment coming in, taking out Havoc. This is where you're going to see Fnatic push through. They're going to flourish in the moment. We've still got FTL jump for Tommy. Scorches are available, but he doesn't need that right now. He's got one thing on his mind, and that is taking down them one by one. Jack, that is a perfect break, and look at that. They spawn them out bottom market.
Perfect is the exact word to use there, Momo. And now Fnatic, they know what lanes they have to watch. Bridge is now clear. They know the final two players are pushing from market. Again, those are streaks being called in by the side of EG. Does it do anything? No, absolutely not. The hard point's still held by Fnatic. There's still 30 seconds left. And even now, if I'm Sunny B, I don't even know if I push fully across this bridge. Maybe you play for the new spawns in that back broken hard point. I can now hear Scraps getting hyped up on the main stage as well. He's on a 5-streak. Fnatic really kicking it into gear.
Yeah, and for me, the difference of those two streaks is so important. Something you guys may have missed, of course. Just the way that Tommy used his bombardment when he was in a position to push immediately after. I think Evil Geniuses, they rushed it. They tried to answer back. They didn't want to give up 30 seconds. And you know what? It's come back to bite them in the butt. 198 to 160. Fnatic, they have a chance to end this here. They want to put the pressure on. They want to take map number 1. FTL jumps coming in, but Sunny B says no. And Scraps is coming in to back him up.
This is an example of a game-changing push that Tommy is doing right now, clearing out that entire top scaffolding lane, waiting for his teammates to push in with him. Now he's in the hard point. What a play by the veteran. So clean, doesn't even need to use a streak. Now they're going to use him defensively to lock down this hard point. Fnatic can nearly win off this hill right now, and they are putting on a show.
Absolutely, and Tommy, not only is his in-game kind of presence felt, but the one thing that I've seen as well when his games online, he's a commander. He's telling his team, get in the hard point, push bridge. He's telling each and every one of these players what to do. Evil Genius' own Nagafen.
Oh no!
This is not the thing you want to be doing where you're taking down your own team. Scraps is going to jump in with 10 seconds left.
Havoc, who was the monster that really gave EG some sort of a lead at the start of this game, obviously has quieted down. I believe it was 17-3, now 23-16. The rest of the squad not there to back it up. Again, the veteran player, Nameless, 11-19, and off map from him. Fnatic are up by over a minute, Momo. They are running away with this game, and they can win off this Hotel Hardpoint.
I'm just going to remind you, Hotel Hardpoint, previously, Fnatic dominated. Wouldn't surprise me to end it here. Sunny B's getting loud on the main stage. He's got a double to his name. Can he make it 3? Not just yet, but his teammates there can clean it up. And you know what? One thing Fnatic does is they contest so well. You know, on hard points, they will put the pressure on, but they know when to defend. They know when to hold back. Scraps is going to fall down. Evil Genius, they need to get into the action right now.
They are just flooding this hard point. Fnatic are all over the kill feed. Nameless, the final one to push on through. That's not going to be enough. Fnatic will take map number 1 with an 80-second plus victory. Dominant game from them.
Fnatic, to have such a poor start, like they did in map 1 versus FaZe, they come back, they bounce back. Havoc, 13 kill streak was it in the end? It didn't matter. You know, not even that can secure a map for Evil Genius right now. I don't know what to say.
This is getting a little bit reminiscent of a team we saw last weekend. If you remember, at the end of day 1 last week, Cloud9 were 0-6 in maps. Right now, EG 0-4. We might be having ourselves another 0-6, and Aches already, he's doing the mind-blowing thing. I'll be honest, you know.
I tell you what, Jack, you didn't...
I said I thought EG would get second in this group. Sue me. You know what? Every time I bet for Rise Nation to do well, they did poorly. Every time I bet against them, they would do well. Now I bet against them this weekend, they smoke EG in the first series. I bet for EG, and now... Whew, they are looking abysmal on day number 1. They just don't seem to have it right now in the respawn game modes.
No, they really don't. I mean, you cast your eyes to that uplink, you know, 20-0. I mean, that's not even almost worth talking about. You know, that's not a game mode, especially on the likes of Fnatic. We saw a stat where Fnatic, they beat FaZe at uplink. You know, they were 75% of Dallas on uplink, and, you know, they've got a search and destroy to go ahead of him. Fnatic, you should have big smiles on your faces. Taking map number 1 is huge. I'm just thinking, can they do the 3-0? Can they get that confidence they need for day number 2?
We've already seen Wuskin and Search and Destroy go big, but we've got to talk about that map number 1. Look at the difference in the broken hardpoint, 81-8. A big reason why is that play from the man right there, Tommy. The most time in the hill for his team, the 1.26 KD with 24 kills himself. But look at the difference between him and Nameless on that map. Nameless really a non-factor, tough to watch if you are an EG fan. Remember, Evil Geniuses, they barely made it on into the Global Pro League. They had a dramatic run Let's learn more about it now.
One of the biggest esports organizations in the world is back in Call of Duty. Led by the veteran Nameless, he's joined by his counterpart Studdy, who he shared a second-place finish with at the Call of Duty Championships in 2014. Rounding out the roster are S&D phenoms Havoc and Nagafen. The year started out a bit shaky at the PSX preseason event, where they placed dead last at the 8-team invite tournament.
On Nagafen, their tournament hopes here may be crushed. EG for now, this new look roster is done and dusted here.
But let's shift focus to the 2017 CWL season for Evil Geniuses. Their subpar online results have plagued them all year long, and as a result, they've had to fight through the open bracket in 3 of the 4 CWL major events they've attended. Their placements in LAN events were the reason they were in the running for the final NA GPL spot. Despite their top 20 finish at CWL Atlanta, Evil Geniuses fought from the open bracket to place top 8 at Vegas, Paris, and now Dallas. The defining moment for Evil Geniuses came during the insane losers bracket run at CWL Dallas. After an unexpected loss to Era in the open winners bracket, Evil Geniuses would have to fight through Elevate, Rise Nation, and Millennium before setting up a do-or-die match against the Gosu crew. On the line, a spot in the Global Pro League. In what was one of the most entertaining and epic series of the entire weekend, EG beat out TGC by a series score of 3-1 and secured their spot in the Global Pro League.
And that's going to be Evil Geniuses who take this series. They will have the final qualification position in the CWL Global Pro League.
Evil Geniuses was built around strong search and destroy players. They boasted an 85% win rate in S&D at CWL Dallas. This is a recipe to push longer series and potentially even steal series from stronger opponents. However, for EG to truly have success, they have to improve in the hard points. Can they set the tone early and start leading a series from the very beginning? Tune in April 28th through the 30th to see how Evil Geniuses will perform at Stage 1 of the Global Pro League.
EG had a magical run to make it on in, but right now, it looks like their luck has kind of run out up to this point. They are 0-4 in maps so far today. They're about to go into a search and destroy, and there's a look at your rig draft between these two teams. And Momo, we actually didn't talk about it much in the first game, mainly because it's never earned if it is used, but Pulsar being brought out by Scraps. Thoughts on that one?
In all honesty, I think it was a mistake. You know, it should have been Camo. A bit of a mistake from him. If they lost that in like a nail-biting fashion, that would have been a bit of a kick in the teeth, but they didn't. They won the map, and they'll be able to go into it, look back and just laugh at it, you know, but it won't be a worry. I'm sure he'll change it up. I think he did pick Camo there.
Obviously, Pulsar, it's something similar to what we saw back in Black Ops 3 with the specialists there, Vision Pulse, where you kind of get a pulse across the map, see exactly where the enemies are, but at the same time in this game, it takes like 1,000 more score to earn. Like, no one really winds up bringing it on out because it's just so tough to earn in a map.
Absolutely, and especially to use something like that over, you know, something such as powerful as Camo. It's a big decision, and yeah, for me, you know, I think that is definitely a mistake coming in. But they've changed things up. We're going into search and destroy, and this is where I think we do go into Fnatic's territory. I really do. From judging on Evil Genius's play against Rise, I think we could be seeing Fnatic flourish in their almost natural habitat, as I like to say.
Could we say that we're now going into the game mode for both these teams? For Evil Geniuses too? Obviously not the start they wanted to have versus Rise Nation on this map where they went down 5-0, but they did claw back everything they got in their groove. We're ready though for map number 2, and already things looking quite interesting. Nagafen, he's got himself the weapon that really made him a name in Call of Duty, which is the sniper rifle.
Always entertaining, always a joy to kind of watch, but something can be a hindrance to your team. You know, if you miss these first initial shots, you can be in positions which aren't going to favor you. However, lines one up, he will be able to call out, and that's what I do love about this, is you can get so much intel from this, and he will be able to direct the play for Evil Geniuses now.
And look at the late flank from Nameless. There's a very passive player on the top of the map, which is Tommy, who's actually waiting to see if anyone pushes from blue. Good job on the first blood from Studdy. EG now with the number advantage, and as I say, a Tommy has been spotted.
Tommy trying to figure out which way to go now. Backing up, regrouping with his team. A wise thing to do. We're going to see Wuskins as well. He's going to be tagged up. He does need the help of his team, and he's actually going to get that Sunny beat popping in. And he's actually going to connect with a trophy system. 45 seconds, though, Courage. And for me, Fnatic, they're just being a bit indecisive here.
Here's the thing. The ticking time bomb of this round is the flank from Havoc, who's now sitting in top ticket window. If you look at your minimap, that's number 6. The second an opportunity comes, he will pinch right on in. Some sloppy shots from Sunny B. Gets one. A team kill from Nameless, though, does actually make it a 2v2. So what would have been a round that would basically be not winnable for the side of Fnatic is absolutely something that they can clutch, especially now that they planted this bomb.
And it's going to be a 2v2.
Oh, no.
Pinched in, nowhere to go there. We're going to see that cleaned up by Havoc as well. Havoc, he was that player just kind of lingering around. He was going to be that, you know, nuisance, if you like, for Fnatic. And actually, I'd say Havoc really played that very, very well, the timing. Bit of a slip-up, obviously, in the team kill, but Evil Genius taking round number 1. Fnatic will, of course, swap sides. They'll be able to bounce back. I want to see this. I want to see this thermal come into play. I want to see something special from Nagafin.
All right, we'll see if it happens. We'll try to watch him when he goes on over to offense. One thing I do want to point out, not sure if I agree with the decision we saw there from Tommy to push out towards that lemon side of the bomb. It was planted for bowling. Back up, be with your teammate, at least be there for a trade. Doesn't wind up happening there. And boom, Nagafen does hit the shot. You said you wanted to see it. Who's driving back there?
He does hit the shot, and again, first blood, the important thing to take from this is Evil Genius. They get that advantage straight away. Yeah. First 10 seconds of the game, he can close that to a number 2. He finds 3, and again, how much intel have Evil Genius got? They know where 2 of the 3 players are. We've got Sunny B trying to throw his nades in. Not going to happen. Havoc cleaning up, and Wuskin's now left in a 1 versus 4. He's got to defuse the bomb. It's a difficult start, but, you know, signs of light here for Evil Geniuses.
Fnatic are just being picked apart. Wuskin should just be running to the back of the map to jump off, which, ironically enough, if you are Havoc, you're expecting him to do this. So you should be watching this. Instead, he does get 1 kill, and there he now goes. If you're wondering why he does something along these lines, it's a 1v4 at that little time. There's no way you can kill all these players and get the defuse. Instead of letting the bomb planter have the bomb explode to earn a more score for his payload ability, or instead of getting killed by opposing player to give them, again, more payloads score and a streak, you just jump off the map. Wait for another day, another opportunity to go for the clutch. EG up 2-0.
Well, can he connect with Tommy? Yes, he can. And again, the first blood is so important. He's going to be traded this time. He's not going to be able to continue getting that intel for him, but it's such a nuisance, you know. As a player myself, you know, you've got that one player sniping on the other team. It stops you wanting to push a certain area. You know, you give up map control sometimes. It is really difficult. However, Evil Geniuses, they're looking much better here on the search and destroy. And of course, going up 2-0, having that first blood for 3 rounds in a row. However, 3v3 going into the last 50 seconds, Courage.
And that area that you mentioned where you don't want to push with that sniper out is middle map on throwback, which is not good if you are on the side of Fnatic. It is a 3v3. Wuskin somehow takes out Nameless right there, even with Nameless getting the first couple shots. And look, that's going to strike fear for EG as both players begin to rotate, and they are falling right for the bait that Fnatic have set out.
Questionable plays here from Fnatic. They're actually planting the bomb straight at A.
Wuskin snuck away.
He's
EG rotate. They've played mind games with EG.
This has gone straight through the enemy. They must have crossed past twice already, and I think Studdy senses something. However, he's going to run into trouble. It is Wuskin's waiting around. He's going to find him, and that's going to be the first of 2. Make it a trade, and how we have it. Fnatic do get the first round on the board.
Woo! Okay, somehow, even after getting first blooded, they're able to swing that round back around in their favor. One thing I will say, a big reason why, is because Nagafen gets the first blood with the sniper, immediately peeks from middle map and underpass, and Sunny B's like, okay, let's see if he does it. Peeks on out, Nagafen misses a tough shot where he can only see a sliver of the Fnatic player, and Sunny B punishes him. It's something that we've seen before from Nagafen in his career. He gets that first blood, great. Just be happy with that. Don't do anything crazy like peek out middle map with a sniper with no opportunity for a trade.
One thing I will say, he's playing against the likes of Tommy. It's going to sound like I almost made this up, but I was going to say, whenever he finds a sniper on the other team, he's a player which says, I'll take it out and I'll take him down. He was a player that's done that for years and years. You can kind of see it happening straight away.
This should be a first blood 10 times over for the side of Fnatic right now. EG are nowhere near this area of the map. They've got 3 players staring at this guy right behind the train. There is the cleanup, but in this time, EG have planted the bomb.
4v3 here. They'll have to play for the retake. However, Evil Geniuses, they know which way they're pushing forward, and that's going to be a lot of intel for Nameless. He's going to be caught putting a new magazine in that MV4. Studdy's here to back him up, but outnumbers. This should go Fnatic's way, a 2v2 trade, and it's going to leave Nagafen in a very awkward position with a weapon he probably doesn't want.
Oh, he's able to at least get away for the moment. Now re-challenging with the sniper, gets around the corner. 15 seconds left. Now remember, he just needs to kill the player. Defusing this bomb, challenges with the pistol. Nagafen, no main gun. It doesn't matter, but he's going to get the defuse in time.
I don't know. That was
no,
so
he
close.
does.
I think he's got it. I think he's got it.
He's got it. Tommy with the veteran play. There in Search and Destroy, you just lay on the bomb, waits for Nagafen to challenge. Nagafen in that scenario, it's so hectic, so all over the place. He knows at least one player was challenging.
Yeah.
Now, I will be honest. I want to judge this scenario, right? You know, okay, maybe I don't have to check till about the 6-second mark, right? But in that one, I don't know how much info Nagafen did actually have from his team. So for all he knows there, Tommy's on the bomb already, 3-4 seconds. He's got to drop down. Rough scenario right there. Obviously, with the Codcaster, we get way more information than players do. So nearly clutches that one for his team.
Okay, round number 5, we're getting into it. Nagafen, he's switched things up, he's put it away, and he's going to get first blood still. Havoc finding number 2, and now Tommy and Sunny B are very, very awkwardly in a 2 versus 4. I think Tommy's actually just pulled out a Scarab as well.
Yep.
Sunny B is going to be almost following it through the map, but that's going to be taken out. And Sunny B, a bit of a lone wolf, trying to strike back. Tommy does have that FTL, not a game-changing payload, to say the least, and Sunny B's going to be taken down. Tommy left in a 1v4. We could see the same as we did, I believe, in round number 2, where he just find himself getting away and jumping off that map.
EG have done a much better job so far this map of taking control of the middle area, pushing out, making sure Fnatic cannot use any of those long-range sight lines. They've actually just made it look easy. How many times now has Havoc pushed right through underpass and just gotten behind Fnatic in the first 15 seconds of the round?
When you've got a player like Nagafen who's getting those first picks every single time, it opens the whole map up. You know, you take full control of the map. You know, you can take control of the middle platform. It enables you to get into their, you know, top green. You know, they can push forward, they can do whatever they like, and you have map control, you're going to dominate and search and destroy. But it really does surprise me, because Fnatic, especially, I'm going to actually say in retail as well, retaliation here, they were very, very strong in CWL Birmingham, so definitely don't rule them out of it just yet. Evil Genius is showing signs of light here. Nameless, though, a very quick push towards that A-bomb site.
He's going to know that the Centurion player's right around this corner. Scraps, though, does get the first blood on a Nagafen, so a little bit of a change up from what we've seen so far. Nagafen leading the lobby in first bloods up to this point in this search and destroy. They will begin a 3v4 disadvantage, but again, look at where Havoc has made it to on the map.
Yeah, Tommy's going to catch Studdy with his pants down there. Sunny B as well. But Studdy took one to the grave with him. A 1v3 now for Havoc. He was behind enemy lines, but he's not got the support. It's going to be 3-3 and tied up here. Again, for me, that's the difference. You know, Nagafen, he's not getting those first picks. He's not enabling map control in the middle. And what that's given Fnatic is so much more room to push forward.
3-3, these teams staying even. We talked about how this is probably the best game mode for both these squads. When it comes down to it, Wuskin the leader for the side of Fnatic. And you could say Havoc, the leader for EG. We did hear some shot calling differences that EG have made back at that Dallas event that paid dividends, with Nagafen making a lot of the strat calls in Search and Destroy. Now again, it will be Nameless by himself near this B side. Scraps with another first blood for his team.
Ironically, he's going to get first blood and go straight for the plan. Questionable play, but Havoc's going to read
Very
that
questionable,
one.
with no one near him?
Absolutely, that was my thoughts exactly. However, Havoc now, he's been jammered. He probably will have the pressure on him. He's gone up and over. One player does spot him. That is going to be Tommy, and we're going to see a 3v2. Nagafen, he has that FTL jump available. Keep your eyes out for that play. But right now, it's a 3v2.
This is the game. This is the round-changing engagement. It's Nameless able to cut down Study B, but the trade is there. Nice job by Fnatic to secure the round. Now up 4-3, but let's just talk about this for a second, because questionable plays from both sides at moments in that round. Scraps, they get the trade. That just tries to immediately lay down the bomb. Havoc just shoots him in the foot.
Yeah.
Okay, quite easy for EG, but then Havoc gets that kill and doesn't actually get out with his life. Instead, lays down there, tries to stay in the corner, gets challenged by 3 players. His teammates were nowhere near him. Little decisions here and there that are costing these teams in these rounds.
Well, Fnatic for the first time, 4-3, will find themselves in the lead. And you know what? It's the same rinse and repeat for both squads. They're having that one player just lingering around blue area, watching the flank, and then it's dominant over towards the A-bomb site. We're going to see Nameless hesitate a little bit, and rightfully so. We've got players very close to him. That's going to be Sunny B. Almost roles reverse here.
Sunny B just staying alive, waiting for a call out from his team. He still has that jammer grenade in his back pocket. Scraps another first blood, make it too. He's got the camo as well, and he's going to look for more. He's got the help of Sunny B. EG now falling apart in this search and destroy. Havoc all by himself.
Questionable plays for me, running in one by one, and you see Scraps just kind of pick them apart. We're going to have location revealed for Havoc, and now Fnatic, they have free roam.
And it's important for Havoc right here to try to at least take 1 or 2 with him to the grave, because look at how far he still is from this reactive armor.
Yep.
Fnatic are about to be up 5-3. This reactive armor might not even be a factor in this game if Havoc can't pick up some kills.
Maybe wrong, but I think that's 3 rounds back-to-back for Fnatic. And you know what? The thing that really stopped was those first picks from Nagafen. That sniper that he put away, for me, it really started to hinder them.
Yeah, it went from Nagafen getting the first bloods to now Scraps getting the first bloods, and because of that, the rounds have gone to Fnatic.
Well, they're in what could be the last round. They could find themselves 2 up in the series, but keep your eyes on those payloads. We'll, of course, remind you of them, but Camo is available for Scraps. Tommy and Nagafen are the FTL players as well. However, they can end it here.
I like this from EG. They're taking control of middle map again. It's what worked earlier on for them in this game. Wasket and Study do trade out the kill, so it will be a 3 versus 3, but EG, again, with full middle map control. This is a ticking time bomb right now. Can Tommy get here for the flank?
Yes, Tommy will be spotted by 1 Lemon. He's going to be Study. Now he has FTL. It's a 3v2, and you know what? He's going to find another. Not going to use the FTL. Nagafen evens the score up a little bit here, but the question is, will Wuskins and Sunny go for the plant here? It's looking good, and they're looking to get that down.
Plants this, he gets reactive armor. So if he does get in a gunfight, he can pop that.
He's popped it.
Pure first team gets the gunfight win versus Havoc. Turns around. Nagafen now 1 shot. He knows where the final player from Fnatic is. It's Sunny B versus Nagafen. Nagafen going to have to challenge with the FTL jump. This could be a game-saving play from Nagafen. Jumps around the truck, doesn't see him. It's Sunny B who cleans him on up. Fnatic now up 2-0.
One thing I will say is, you know, great positioning on the plan. We had Sunny B in the right position to defend that. The reactive armor, I felt that was almost going to close it with a nice little 2-piece, a flashy play to end. But if they lost that round, that would have burned reactive. It would have gone 5-4. But Fnatic, they close things out here after going 2-0 down at the start. And now 2-0 up in the series.
At times, when Nagafen snipes, he's the detriment to his team. In this game, when he was sniping, EG seemed to be doing so much better. The information they were getting, the first bloods they were getting. They then switch him over to an NV4. They start getting first blooded by Scraps. One of those decisions where, as a shot caller, you got to think maybe the sniper was the right tool to have.
And I'm thinking, you know, was it Tommy who just said, you know what, let's fight fire with fire. I'll pull out the sniper. Did Nagafen think, I don't want to take that battle anymore. Yeah. I'm going back to my MV4. I'm going to switch things up. It didn't work. You know, it really didn't. And that's one of the games where I think, you know, it just enabled Fnatic to take control of platform. They had, you know, map control. We saw Sunny B weaving in and out. Evil Genius had a very, very strong start. And for me, I think they should have done better.
EG now 0-5 in maps. They are on the verge of remaining mapless on this day number 1 of the blue group. When we come back from this break, we've got Uplink between Fnatic and EG. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for a G Fuel key player matchup. This one is between the young player Scraps and the veteran Nameless on the side of EG. So far, these two players have been very lackluster in Search and Destroy this weekend, but the Uplink game mode we're going into, we can see quite the difference. Scraps the 1.10 Uplink KD, while Nameless has struggled to match up with that slaying in the one game he's played so far. EG did not score a single point in their first Uplink game earlier on against Rise Nation, while Scraps and crew took it easily over FaZe Clan. This has been your G Fuel key player matchup.
Okay, Jack, let's get into game number 3. It could be the last one between Fnatic and Evil Geniuses. That man on your screen, Scraps. The one game mode he has been performing in is Uplink. The mode which Fnatic have been performing over the past couple of months for me. Yes, it's Search and Destroy, but Uplink, it has almost been their speciality, as much as the likes of Tommy doesn't agree. Stats speak for themselves.
Oh, absolutely. Tommy, we know at times might not think they're the best team in the game mode, but he's confident in his squad right now to clutch up in this series. If you're just tuning in, Fnatic are up 2-0 over the likes of EG. The big storyline now, EG on the verge of going 0-6 and 0-2 overall. 0-6 obviously in maps, 0-2 in series so far for day one of the blue group. If you don't know who this kind gentleman is right here, this is Momo.
Nice to meet you.
He's from Europe.
I am.
Momo, I want you to cast this whole next game in your American accent.
That is not going to happen. You know,
can you at least show it off?
I have a few American accents, you know?
Yeah.
There's the slow, steady one, where it's just one word. Dude. I learned that from Rich Campbell.
Oh,
it's just
God.
Everything is so long and drawn out.
No.
Which, you know, everyone's told me never do that again.
No, please don't. I like your southern one, though.
Southern y'all?
Yes.
You know what? I learned that from Chance. He teaches me a little bit. And then one of my favorites is the Cali girl. Oh my God.
Oh my God.
that's
How did you make that sound?
I don't know.
I just have my European accent. It really depends on what the temperature is outside, I think, between either being European or Australian. Benson is shaking his head. He's disappointed in his fellow UKian brother. Is that a thing people say?
Definitely not.
Or English, I think is the word we're looking for. I'm going to stop talking about geography and move into Call of Duty, which I know a little bit more about. There's a look at Tommy. The guy not only is talented in-game, but his haircut looks beautiful today. Another thing he's great at is leading this team so far in this series. Up 2-0, Uplink on Frost next. Do you give EG any chance in this one?
You can't. You really can't. You've got a squad who's just gone 0-20, and a squad which has taken FaZe and destroyed them on Uplink. Yeah. Like, that is a comparison which you can't put them in the same category right now. However, Evil Genius, we've seen what they can do. I'm trying to think back to Dallas, where they just kind of fought through that loser bracket. They had some kind of fiery spirit, but I just don't see that. You know, we have the privilege, like you said before, we're close to the public today, so we can hear these guys getting loud, and they are not getting loud. I want to hear Nameless roar. We've seen it in the past.
Oh, yeah.
But right now, the Twins are getting hyped, Sunny B as well. Tommy's almost been the quiet one. And Fnatic, they're looking to close this out in 3. And Jack, we know how important those maps can be going into Sunday.
Most certainly, you see there on the player screens, they're loading on into the map. Uplink on Frost will be next. Watch out for the submachine gun play on this map. And you see Sunny there giving some aggressive fist bumps to his team. Let's go, boys. Come on, right now, let's turn up. Every map is key. You heard Aches mention on the analyst desk earlier, an 0-2 start on a Friday could really just spell disaster for the rest of your weekend. This is prime time, folks. EU versus NA. Momo, prediction score on this map.
Score, I'm going to go for Fnatic, and I'm going to say they win by a difference of 4 and above.
Okay, that's very okay. 4 and above.
I think Frosty's going to be a little bit lower scoring than Throwback, but I do see Fnatic, I think, closing this one out in the second half.
I'm going to say Fnatic win this map 14-4.
Okay, 10.
Yeah, and Sunny B is going to go 38 and 21.
I'm just going to tell you now, Jack, it's a bold prediction. Hey, very, very bold.
I live my life bold, folks. And you know what else is bold? It's this weapon choice from Sunny B. The RPR Evo, the first time I ever saw it on this map was actually Silly from E United bringing it on out. Now he's going to see if he can do his best with it here on Frost.
Well, he used it against FaZe already. He's going to take a bit of a diverse route around. Not unusual for Sunny B, but a little bit unconventional to start things off. But he could catch Nagafen off guard. Not going to happen though. Study and Nagafen pick up not 1, but 3 combined. Wuskins is going to be putting him the best work he can do, but this is a good start for
Should be a
Evil
one.
Genius. Should be a 1. There is one player looking to make the block. It's going to be Tommy. And you know what? He's going to be able to intercept that just for now. But the one-point play, where did that go?
Oh, no.
Where is it?
He just threw it over the portal. EG remain without a single uplink point so far today. That was like a layup. That was the equivalent of a layup in basketball. Don't get me wrong. I was still terrible at layups, but still, I mean, that's one you've got to hit.
That's one you've got to put on the board, especially with the confidence you took on Throwback in the previous series. They had a great start, and the one thing I will say is EG are coming out. They're slaying a little bit more here. They're taking a bit more control. However, we still remain pointless. A minute has passed already. Havoc and Scraps are going to trade things out in the middle, but that drone, keep your eye on it. It's on Nagafen, and I believe he's going around the outside of the map. Will be contested by Sunny B, but he's going to be taken down. This could be a point, Jack.
This rotation from Fnatic was so slow. This should be a free dunk, or at least a 1 goes on in. Fnatic were holding the Robo base side of the map for way too long. They start rotating back to the point where EG was already in their base. Sloppy shot call right there, and because of it, EG get a point on the board.
Yeah, and you know what I will say, EG should be more than up by 1. That could have been a dunk. The first play as well could have gone either side, but EG, they score 4. Wuskins is trying to try and bite back here. He will have a free dunk in his name, and there we go, 2-1 Fnatic. And we will see now the fight for that middle ground. Nagafen with a double. He's decided to take an E-Rad out. We're going to see a lot of this on Frost. That close quarter combat here, coming into Robo, pushing through Ship as well. The drone, it's going loose. It's going straight into the hands of Scraps. If he can take down Nagafen, not going to happen, Courage.
And we saw from Havoc back in the first game earlier on where he was going off, right? Like 17-3 off the break, the 13 streak. The guy was just having an MVP-like performance. But at the end of it all, Fnatic just really kind of buckled back down. They easily take the map by like 80 seconds. Nameless starts up this game on a 7 streak in middle map, just taking control of the entire area. And what do they get for it? A Fnatic dunk. That's it. That was all they got from his 7th streak. It's just frustrating to watch if you're an EG fan right now. They're down 2-1 already.
It really is, and this is just, reminding me of almost week 1 where we saw, the likes of Cloud9, Mindfreak almost sometimes. I would say is they slay out, but they don't move the drone. It's like you get 3 kills, you push that drone up. Even if you grab it and just throw it towards the enemy base, you've got to move it. You've got to have momentum. You've got to have that speed. You've got to have that aggression.
Fnatic seem like one of the better teams in Uplink that know when exactly it's time to pick up the objective and when it's time to drop it down and slay. Right now is a perfect example of it. Drop the drone, slay on out, and look at that. Wuskin, 3 kills right there, tries to make something happen towards that back ship side. But either way, they keep drone control, and again, they're back on the offensive.
And this is what their game plan is. They'll happily let that drone sit there. They know they need another wave of kills. They're going to pick up 2. This could be the 3rd. That could be the crucial one now. Get it and go. This is where they push. They've got the numbers. They've got the team. And you know what? This should be another dunk, unless they decide for a safe one. We're going to see that go to 3-1.
Hey, that's what it's all about. Fnatic know better than anybody. Get that point on the board. Just slowly build that lead. When they beat FaZe earlier, even though FaZe never got a score, it wasn't 20-0. It was 7-0. The game was very close. It was slowly built on that lead. It went across the entire 10 minutes. It wasn't, one rally push where they got 6 points. It was just knowing when it's time to move forward with the objective and when it's time to slay. Another example here, Sunny B, he's got no help around him. He'll bring it to the outside of this map and just stall out time.
Yeah, and there'll be one player having his name is Studdy, but Scraps has actually said, I'll take him down, you go ahead. Scraps has, unfortunately, had a bit of a slip there. Sorry, Sunny has a slip, and Scraps will gather that drone. Tommy's doing damage in the middle, can't find the second, and we're going to see a 1-point play go right over the building, and that's going to be number 4 from Fnatic. 35 seconds left here, Jack, in the first half, looking strong.
One of the better throws we've seen today. Scraps hits it right over that AC building. Now 15-10 in this game. What I say, Sunny B was going to go 38-21. He's 9-11, I believe, so a little bit far off from that. He's going to pick it up inside too. There you go. That's what I was thinking. But either way, EG, they are 5 minutes away from being back-to-back swept here on day 1 of the blue group.
Not what you want to happen here, as we do see Fnatic. They're gaining confidence. They have that aggression that I say.
Hit another one.
They should be. And Tommy as well, not a player that usually misses. Oh, it goes straight into the hands, and I'm going to say that it was going in. I might be a bit ambitious
No,
that
was going in, but 3 players there for the interception. Nice job by EG to recognize, hey, let's just get up, get some bodies there. And look, you see everyone through that X-ray ready to intercept that drone. If you're EG right now, you look back at what was going wrong for you on side one, what are you changing up now for the second half of this game?
They need to play at the same pace, and there's a reason I say this is Frost is, you know, you can get such close quarters. You can't have one player playing the slow game. You know, like Hardpoint, you'll have an MV4 player. You need to play at that same pace. You need to be on the same page, and that's what I think Fnatic are. They know when to pick up, they know when to put it down, they know when to slay. Getting off for break here, again, EG, they have a good start. Let's see if they push forward with that aggression again. Nagafen and Study will regroup here towards ship.
So he should drop the drone right now.
Yeah.
There you go. Drop the drone. Now look for kills. You know players are going to be pushing towards the side door in that back area of cover where only their head can be seen, and they'll just reset it. Nice job by Fnatic. Relieve this pressure. Get them out of the ship area. Make them have to rotate back to middle map and try to buy your team time off the spawn. But as I say that, Havoc clearing out the lane, now finally showing up in this game. He was 6 and 12, now 10 and 13. Streaks coming in from Nameless. That'll be a clear 4 dead on Fnatic. EG, bring it back within 1.
And you know what? Study's ready for the relay as well. That drone's going to go straight into the hands. And when Nagafen is, he's pushing that spawn out. He's making them either overextend, go through the middle, and that's going to relate to a point. Will it be a 1? It should be, but it goes lower. For me, that's just a simple play, Courage. Something you can't be doing. However, Havoc, he's going to clean up there. 3 kills for him. And you know what? I'm going to say it. EG should be in the lead right now.
2 free points for EG on this map have been botched throws that might come back to haunt them as this game goes on. Thankfully, inside 2, they have looked like a better team, just down by 1. Fnatic, they need to finally just get a wave of kills and clear out their base, and it looks like this is their opportunity now if they've got some players inside ship.
First 90 seconds here, Fnatic just haven't been able to get those 2 players down at the same time. Tommy's going to run that drone. He's actually going to get a beat down, which will help him, and Wuskins add to the mix as well. But do they push? For me, they need maybe a 1-point play, but or another wave of kills. Wuskins decided to just hold back here, wait for his team. He does have the support of Tommy. And now he's starting that aggressive push here. 1-point play maybe on the cards, but the interception's definitely coming in. Professional players, they're not going to let that one slip.
No, they've gotten so good at getting ready to stop those routes, but as I say that, it's Scraps inside blue. That is where the ERAT is deadly. All 4 from EG. Don't push this man. He's hungry for blood, challenging for more. His teammates, though, were so far from the objective that they're just now picking up the drone. And Momo, you just noticed something.
Yeah, Sunny B straight away. He knows when to push, and a perfect push for him. He goes straight through ship. He's actually going to find himself drone in hand. Not communicated enough, though. Tommy's going to have to track back. The drone's going to go down.
What is happening?
With the sloppy play, but Scraps, he's been doing everything so far. For me, you've got
What are we doing?
for the dunk.
What are we doing?
Dunk, I do not know. Hesitation coming in. You've got Camo, 2 plays in front of you. Walk around him, have a dance if you want.
I think TP just gave himself a concussion. He just banged his head into the desk in frustration.
I need to take a breath after that one.
Get that man a medic.
Sloppy plays from both sides, Jack, but again, like a Camo, that needs to be a dunk.
I don't know what I just watched. Now the drone ready for EG. This is their opportunity. You've got Overdrive ready. It's time to make the play. He's pushing right through middle lane. The throw connects. EG have tied up the game.
Ties up, maybe a last chance, a second life, a third life. It's almost like 9 lives for Evil Genius right now. However, they made mistakes in the first half. Fnatic have made enough of their own. Tommy finding 1, Havoc trading out, and now Scraps looking to redeem himself. He has 1 player in support, going for a high 1-point play. Intercepted again. It will go back into the hand. Scraps with a low play. It needs to be that will convert into a 2 for them. Oh, I'm getting stressed casting this, Jack.
I swear, these teams are attempting to see who can lose. They're not trying to win, they're trying to actively lose in this game.
Another couple of players do go down for EG, and Fnatic, they're going to open this one up a little more. Wuskins, he's going to clean up Nagafen. And again, he just needs to hold on here. He doesn't need to be flashy. He doesn't need to go for anything crazy. 60 seconds, 2 points in the lead. They just need another wave of kills. But look at the payloads for Tommy and Sunny B.
Nice challenge as well from Scraps. They got 4 dead on EG. This could be the dagger right now. Will they get the drone in time? They had more than enough time to move forward that with Scraps. Instead, they're playing for these kills. 6 straight for Fnatic. Make it 7. The dunk goes in. EG are about to be 0-6 on day 1, doing their best Aches impression.
You know what? They should. Fnatic should have scored more. EG should have scored more, but 28 seconds left on the clock.
I love you, Pat.
Jack's taking daggers. The drone is pushing forward. EG have an opportunity, but with 20 seconds on the clock here, Camo plays coming in. Wildfire coming in from the player. It's going to be Tommy. 15 seconds. Jack, you're right. They can do this.
No, it's
go
done.
down.
It's done. There's 10 seconds left. Their chance was the Camo from Nameless. Instead, they're now dead. Ladies and gentlemen, Fnatic will 3-0 EG as they start their weekend 1-1.
That has got to be one of the craziest uplinks I've casted over. Ooh. That Camo, I actually thought he converted that into a 6. That's why I was like, they can do this.
Oh, no, he for a throw, it got intercepted and then thrown away.
2 Camos, nothing.
I want to hear from the analysts their thoughts on those Camos in that game, because I'm sure we could just put the camera on Aches and he could speak for 10 minutes.
Woo-wee. TP was banging his head, Merc, Aches, Ben as well. Like, they had the same reaction as us, but my goodness. There is only one result. Fnatic, of course, take it 3-0. They somehow keep up a 100% record of uplink today.
Yeah.
But their uplinks, statistically pretty good. But after watching that, they've got a bit of work to do straight away.
You think Fnatic 3-0 right there? They lose a hard point to FaZe by 5 seconds. They were very close in the search and destroy with Wuskin putting up big numbers. They obviously win the uplink in that series, and they still put up a fight in that game 4 hard point.
Yeah.
Fnatic so far today looking like quite the strong team that can definitely make some moves this weekend. But I know we have the leader of Fnatic, Tommy, on the stage with Maven.
Thank you, boys. Great cast. That was fun. First off, all right, congrats on the win, but I want to rewind a little bit because we haven't had a chance to talk to you since the FaZe series. So that hard point on Breakout was bananas, right? It was absolutely insane. A lot of the talk was about the Scraps team kill. Can you actually tell me what happened? You just mentioned it to me, and I didn't realize that.
So basically, when we had full setup at Cave, Matty went to throw a nade towards Medbay, and Sunny Centurion was sort of on the rock, and the nade actually hit the Centurion and rolled back and killed Sunny in the corner, which ended up sort of losing the game. It's not the whole reason we lost, but it happened at the end, so.
Well, that's a big part of it. I mean, without that team kill, you're probably able to hold on, and you had the rotation to commissary there. But let's talk a little bit more through just the series. I want to know, what was it like trying to rebound from that? Because when we went to the camera shot of you, you had, like, head in your hands, obviously flustered. How did you guys start to climb back in that series?
I mean, you probably saw on the S&D we were pretty shaky. We didn't play how we usually do. It may be because that map affected us. I know Matty was annoyed at himself, and I just felt like exhausted because we did so well to come back into it for us to lose. But, I mean, on the uplink, we rebounced. Throwback, Clay just went in on a streak, which changed it for him.
Yeah, that was a wild streak. But, all right, so I would say, FaZe is expected to take this group right now. So you lose that series, but now you have to rebound. You have to go up against EG. You guys looked phenomenal. What was kind of the pregame talk coming into that series when you were coming off the loss?
Well, we knew that they were coming off a loss as well. We watched their game against Rise, so it was good that Rise actually beat them. It helped us out a little bit because we were sort of in the same mindset as them, but we just thought, come out the first map, then they still haven't won a map. They don't know what it's like yet to win a map here. So we just wanted to push on from there, and it worked.
Well, talk to me a little bit about how important the 3-0 is, because, if you watched last week, it was coming down to like a map for a lot of these matchups. If you go to a tiebreaker, if it ends up being a position to fight for third, second, whatever it may be, how big is it for the squad to get that 3-0?
It's massive. We said before the game, we need to 3-0 us here because Rice 3-0'd them. We knew map count was big. We got a map against FaZe, which we said when we was playing, if we're not going to come back in it, let's try and get a map or two here and see what we can do. So we know it's big. We're looking into every game to just try and make sure we get them 3-0s, and it might put us in a good spot.
Well, hey, big win. That's huge for you guys to have a chance at that second spot. Feeling really good about third with the slow start from EG. Great stuff, Tommy. Amazing. And as always, now I'm excited to hear from Benjamin and the desk. Let's talk about that last series.
Thank you very much, Maven. Of course, great to hear from Tommy. You hear him recognizing just how important that map count could be come the end of the weekend. But we should break that series down, of course. Fnatic with the 3-0 victory over EG. EG now to close out day one, 0-6. Map number 1, the Hardpoint. It was a 250 to about 165 point win for Fnatic. And there was a big moment at the beginning where Havoc goes on a big streak. I believe he starts 17-3, so he was playing very, very well. But the weird thing, Merc, was Fnatic somehow managed to tie up the entire game, and they get it to a 123 to 123 point game. How? What happened?
Yeah, it was just those last 2 hills, that broken hill and hallway, and you saw the end of the game, the scorecard, it was 81-8 for broken. So they did such a good job to just keep themselves composed, realize, okay, this is another map where if we just control and rotate these hills, we can get 60 seconds and climb back into this game. And they did such a good job of that, just making sure that, hey, you know what? Let's not dig ourselves deeper into a hole. Let's rotate. You know, we can make this comeback.
And then, of course, you go over to the Cathedral Hill, and that's where it got a little bit even more interesting, Teep. A couple of wasted streaks.
Yeah, pretty much. It was the Battle of the Bombardment, as I called that one. Basically, Havoc was able to earn streaks early, and that one Tommy battled back and earned one of his own. When you saw Fnatic set up to try and break that hill, he pops that Bombardment, and they all slow down and pre-aim a certain lane. That's the perfect way to do it. You force the streaks out, and more notably, you figure out the location of the players. They do it perfectly and break. EG spawns up again and tries to do the exact same thing back to them. But instead of waiting and pre-aiming, the trades are going down when they call the bombardment. So you have to really utilize those streaks to pick up free kills. EG doesn't do it, Fnatic does, and everything sort of snowballs in their favor.
And what was so weird is when EG used their streak, they just threw their life away with it. They did not wait at all. You saw Tommy use his. They played it perfectly. They waited. They sat back. They baited one kill out. Yeah, they got that intro kill. The streak then found one, and there's a perfect break. Spawn EG out. EG's was just a really rushed play. It didn't really make much sense.
And obviously, Merc, you mentioned before that map actually began, you were looking at Nameless to really have a solid performance, and didn't really quite get that from him map one.
No, you saw on that scorecard, you know, he has 12 kills, 0.55 KD, and he was a player at Dallas who, especially on Retaliation Hardpoint, was destroying people, and he was the player that really led them through the losers bracket. Again, you know, map 3, he was playing well. He was the reason they were in the game. He needs to get loud. He has to be the leader, the veteran on this team. I understand it's a ton of pressure, but he's the guy you have to look towards to.
Yeah, we'll see if potentially heading over towards day 2, he can definitely kind of up his voice. But there was another interesting part of map number 1 as a whole was that Scraps actually taking the Pulsar over Camo, trying to break the meta there, Rakes, or is that maybe just a misclick?
That had to be an accident. I know Pulsar takes a lot more kills to get than Camo does, and it's just not as effective. You need that Camo player on the map. He's so important. He's so influential. Yeah, that had to be an accident from him, but even if you got it, it would have been pretty cool to see it for the first time.
Well, moving forward, talking a little bit about Search and Destroy, you see Fnatic do take that 6-3. And bear in mind, we saw before the game, EG had a 85% win-loss ratio at Search and Destroy at Dallas. And there was a couple of key moments, Merc. It seemed almost as if EG were maybe playing a little too separate. They had numerical advantages, and they kind of threw them away.
Yeah, just specifically rounds 3 and 4. They have a 2-0 lead. Things are looking good. Round 3, Nagafin probably is in a 1v2 clutch, kills the first guy with, what, 9 seconds left on that bomb. He decides to check it. Tommy picks up a kill. I know Nagafin's probably thinking, I want that back. I want that round back. Unfortunately, you know, and then the next round, you know, Nagafin gets a 4v3. They're just not playing together. They're playing separate. That should have been a 4-0 for Evil Geniuses, and who knows where that game goes from there.
You have to think, Fnatic played that entire map to capitalize on EG's mistakes. It was constant. It was never like Fnatic outplayed them round by round. It was consistently capitalizing on the mistakes they made, and you just can't give those rounds away. That should have been a Fnatic map win, or a EG map win 100%.
And after looking at that scorecard overall, you saw Nagafin. He had a pretty good game, right? A few things were bothering me, though. He kept out that sniper a bit too long. You have to try and end those rounds very quickly, and that's why it sort of got out of their favor. There's, what, 3 or 4 situations where Naga was put in a clutch situation, and that's because he's playing so slow. One time he had a pistol, and yeah, he's able to get that first kill, but ended up not clutching that round. But overall, you know, if you play that slow, you play that separate, and you're not picking up the clutches, then I feel like you're doing something wrong. So yes, he did have a good map, but you have to kind of knock him for it for not helping out his teammates, and he's not picking up those 1v1 clutches. That's why those rounds are getting away from him.
And you saw, like, most of the rounds they won, they got Havoc in the middle map, working those first bloods. That was so important for them, and they completely went away from that strategy in the later half of the game. Fnatic just got man advantage and started taking over.
And Fnatic go 2-0 up in the series, takes us to a game 3, and that was an interesting one. The Uplink definitely some raised eyebrows. Let's just put it that way. I mean, there of course you see the final score 8-4. But there was one moment, even in the first half, before all the camo chaos, which we will touch on, where Merc was inside of Fnatic's base. He's on a 7 streak, and somehow Fnatic get 2 points out of it.
I was in the base.
Nameless.
Man, I was on a 7 streak, man. I was killing it, dude. No, but I mean, Nameless, he finally turned up, but as soon as he started playing well, Havoc slowed down, and that's the issue. It just seems like Evil Geniuses, they aren't all, you know, playing at the same level. As soon as one does well, another person does bad. But yeah, Nameless, he stays alive in the base, and then Fnatic just take it the other way, and they're able to pick up a dunk, and that gives them the 2-1 lead. Just a a lot of weird plays coming from both sides this game.
And even in the first half, we saw a couple of missed ones from EG. Then we saw even more missed ones in the second half. And you know, Aches, professional player, I feel like you can't do that. Surely that's the equivalent of taking free throws in basketball.
Yeah, 3 to 4 missed ones in a close game like that, it really can't happen.
I mean,
and then the camo mishaps, like I don't even know what to say. It was like back to back too, but you just got to take the 3 points when you can have them.
I would just love to. I mean,
they're lucky this one too. This is another one.
That was great. First of all, intercept.
They're lucky that doesn't roll out.
And the worst part is they kept passing to their lead slayer. You never want to do that in uplink. You always want to consistently let your lead slayer get those kills and take the drone for yourself. You know he's in a position to get the kills where you can't pick them up if you pass into him. And then they just kept throwing it away. That was fun and embarrassing at the same time.
And even mishaps volume 3 will
exactly.
map. That'll be the whole map.
It was weird though because it was almost as if both teams were losing full at the same time in terms of their points. I mean, we're going to see the clip again because it was just that chaotic. And again, if you missed it, there's so much going on. I mean, you have camo, right? You're fully camoed, and you can see he has so much
this
camo.
play right here, he had so much time. Even though there's so many defenders, you're completely camouflaged with ball armor. Just get closer, take your time. He just instantly threw it away. That was just bad.
I mean,
he didn't get hit once, maybe one time. It's not like they saw him.
He still had at least, what, a quarter of his bar. Hold on, I want to see when he threw it.
So much
He had
time.
at least 2 seconds. He could have just worked with some time there.
They went to the right.
And they were both about to fall. So he was about to fall. Nameless is out of boost, and Nameless is shooting another guy. He had plenty of time.
We love a good Maven mishaps, and that's definitely going to be up there. Scraps, obviously, in a way, lucky because it didn't ultimately cost them. But
I wish we had like a single shot of the players in that situation, and they're all just mashing right trigger, chucking the ball back and forth.
Seeing their face cams at the same time synchronized both teams would have been hilarious.
Hilarious.
Everyone's just like, where's the ball? What's going on? What's going on? Spamming. But as we mentioned, Fnatic 3-0 EG. So for Evil Geniuses, it's an 0-6 start, not what they would have wanted. For Fnatic, however, finishing 1-1 on the day, plus you heard Tommy mention as well, taking that map off FaZe really could be a deciding factor come the end of the weekend. However, for those of you watching on MLG.TV, of course, so we have our score streak game, something I know you're pretty good at.
I think we'd all be pretty good at it.
Yeah, you're pretty good at. Well, we asked a couple of people in the chat, of course, some questions. The first question was, how many players will finish with 30 or more kills in game 1? Of course, that was the hard point. The answer was C. There was 2 players, 44% of people. So yeah, that's pretty. That's pretty good. Would you have said that going in, Merc?
I don't think so. It was retaliation Hardpoint. I think maybe we would have went with 1. I don't know, man.
1 or 0. 30 is a lot.
That's a lot of kills on retaliation.
I think it ended.
32% agreed with
they get. That's risky. That's a risky play.
And it was a 90-point game. Like it wasn't that long of a hard point. It could have went way further down to the wire and.
I respect it. Whoever got that right got my approval.
That was a confidence play, 100%.
Absolutely.
I respect it. Then, of course, game 2, we asked another question, and it was, how many rounds of Search and Destroy will we see in game 2? And I think, kind of going into that, you have 2 pretty decent Search and Destroy squads. The question, of course, there on your screen, and the answers. 65% actually got this one correct. 9 to 10. Surprising, you're all just saying
it's a safe pick.
Yeah,
safe pick.
It's safe. I think Throwback is one of those ones that typically goes back and forth a lot. And then you have 2 great.
Only 5% believing in the dream, which is around 11.
Well,
come on.
I was gonna say the 3% on A, like a 6-0 on throwback's almost impossible.
Another confidence play.
Go big or go home.
I got it. That one.
We really were hoping for a real play, but I don't know. That was almost impossible.
Of course, the score streak game available on the enhanced viewing experience. Eve, it's a great place, and you are pretty good at it, I have to admit. I've seen some of the trophies you've been able to get from it, Merc. But there a look at Eve, of course, only available at mlg.tv/COD. Up-to-date event statistics. You've got the featured player POVs, which is awesome. I believe you guys as well for this week can vote on exactly which point of views you want, the score streak prediction game, and of course that source quality. But that is going to be everything from the studio for now. But there is still one more matchup here at MLG Prime Time to come, and it is going to be a fantastic one. We have FaZe Clan versus Rise Nation. more on the line than ever. It isn't necessarily just about the prize money. You're fighting for that spot at the Global LAN League.
You wish everyone could be involved, but realistically, only the 16 best in the world can be.
Congrats to all these guys earning that invite.
These, for me, are the right teams in the league.
Evil Geniuses will have the final qualification position in the CWL Global Pro League.
The best in the world are here to compete on North American soil. This is big. The Global Pro League is on the line.
The LAN League is pretty much everything. That's going to be the season for everyone.
This is what we've been working for.
Every year there's always been one thing to play for, but now the LAN League is everything this year, to be honest.
If we don't make the LAN League, it's like, dude, what are we doing?
FaZe Clan continue to dominate their way to the Pro League.
And it's Fnatic moving on to Columbus.
Evil Geniuses have snuck in with the final spot.
The next stop for Rise Nation is a trip to the Global Pro League.
7 free from Clayster.
Reaction comes in from the Fnatic boys.
There he gets him.
Amos is going to be there.
And this is it, Jack.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty Global Pro League presented by the PlayStation 4. It's MLG Primetime here at day 1 of week 2 of the GPL. That's, of course, in the studio. And Mr. X is joining us. He wants to get the old band back together. So,
yeah.
You know, the glory days.
This guy, he poo-poos me, man. Every event, he's like, he texts me, yo, where you at? Let's go eat, right? Right? It's Pat.
Yeah, Matt's a good liar, guys.
No, it's true. We went out last week.
Look at it.
We did go out last week.
It's so adorable. It must bring back so many happy memories for you, Pat.
A lot of championships
when you were winning.
Won.
Yeah. I'm just going to do what I always did. I'm just going to repeat whatever Pat says.
Back when we won trophies, it's been a while.
It's all good. It happens.
Oh, dearie me. Of course, up next on main stage, we're going to have Rise versus FaZe. Matt, I actually want to start this off with you. Obviously, you casted that Rise matchup. Is Rise the real deal, or was that just a very underwhelming EG?
Coming into the weekend, I did not know what to expect with Rise Nation. I thought they were going to get like 3rd, 4th in this group, to be quite honest with you. But I think after that first performance, you see the Rise Nation that you're going to see this weekend is just on another level. I wouldn't say back to where they were in Vegas. I think you're going to need Vicento to see him play, a little bit at a higher level. But I think they're definitely close, the closest they've been since that event. I definitely think they can give FaZe a good game.
Of course, this being one of the bigger games of today, it's going to be our final game, of course, for prime time. We caught up with our players earlier on today and got their thoughts on their upcoming match.
Since Vegas, we've played Rise a few more times, and I think we've beat them pretty badly a few times. Not that they're a bad team or anything, it's just something about the way we match up against them in the K-Bar MV4 meta.
What makes FaZe such a tough matchup is just their slaying ability and their team chemistry. Pretty sure they are the 2nd most active roster behind Optic Gaming. So just that team chem they have, they've been teaming for, I think it's almost like 19 months. And like I said, their slaying ability is like close to Optic.
The best quality of Rise would probably be their teamwork. I think they're one of the better teamwork-orientated teams.
I think when we play FaZe, the map count's probably going to be Game 5 both times. I think we clutch up once, they probably clutch up once if we're being realistic with ourselves. But definitely could be a shorter series depending on how we come out in our respawns.
As long as we win our searches against them, I think we'll be able to take the Hardpoint or an Uplink here or there. So in all honesty, I think it's going to come down to search for sure.
Fantastic, of course, to hear from Clayster there. And X, that kind of leads me to the next question is, how comfortable do you think FaZe looks so far from everything you've seen today?
A 3-1 win on Fnatic's pretty good. Fnatic's looking good so far. They 3-0'd EG after Rise kind of beat him into the ground. But, I mean, you got to be feeling good. You're going up against a Rise squad who's looking hot, but you're still FaZe, right? Like, you still have all the confidence in the world right now. You're prepared. You're practiced. This map set, Actually, I don't know. This I might favor Rise, actually.
Really?
I kind of take that back. Yeah, I think this might actually favor Rise.
Who's the liar now?
Yeah, right.
Well,
what makes you
I
what
didn't
makes
see
you
the
say
map
that?
set.
What makes you say that? What map is it particularly that changes that?
The two searches, I think Throwback and Retail both are a really good pick for Rise, and then the Scorch Hardpoint. I think that might be one of FaZe's weaker map is Zuma doesn't show up, and right now Rise is looking fast, right? They're looking really confident. Some confidence we haven't seen from them in a long time, and that's really scary. So those two S&Ds in that game 4 is looking good for them.
Deep, for number 1 in the group, who have you got?
I think I'm very slightly leaning towards Rise, purely because FaZe looked a little bit slow in that first series, to be honest, and that's the first time in quite a while we've seen Clay have a performance like that. Do we think he's going to have a crazy, streak like that in a hardpoint again? You kind of have to say no, not taking away anything from Clay, fantastic player, but I feel like Rise has so much more energy. Facento and Looney were just screaming at EG when they were playing earlier. Yep. I think that's going a long way here at the LAN League.
If Clay doesn't go on that streak earlier against Fnatic, I mean, that game probably goes to a Game 5. And then I would probably favor Fnatic in a Game 5, I think, which just completely changes this match and the rest of the day.
And then you got to think, that game 1, that should have won Fnatic's way either way. That could have been a 3-1 Fnatic. So
That's what makes
I don't
this
know.
week just so interesting. There really are so many options for who can walk away with those Ws. But as we said, final game of the evening, MLG Primetime, Rise versus FaZe. We can send it over to Maven and Courage for the cast.
Thank you, gentlemen. Okay, so heading into this one, I felt really good about Rise. They played really well. But once I saw EG just get crushed by Fnatic, does that take a little bit off maybe Rise's performance earlier?
There's definitely a thought that can go into your mind, right? EG, they've had their struggles, whether it was against Rise or Fnatic now. Rise Nation, this is a statement match for you. Yeah. People are expecting FaZe to win this group, but the fact that they won a major event this year for the side of Rise Nation, and people are still doubting if they can even get second in this one, would light a fire under me immediately. So they've already gotten 1-3-0. Now they're looking to not only beat FaZe, but end day 1 with the best map count of anybody.
Well, that's what Matt and I talked about a little bit earlier. Like, Rise, after winning Vegas, the pressure's kind of been on them to be a top team. They've been expected to do well. Yep. But this is the first weekend I think they were coming in where people really doubted them. Like, doubted them enough that some people thought they might get 4th in the group, which is insane because they were that bad at Dallas. But they come in here, they look hot, they destroy EG. I think, both teams win their hard points in their series. This game 1 going to be a big part of setting the tempo.
You heard Aches. He was wondering if these maps were not the best draw for the side of FaZe Clan in this best of 5, folks. It is prime time. It's day number 1 of the CWL Global Pro League Blue Group. So far, I've had a lot of fun. I wish some of these matches were a little bit closer with the 2-3-0s we've seen, but we're ready for it. Who are we watching off the break, Maven?
Looks like we're going to start with Clay. And, they talked about that streak, and, we can't put enough emphasis on it. Like, that is just huge. Him going big like that to secure that game 4, make sure they don't see a final map 5 in which Fnatic may be able to get the upset. What can Clay do in this series? Because he is going to have a tough test on the other side at the AR position with the way Aqua's been playing.
Oh, most certainly. And already it is Rise Nation with those NV4s clearing out the top bridge area. An awkward engagement there for a moment between Felony and Zuma. And Zuma does at least clean up 1 kill. FaZe now looking to surge back into this hard point as these two teams will contest back and forth. If you had to pick a hill on this map that you think will go in one team's favor and really kind of swing the map, what would it have to be for you?
For this, I mean, with the strong ARs on either side and strong subs throughout. I don't think there's a particular hill that stands out to me to be strong for either team. It's just going to be the key rotation, obviously, from Greg to Broken. Who played the hard point earlier, which they had the 81-9 advantage on the destroyed building? I'm trying to remember which series. Was that Fnatic? Okay.
Fnatic, yeah. Over, I believe, was it EG? I can't remember. Either way, we're now getting to
it was.
hard point in lower street. It's 23-13 in favor of FaZe Clan. As you can see on the mini-map, Clayster playing from this top patio side. Such a power position for this hard point, but at the same time, his teammates are still cleaning up kills. They're doing all the work while he just stays alive in his power position.
Yep, Clayster, though, opting to move forward a bit. We'll switch over to Zuma, who's going to deal with the pressure from Bite. He sees 1, a little awkward at first, but able to cut down Looney. So he'll soak up some time. There's a 1 at the top of market steps as well. That's Felony, who's able to push through. But Clayster handling business inside. And, Enable, I guess Enable's been really shining for me. And this is, look at him and Clayster both going off. They got a 9 streak together right now. But Enable put up a ton of time in that first hard point as well. He's been stellar in this game mode.
Oh, definitely. And FaZe have now blown open this lead 58-15, still clearing out more. They just have a good idea of where Rise Nation are continually spawning. Now look at the minimap, the yellow arrows all in Cathedral. They'll gladly give up these last 10 seconds of scrap time to now be in the perfect setup they want to have for this back Cathedral hardpoint. One thing I will say, Rise Nation, they have a timing window now. They can push out from every single lane. 2 players bridge. You've got Felony in middle map. Now it is the green light to go. The first kill for Tatch on Aqua is huge inside market. Felony trying to stay alive right now. Facento does straight things back on out. Rise Nation pushing on through, but FaZe get back there in time. The Red Militia hold off for the moment.
Yeah, that timing window they had in the 4v3 just disappeared. Attach gets the first kill, shuts it down. But if you're a newer viewer and you heard me talking about the big rotation, it's getting set up early for this hard point we're at now in Graveyard, and the next rotations will be coming up when this moves in 30 seconds. Over the Destroy building, kind of where you said number 7 on the minimap, just popped up. This is where you can soak up a ton of time, get a huge lead. So if you're Fnatic, you rotated early to Grave, you've started to build this lead. You're up 70 or so points. It should be Rise Nation to get set up first for the next hardpoint, but these are the battles. So it's going to be Looney inside first. There's a pinch opportunity here. It's going to be Clayster and Attach on either side of him, and he's going to have to find the kills. They might not be aware he's inside, because a lot of times players will kind of sit in the back.
Watch this contest. It's going to catch both players off guard. Yep. Yes, Looney still staying here. Does get one. Clayster should die to this car explosion. No, both nades
Oh my God!
Both nades missed, and Clayster stays alive even for the moment. He's going to keep these spawns in favor of FaZe, an example of a scenario that can completely change how this game plays out.
Absolutely. You know, you like the sneaky play from Looney. If he's able to win both those gunfights, maybe hit Clay with that nade, they're looking pretty. But now you're allowing Clayster to go on another streak. The second 4 streak we've seen him on. He's got a couple players pushing him. He has a bit of help inside, but both his teammates drop. So as we're halfway through this hard point, a lot of pressure on Clay to go big yet again. I like this. Play slow, play sneaky, play your life until some help comes. This is textbook. Just beautiful play from Clayster as he keeps going.
He's looking so good today. Even in the first series, he was going off. Now fully streaked out. He's going to look for a 6th now. 115 to 49, and a big reason they have this lead is because of their leader, Clayster. The guy's a Call of Duty World Champion for a reason. Rise Nation look a little bit different than they did in that first series that we saw for them up against EG.
That's kind of why I asked you that question leading into the series, because after we've seen all the teams play, FaZe's win over Fnatic looks a hell of a lot better than Rise's win over EG after we saw Fnatic 3-0 EG, right? So you gotta think FaZe can take that into this, but Clay on a 7 streak, make it 8 streak. He keeps on going. Stick with him. Do not go off this guy. He's the hot hand. There's one more in the back. Take it away.
Tries to pick up the K-bar there. Might have been running out of ammo in that NV4 like we saw in his last hard point he played. But again, Facento does actually have some streaks of his own, surprisingly enough, so that can be a saving grace for Rise Nation as this game goes on. But for the most part right now, it is so one-sided for FaZe Clan. Even the kill feed just keeps going in favor of the boys from FaZe. Look at the difference in slang. You've got Clayster a +9, Enable a +8. Zuma just popped into the positive side of things. Yes, Attach a little bit of a slow start from him, but when his teammates are going off like they are, I mean, that's fine. He'll pick things up at some point.
It's just wild to think about, you know, that one play that Clayster made in the back where he got that kill on Looney in a position that he shouldn't, right? Looney has the higher ground. He doesn't win that gunfight. I mean, this score could be flipped almost. You literally could kind of turn this on his head. That's how huge that was in the first half of this game. Who was it, TP on the desk? Or one of the guys said, you know, is Clayster likely to go on a streak like that again? I don't think so, but that was huge, man.
It most certainly was. FaZe looking to build back up a 100+ second lead. It is prime time, so you know what time it is. Let's go to a listen-in with FaZe Clan to see how they're talking in this matchup.
Yes. Nice.
Got one out of hill.
I smoke cat.
Great pick. One's behind us, then. One's behind us. One's tree, one's behind his bus. One in hill, one behind his bus. It has to be behind his bus.
Okay, okay, behind his bus. Yeah.
He's one shot.
Last guy bus. He's going.
Nice.
No here. Oh my god.
Ian, you can push through if you want.
I'm reloading. Oh, I just called RC by accident, Clay.
I'm just gonna go.
Yeah, I'm sending through bar. No, he's in deck. One's a cat.
Lobby, go bedroom. Lobby to bedroom. One deck still. One deck still.
Nice.
Yo, I'm coming forward. In deck. One's in deck.
Cat, one deck to bar.
I got him.
Oh, he's on hill from cat.
They should be broken.
Dylan, we'll switch it and you can go bikes, all right? Wait for me.
I'm holding deck.
I spawned
I'm in bikes. Yeah, one's in bar. I got one.
I'm in bikes still. Say no, Clay.
It's top cat.
Oh, yeah,
Wait,
top cat.
One shot Ian. He's one shot as fuck.
I'm one hit as well. I'm just deck.
No one low. No one low.
Go check that. I got one. Yo,
I got another cat.
Nice.
I'm one shot though.
I have trees.
Nice, careful, make sure we hold the spawn. We're missing one.
Someone get back up. One pushing it back up.
I'm 1 kill off my bombardment. I have Trinity.
Okay.
Yeah,
they're going all the way around. I'm going to try to pinch this for you.
Yo, I'm pinging bombardment to see where they're at.
They shall be on.
Oh, there's one lobby hall and 2 on street, 1 in bar. Lobby hall, 2 street, 1 bar.
Get back up, Clay. Get back up to market.
Everybody come market.
I'm gonna bombard market right now. I'm gonna do it right now.
I have camo as well. And I have a Trinity, so we have streaks. Nice, that's one.
Oh, I got myself.
We're gonna Trinity.
We're gonna Trinity.
Get a little closer. Okay.
I have camo as well.
Alright, listen, we have
You're such a setup strategy. Everyone come to market steps. We'll hit at the same time. We'll streak it. Did Clay forget that he streaked the top market area? He kills himself with that bombardment for a second. Either way, though, FaZe do use the tools at their disposal to at least disrupt the hold from Rise Nation near Cathedral. They're now popping the camo. They want to end the game right here.
Oh, yeah, they went for a dagger. We've had multiple bombardments, a Trinity Rocket, camo, everything invested into winning the game here. They still technically can do it. They need just about every single point here to win the game. Trinity Rocket's likely going to come in. So they're investing everything in this. It's one of those situations where you're up so big, let's just close out the game. They backed them up on bridge, almost able to line them up, but they know where the players are. And this one should be done in a matter of seconds.
Rise Nation, welcome to the 100-point club. FaZe Clan in Hardpoint looks so good. They remain undefeated in the game mode as they just stomp Rise on that map.
Ah, man, this is like, what did, you heard the bit of, I think I interviewed Clay the other day where he basically said, we beat Rise like the last 3 times. Rise only beat them at Vegas.
Yeah.
And he's like, we beat them heavily sometimes, not to knock Rise. Like, he didn't really trash talk, but they pounded them in Paris. Remember, it was that losers bracket final. It was a 3-0. It was almost more lopsided than Optics 3-0 over FaZe in the final. It wasn't close. So you can't be shocked here. And what did Clayster say? It's all matchups. You hear that sometimes in the NBA, like certain teams will blow out another team. It can be a matchup thing where it's just the positions, the roles don't work very well for someone. That seems to be the case with Rise vs. FaZe.
Another thing to bring up as well, FaZe now 18-0 in their last 3 major events, and now this weekend against teams that are not Optic Gaming or E-United. Sorry. They will be 18-0 at the end of the series. Little jump of the gun there. Now 17-0, looking to keep that one going. They're now 2 maps away from keeping that streak alive.
Well, that's why I read a couple articles, whether it was from fans or various sites kind of talking about this group, and there were people that said they just don't expect FaZe to drop a series, and it's going to be rare maps that they actually drop because people saw them as being so superior there. Rise, who looked like the #2 team securely after their pounding of EG, just get throttled in game 1. That is giving you a look into why many think this is so lopsided in favor of FaZe. That was disgusting.
And another thing to remember, if you are Fnatic, if Rise Nation do get 3-0'd here by FaZe, you end the day 1-1. Rise ends the day 1-1, but you have the slight edge in map count because you took a map off FaZe Clan earlier today, while Rise Nation may not. There's look at your breakdown, and well, FaZe did better on every single hill.
Yeah, it's so lopsided. Like, you don't usually see Broken and Hallway with that few points there, right? The game ended so early, you didn't even get to see them at all again through the second side of it. So the damage was done early, and the damage was done big time across really everywhere they went. I hope the guys will talk a little bit about that play. You see Clayster and Looney there. That one-on-one gunfight they had in the back proved to be a big one. I think that's where the tides really turned in FaZe's favor.
Now, I will say, Clayster, Looney had no idea he was there. Looney also was getting weakened by Clayster's teammates, so it was quite an easy cleanup. But the fact that Clay played it that way made all the difference in that game. And now FaZe, they have the 1-0 lead in this best of 5. We will go into Search and Destroy next, and you heard in the video, Clayster said, if we can just win our S&Ds against this Rise Nation team, then he has no doubts that they'll take every series they play.
Well, let's see if they can do it. I mean, the S&D has been the big thing for Rise, right? They were just horrific in Dallas, but against guys that historically, are very, very good in Search. So what can you muster here after just getting dismantled in game 1? What can you bring to the table here? They need Vicento to be calling the shots. They need to make plays here on throwback. Is there anyone in particular you kind of favor on this map? Is there any kind of edge you'd give to either side?
I don't know if I can choose really an edge to either side. I think the same thing we'll see, just like in that the series earlier with this map, was the team taking control at middle. We'll see a lot of success. Winning those gunfights in those hectic scenarios can absolutely be a difference maker. Another thing to point out, do we see any sniper play? When Nagafin was using the sniper for EG, he was getting first bloods and they were securing rounds. When he put it away, they just kind of lost that ability, and it really began to haunt them as the game went on.
Yeah, and here, like, you know, we can think back to last week where how crucial, how many first bloods come from kind of those mid-trains when you had a player like, you know, Apathy finding them, Lacefield on Cloud9 even did a stellar job of that, Erad up at mid-map trying to find kills, and the other crucial spot is kind of that AR at distance will likely be Clayster, Enable kind of doing a mix of it, and then also on the other side Aqua, when you're playing at back limit, when you're playing at that back boss and looking over your teammates, because they're trying to get that plant down or you're trying to hold off the plant, it's such a key position. You're trying to cover, you know, you're trying to worry about the flank, you're trying to worry about looking over your bomb carrier, you have eyes on mid-map as well. Those guys play such a crucial role in this. It'll be interesting to see how this plays out.
That's the hat, if I'm not mistaken, Vicento wore back in Vegas when they won that event. Maybe it's his good luck charm.
Oh, I remember this shot specifically. We took it off, kind of threw it up in the air. It's one of my favorite shots from this year.
Yeah, I mean, the guy is known for how loud he can get. We have a brief moment in between games 1 and 2 here, so we know the All-Star game is coming up in Anaheim, and the players themselves had an opportunity to give their reason on why they should be an All-Star.
I think I should be an All-Star because I like do the dirty things for the team. Like no one, like everyone underestimates me.
I should be an All-Star because I'm better than Felony and I slay more.
I should be an All-Star because I've been around the longest. I've been playing since Call of Duty 4. I've been at the top in every single title, so I should be up there.
I'm the best player in the game. You know, nobody could touch me. So, you know, you just put me in the All-Star game, I'll show you why I'm the best.
Have you seen me? Have you seen the highlight clips?
I should be an All-Star because I'm the only person in the scene that has 2 barbers. I let one of them do the top and one of them do the sides.
You love seeing this stuff with the guys bidding for their All-Star hopes.
Yeah.
And again, it's one guy from each of the top 2 teams will be duking it out in Anaheim. That'll be a lot of fun. We can't wait. But before we get to Anaheim, we still have, you know, Stage 1. We have the Stage 1 playoff for $500,000 leading into one of the biggest events of the year. There's so much great Call of Duty to come in.
It just gets me all hot and bothered and excited for everything this year. Anaheim, obviously coming up in just a couple months. Already, ticket sales are through the roof, and that's a tall roof there for Anaheim. That was a really bad joke. I'm going to move on. June 16th through the 18th in the Anaheim Convention Center, Hall A, $200,000 prize pool, MLG.TV/Anaheim to go secure yours. I'm more excited for Anaheim than I am for my own future in life.
Well, I mean, if you're a fan and you haven't been to many events, I mean, go to as many as you can. It's a blast. It's absolutely insanity. But if you have to mark a couple dates on the calendar, I mean, Anaheim's one of those few where you want to be at it. The atmosphere is just electric. I feel like every grand final I've ever seen, or it's just there's always insane matches. It always comes down to the wire. It's gonna be a blast. So just go buy tickets. You can hang out with Jack and I. We're a great time.
That's going to be a lot of people that are going to be hanging out with us now. We're going to have to make dinner reservations for 640 people.
Yeah, right.
but no, we appreciate your patience. As you can tell, there was some tech stuff going on the main stage.
Saw Tatch working through something. We don't know if it's an audio issue or what's going on, but let's look at the maps again, Jack. So 250 to 82, if you're just joining us, FaZe pounded Rise Nation in the first map. Next up is going to be a throwback Search and Destroy. When you heard Pat talking coming into this series, I think the map that he was most worried about FaZe was going to be that Scorch Hardpoint, where he thought Rise would have the biggest edge. We may not get there.
No, not if FaZe continues to play this way. Obviously, Rise Nation, you've got a Search and Destroy coming up next, and you've already won an uplink 20-0. FaZe have yet to score a point in uplink in the Global Pro League with their 7-0 loss earlier to Fnatic, so obviously don't count them out yet. This series far from over. Players now getting ready to go. This game should be launching here in just a minute or two as players get their classes all set. So far, notes from today, your biggest takeaways from what we've seen.
Oh, God, biggest takeaways is, I mean, you got to talk about EG. It was sort of the biggest takeaway from, week 1, day 1, when Cloud9 wasn't able to take a map, is no one expected that. You at least thought they'd steal a Search and Destroy, get some maps on the board, because again, our match win's important, yes, but map victories alone are huge if it comes down to some kind of tiebreaker. I think the second biggest surprise would more than likely be just how good Rise looked in that first series, but at the end of this one, I mean, if they were to get 3 out here, if they were to get pounded, I mean, maybe, God, I might just change my mind again on this Rise roster.
Yeah, who knows exactly where they stand. Are Rise Nation looking great, or are Evil Geniuses just that bad?
Yeah.
Question that I think everybody's asking themselves. Heck, even Rise Nation fans are probably asking themselves that same question. We hope you're enjoying the coverage of the CWL Global Pro League Stage 1 presented by PlayStation 4. This is the blue group. We've already seen week 1 in the books. Obviously, knowing our 2 teams moving on there. Envy narrowly taking that first spot over Splice. We have more Call of Duty to be played next weekend and the weekend after. Then we take a brief 1-week break and then once again get together for the Stage 1 playoffs. And then shortly after that, Anaheim, as we just talked about, we're ready to get into game number 2. Search and Destroy on Throwback. Do we see more thermal play again from these teams? We'll have to find out.
Interesting point too. When I was talking to Clayster yesterday, most of us, and I think if you're if you're a sports fan, esports fan, you think of the swing game, the momentum game, is that game 3, right? And
yeah.
The game 5 at a best of 7, whatever it is, or game 4, sorry, that kind of middle of the pack game where you can really turn things around. He was telling me, like, for him, and I think he said a lot of Call of Duty players, it's actually the search and destroy is what he considers the swing game. Because if you go up 1-0, that S&D, if you win it, you're ready to bury a team. If you come from behind and you take that one, type the series at 1-1, like his thought process.
Reset the mindset.
Exactly. He sees the S&D game 2 is kind of the momentum, the swing game. Okay. Which I just never really heard that, actually. So
I'll give him that. Either way, we're ready to get this game 2 underway. Rise Nation down 1-0, and Vicento trying to get flashy off the break. He's got himself a sniper to work with.
Well, it's interesting when you think about this team last year when they had Nagafen. I mean, if there was any sniping, it was always Nagafen and Aqua, right? Now it's going to be Vicento. The shot, I think, a little bit in front of the intended target. He whiffs one, and that's a shot you need to hit. This is where you're going to maybe surprise him on the first round, pull that out and hit it. You need to hit it.
And look, remember what I talked about with middle map control, FaZe Clan, they've secured it right now. Clayster's already gotten that first blood, and now that sniper that was looking so great for Vicento off the break, he's now having to back down because all he's got is a pistol. Yeah. Just like that, it's Aqua by himself, and he's out in no man's land.
I mean, I think it's fair to say that the longer a round goes, the less useful a sniper becomes, typically. It's all for the opening picks is what you're trying to find. And now Aqua in a tough position, and by tough, I mean, it's a 1v4. It's a very difficult spot. He's got 40 seconds to work with, but look where the bomb's down. It's basically mid-map.
Oh, gosh. And even where he wanted to get a kill maybe for the FTL jump, he doesn't get it. And ooh, very giftable moment right there from Clayster as he nods his head in happiness to his teammates.
He's a giftable guy.
He is. And just a great human.
All-around class act, Jack.
He most certainly is. Clayster, a veteran in Call of Duty, a leader, and man, he is very good at shooting virtual bullets.
It's wild too. You know, some of you guys, maybe you watch a lot of Call of Duty, maybe you aren't as familiar with the players and their histories, but I mean, I'm pretty sure, don't quote me on this. Actually, I don't really care if you quote me. I say stuff wrong all the time. I'm pretty sure that Clay is like the oldest player competing really at this level right now, isn't he? I think he's like 24.
Yeah, I'll agree with you. Just because you're Maven and you make up Maven facts, and that's truth. So.
I think that's what Pat told me the other day. Is like Clay's the oldest player still competing, and you know the streaks you see him going on. There have been some of us that have doubted him at times. You know, maybe he's lost a step. Maybe the hands have slowed down. It doesn't look like that today, does it?
No, not at all. And again, it's Aqua by himself up against FaZe Clan.
And this is similar to what we saw. Remember, you saw Havoc in this position a lot because he'd be the guy that would watch the overextend. He would watch the courtyard side of the map, so he would always be the guy rotating over. So if there's a 1v2, 1v whatever, it's going to be a guy like Aqua or a player like Havoc that's stuck in those positions. And just a couple tough ones for Aqua. But back to Clayster, he started out great, 3-0, unless he got the final kill. That's Enable.
Enable cleans it on up, and now FaZe will be up 2-0, getting the start they want in Search and Destroy again. You mentioned how some of them think this is a swing mode. How FaZe say if they win the S&D against Rise Nation, they should be able to take any series they face up against them. They're looking to do that right now, and again, it's Vicento with the sniper. Does he get the pick on the underpass? Unfortunately for him, it looks like no one from FaZe aren't even going to go.
I mean, that's a big reason why I said if you're going to pull it out, you kind of need to hit that round 1 because you scare them away from it. They're not going to just send somebody out there. It'll be a different timing to it. But the gunfights are going to be mid-map, and they're going to be mid-map quickly. It's Aqua and Felony finding a couple. Looney's still there. It's Attach rotating behind. He knows Looney is still here. Oh, God, did he need to reload, or was that like a panic reload?
I think that was a panic reload. Messes up there. Looney has been spotted by Enable. 1 versus 1. The trade right here for Rise Nation. Enable snaps right on over. And you would have thought Clayster got the clutch. He's screaming at Enable. I think Enable's now scared of him. Either way, it's 3-0 for FaZe Clan.
I'm in love with Clayster.
You would have thought Clay just clutched that.
I just did. The energy of this guy you know, for year after year after year. You know, he's put on some of the most incredible series, some of the most incredible comebacks. Think back to FaZe and AW. They come back against Epsilon down 3-0. Reverse sweep in a best-of-7 first time it's ever happened. They've won 2 best-of-7s against Optic. Like, he's just done things that seem impossible, and he continues to defy logic this far into his career.
Aqua did his controller unplug and able to snaps on him right there. That is terrible positioning. And now, thankfully, for Facento, he's able to at least kill Enable off the bomb, so it was an easy first blood for FaZe. It's now going to be just a 2v2 in middle map.
But you've got Clayster, the difference maker today. He's going to go high over the top, slow. He should be able to get behind. I don't think he was spotted. I am a sneaky kitty. There's one up close, though. Can't pull off the 1v2. That was similar. What was the play? Remember, he had the 1v2. I think it was against Optic, and the FTL jump kind of came into play with Formal. It's like he was trying to do that sneaky up over the top play. Almost, not enough.
Kaiser tries to use the bomb site for cover. There's the quick cleanup for Rise Nation. So Rise do get on the board, even after that awkward first blood that came in. And now you can see Facento calling some strategies with his squad to see how they can come back in this game. Is the sniper away yet from Facento? It does appear so.
Yeah, unless something has changed. I mean, Facento has been the shot caller in Search and Destroy, I mean, for quite some time. He needs to call some plays now. It has been all FaZe, but they come in strong. Felony finds 2, but they're traded right back, and we have another quick 2 versus 2. It's going to be Clayster. Almost able to give them the advantage, can't finish the kill, wisely groups up with his teammate there, make sure they now have a better ability to trade. They saw them push underpass, so they know where the play is going.
And now they're back in spawn.
Starting to slow down.
They've fallen back to a 2v2. Sento and Aqua are waiting to see if they chase, and this is actually going to work out beautifully. If you see Clayster runs right around this corner, yep, Aqua's there pre-aiming. The second kill comes in. Aqua with the quick 2-piece now to bring Rise within 1.
And that's just a nice play call.
Yep.
Just slow it down. I think they realized they got spotted hitting underpass. I can't remember if one of the FaZe guys took shots at them when they went underneath, but I believe they knew they were spotted. They predicted exactly what FaZe were going to do, and that was beautiful stuff. I mean, completely outplayed them there. It just looked silly. Clayster comes flying around the corner. Yeah, Aqua tucked away in the corner.
And they recognized that FaZe were full on momentum in that round, so you know what? Make them pay for it. If they're going to keep sprinting, we'll just hold angles with our ARs. So Rise showing some S&D prowess now as they begin to come to life in this game too.
Kills go back and forth early now in round 6. Felony tags up another one, but he's about to get pushed. There's 2 FaZe players that have eyes on him. Good job backing up and getting away. Live to see another day, another quick 2v2. I mean, basically it's just been trade, real fast at mid-map, and then the action simmers down. But look at the mini-map. You have Aqua sitting there with his payload ability. He's right around the edge. Just going to be on attach, checking his corners.
He's in such a great position.
Oh, no.
He's in such a great position, and I can't tell if this is good or bad for FaZe that they're running away from this side of the map, because Aqua in this corner, I mean, they're going to have no ideas here. And now Rise Nation are together for a trade. They should see attach in middle map. They haven't spotted him as of yet.
Well, look at, I mean, it's almost like FaZe learned their lesson from the last round. They didn't want to go charging around, get caught in a corner, which Aqua was trying to do. This time, FaZe able to do it. But, I mean, honestly, if they kept pushing through, Aqua in the perfect spot, right?
Oh, yeah.
He had 2 gimmies just like the round previously. FaZe, though, they adapted.
Oh, certainly. Good shots from Zuma there with the ERAD. Attach was there for the trade either way, so that round was going to FaZe no matter what happened there, even if Zuma did die in that gunfight. Now, if you're Rise Nation, you've done what you could to come back from a 3-0 deficit. Unfortunately, now you do give up that 2v2 scenario. And FaZe also have a great tool right now, and it's the camo for Enable to get the first blood.
We'll watch Enable, see if this comes into play. Facento, there's where the sniper finally gets that pick he's been looking for. So Zuma deleted off the map early, and he's a guy that can get punished by a sniper. You know how aggressive he likes to play. 6 shots from Aqua, though, over the top. Wow. They find the kill, and Rise Nation just soars into that one.
That's a huge round from Rise Nation, but also to point out, the shots from Aqua to pick Clayster off that cover inside Silo, that's a difference maker. Instead of it being a 3-on-3, with the camo player still ready to go for Enable, it gets to a 4v2. Things just don't look good. And now Rise Nation, again, switch some things up, bring back out the sniper, and it works out for them in that round.
That's a sick kill. You're killing somebody off a power position, soaring out in the open. Either he got a little bit of help or hit the perfect shots, but it was Facento last time. Could it be Facento again? He knows they're flying. He's in a scary angle. He gets tagged up, couldn't get away. He overpeaked there, over-challenged. How many, do you think only saw 1 maybe at first when he went vertical?
He saw at least 2 grenades go flying over.
That's true, yeah.
I think the big thing was, how often do you know when a player has a sniper that you just challenge towards the top bridge area? Rarely ever. That's just pure confidence out of FaZe. But now FaZe getting a little bit too over-eager. pushing right up through that fence area. It's the camo from Enable, which could be burned now because he's left in a 1v2.
Yeah, I don't know about the camo use here. I didn't see exactly what the situation was when he popped it,
wow.
But he gets gunned there. The flags are out. Rise. Looking good. I mean, did he pull, was it a 1v3 when he popped the camo? Or did he pop it like right when a teammate dropped?
He popped it when it was a 2v2. As he pops his camo, Clayster then dies.
Yeah, okay. So he popped it right where basically as Clayster died. I figured, because it looked, when we went over to his POV, it didn't look good.
No.
1v2, a sketchy gunfight, and then still had 2 dogs, 1v3. Didn't he have 2 to deal with at the end there? That wasn't a 1v1.
It was a 1v2. It was, he gets the kill, drops it to a 2v2. As he gets that kill, Clayster dies to make it to then a 1v2. So now we have camo ready for Rise Nation, and you have to give the payload advantage over to Rise now in this scenario. You've got Clayster bringing out the sniper too, so they're trying to remain versatile when it comes down to what they use to get these opening picks. The Scarab getting so much information for Looney, as Rise Nation should be able to freely take this B-bomb.
Yep, that's exactly what they were doing, just scouting with that. At the same time, you're playing slow. Maybe you catch like an over-aggressive Zuma if he plays rounds he is known to do, but at least if you're Clay there, you do find a kill with the pistol, so it doesn't bite you that you have a sniper on this aggressive play. Now it's 3v3, post-plant for Rise Nation. It's going to be FaZe.
Zuma didn't see him! Zuma didn't see him. There you go. Does get the kill. I heard Clayster through my headset yelling, to your right, to your right, to your right, calling it out for him.
That wasn't one of those ones where you saw like a glimmer of a player. Like, I think his reticle was on his back.
This is such a smart play. This is such a smart play. He cleans up one, challenges the bomb, has the camo now ready. Aqua with an MVP-like play. Doesn't get spotted. The 1v3. Aqua potentially saves the game there for Rise Nation.
That was disgusting. And honestly, the key thing was almost the fact that he got that final bullet in the guy on the bomb, because he almost got behind kind of the haystack, whatever the hell the pile of sandbags is there. If he doesn't finish that kill, maybe he can't 1v2 with camo, but he just gets it off. Sick stuff there. What a play, man.
Think of the camo we saw from Enable earlier on and the lack of an impact it had in the awkward scenario they were in, to now the camo right there. Not only wins that round for Rise, they've now got full streaks from Looney to use. If FaZe win this game, my mind would be blown.
Yeah, camo, so vital. Pat's still trying to earn it.
Okay, I'll give you that one.
He didn't hear me. All right, well.
I think he just got you permanently muted.
Probably. 5-4 advantage for Rise.
Look at how scared FaZe are. They haven't been able to play at this bomb because they're worried the second they move towards a site, a ping comes in. And look, they're spotting with the Scarab. That's it. They spot with the Scarab. They go for the plant. Here comes the Trinity. Do they even focus on killing the plants, or they don't get there in time? So Enable's able to plant this bomb. Rise have to push up this map. Yes, they have the first kill, but because that bomb is planted, FaZe absolutely have a chance of winning this round.
If that goes off a half second earlier, they stop the plant. This is a much different round.
Oh my God.
Now they've got to make plays. It's going to be timing for Zuma. Can he get in behind a couple? The first to his right, he should be able to sneak in behind. He sees basically the whole team. He's cut down. It's now an attach. 20 seconds left. He's going to have to make a play around the bomb. He has Centurion, which isn't going to come into play here. He's found two more to go with. I believe Looney's on it. He checks it. He gets it.
Oh my God!
Yes, he does it. And he's
oh my God!
What was the reactive
Oh my
there?
God! Attach with the 1 versus 4 and the kill on the reactive player.
Why do you use that? He didn't have time to get to it anyway.
Hey, Aqua, anything you can do, I can do better, says Attach.
The hell was that?
As I'm sweating. I'm now sweating profusely. I'm sitting down. I'm lightheaded. Oh my God.
Here we go. Round 11. Unbelievable stuff there from Attach. Showing why many consider him to be an S&D god, but kills going back and forth. 3 versus 3 now. It's Attach. Mid-map. He's feeling strong. He's feeling confident, but it's Zuma. Around the back. He's got E-Rad up close. He's able to spot one Jack.
And they're both trying to play their life. The aggressive play onto the bomb. He's got to get out now. He's got players watching over him with the AR. 3 versus 3. So neck and neck towards this site. Now the gunfights could go down the middle. Attach peeks right to the gun of Looney. 2 versus 3. He gets caught sprinting.
You got to go gun up there, right? You have to be gun up to try and make a play. Assist comes through for Enable. It's now 1 versus 2. 45 seconds to go.
Now this is textbook for Rise Nation. You plant, you fall back to bowling.
You can't lose this situation.
You should not lose this situation. And this is the most common situation on this map now in this 1 versus 2.
All right, he has to somehow find a pick and be able to get away. Does he check in top window? Looks like he wants to go back through the bowling side of the map, get in behind. The timing could end up working out well. Will the kill be there to be traded?
Nope.
Couple shots in, he's got 20 seconds left and he's gone. Rise Nation able to tie it up at 1-1. Attach, that play was sick, but not enough.
Aqua, that play was sick. Attach, that play was sicker.
Yeah.
And in the end of it all, Rise Nation still win the S&D.
We've had some fun maps today, haven't we?
We have, dude. Wow, that was absolutely insane. If I'm either team, I'm frustrated at the end of that map.
Yeah, I mean, I know we don't get to see every single POV. I mean, the one thing that stood out to me in the round 11 was kind of a, I don't know what the play call was. I can't be inside Attach's brain or what went on with the FaZe, but when he kind of just went sprinting around there, you got to assume someone's watching mid-map, whether it's from back boss, whether they're at that close little street. He just ran around. He didn't have a chance in the gunfight. You got to give yourself a chance to shoot back. That was the one thing that kind of stood out in the round 11 to me.
I mean, for Rise Nation, you get the first blood. You just trade efficiently from there. So now we have ourselves a 1-1 series in this best of 5. Do not go anywhere. This is prime time for a reason. It's FaZe Clan versus Rise Nation and Uplink up next. It is our final G Fuel key player matchup of the night. This one between the two legendary assault rifle players of Clayster and Aqua. Look at the search and destroy gameplay we've seen from them so far today. Clayster a 2.40 S&D KD. Aqua with the even better 2.60, but the big difference here is in uplink from what we've seen so far. Rise Nation destroyed EG earlier in the game mode, led by Aqua's 1.55 KD. This series is just getting started. We'll have to see which of these two players can remain hot. There's a reason they're your G Fuel key player matchup.
We are back. It is the GPL here. It's week 2 of stage 1. And Jack, I believe that you should formally apologize to Looney, because I think over the course of that, you may have credited every single player on Rise Nation with that 1v3.
Yeah, but the man who actually did it. So Looney, I'm sorry. Take this as my formal apology, Aqua. You didn't do that, so
it happens, man. When you
fell down 3 tiers in my book.
When you're casting, it's sometimes it'll happen. I know when you've been casting like all day and there's an insane match where your energy is through, your adrenaline's through the roof, right? Like after that attach 1v4, you're so into it, you're yelling, you're screaming. That things happen. I mix up words.
After that attach 1v4, I forgot the rest of the day that even happened.
Yeah, that was sick stuff, but not enough to get the victory. So we're tied at 1-1. We're going to Uplink. Now, if you didn't watch all day, the big thing here is what, a 7-0 Fnatic win over FaZe earlier, where FaZe looked awful. They did not look good in Uplink at all. On the other side, Rise Nation looked spectacular in the mode. So if you were a betting man, you would feel pretty good about Rise Nation coming into this.
I think you'd have to say that in this one, but at the same time, where Rise did look so good in the respawn, even in the hardpoint against EG, FaZe decimated them, 250 to 82 in map 1. We are guaranteed that game 4, which Aches did bring up. He was worried about how FaZe would perform on the likes of a Scorch hardpoint. Now it really comes down to, do FaZe go into that game 4 with a 2-1 lead, or on the verge of dropping the series with a 1-2 map count?
And remember what I mentioned that Clayster said the other day, that he thinks the momentum builder, the swing game, is the game 2. And who took that? Rise. So if that's coming from Clay and he's on the
round 11.
Yeah, if he's on the receiving end of that, then I mean, in his head, he's got to think Rise has got some momentum here. They won that swing game. We have to battle back here in map 3.
And with some poor payload uses as well. Immediately looked at Twitter, I saw a bunch of players tweeting about it. What are they watching? What is happening here?
Enable's camo was bad. The reactive armor from Felony, I have to assume that was a panic. Like, he didn't know how much time was there. Thought he just had to pop it and make a play.
Yeah.
But yeah.
When you're about to get 1v4'd.
Yeah.
I don't know about you, but I'm worried that I'm about to lose a gunfight in a 1v4.
But then you still lose the gunfight.
Then you still lose it. It just adds insult to injury. Thankfully for Rise Nation, didn't cost them the entire map, as they can now reset their focus towards the uplink, which, again, 20-0 was what they won earlier on. That one was on throwback. This time around, though, will be Frost.
Well, I hope you guys have been enjoying this. I mean, week 1 was an absolute blast. We had some crazy, crazy games over the weekend. This has been just a phenomenal start. I mean, I know there hasn't been like a game 5. I know these have been kind of convincing series, but some of the maps specifically throughout the course of this have been absolutely incredible.
For sure. And again, Clayster and crew just getting set up for this game number 3. They've just got to brush off that tough loss in Search and Destroy. We will go to Frost Uplink, though, which I am actually looking forward to. I want to see how these teams can put on a better show than the one we saw last series with Fnatic and EG. I mean, that map was just all over the place.
Well, I was talking to Karma a little bit about this particular map and last week, and he was saying a lot of the teams and players don't seem to like it, but this is actually one of his more favorite uplinks. He thinks it's opened up a lot over the course of the past 6 months. You know, at the beginning of this map, it was pretty much all played from Robo Bay.
Yeah.
Now, you know, you see a lot of fancy footwork on the wall runs when you're hitting from that cliffside. Karma, one of the best at doing that. But this has certainly become much more interesting to me. It's not as much of a bottleneck that it once was. Let's see how it plays out here. It's game 3, Rise versus FaZe.
Let's get it started. Looney, the man with the 1v3 that I didn't credit earlier on. We're going to watch him off the break to make up for it. He's got the E-Rad. He's pressuring right towards the drone, basically eats a nade and gets first blood for his team.
Well, he opens things up, and now they're trying to wrap back, just make sure there's no quick hit. The quick hit is attempting to go through. He completely lost him, but he comes up with a clutch kill. So Looney gets the one on the defensive end to stop them from putting a score through. He also opened things up kind of with your first blood engagement mid-map, and he's now 3-0. Can he get a score through? There's a lead blocker, tries to wrap the edge. There it is. A couple players up high for the interception, but he's able to split the fences.
Nicely done by Rise Nation. They get the drone, they put it to the position they want on the map, and they execute perfectly off of that one. If there's a silver lining for FaZe, it's that you do kill everyone off on Rise Nation, so they lose their map positioning. And now it's Enable getting crafty with this flank from the ship side of the map that Rise Nation are just not ready for.
Yeah, and he's going to keep finding kills. He's just going to be a tear with this ERAD inside. Perfect distance for the engagement with this particular weapon. You can see how slow, how bunched up Rise Nation is trying to deal with him. Finally, it's Looney with the slide through to find the kill, but Attach still has drone here in Robo. Wrapping out, his teammate picks up the kills in front. That's going to be Zuma. Does he go for one? Does he go for two? Able to flush it through as his teammate looks over him. Zuma was the big thing there. He got the 2 entry kills to find it. He actually picked off Aqua as well, which allowed him to get the dunk. Solid stuff from Zuma.
And those are actually FaZe's first points in Uplink in the Global Pro League. It's true. It took them 11.5 minutes of gameplay to make it that far, as now Clayster again will grab this drone and immediately move it towards the ship bay side of the map. He's got a lead blocker again. This time around it's Enable, and they're just going to pass this drone forward. Enable says, no, I'm not holding on to this thing. We've got to get some kills first.
They tried to get gun up, and there it is. Enable getting forward with ERAD.
I actually love that. Clayster with the beatdown as well. The one intercepted by Aqua. I thought he had that.
I certainly thought that was through, but Aqua flirts with the goal line there as he's able to pick it off. So some fancy plays from Clayster. Enable, not enough to get a point on the board, as the defense of Rise Nation proves to be too strong for the moment. We'll stick with Aqua. We talked about the fact that, this side of the map not used a lot in the early days. It's certainly starting to spread things, and FaZe continues to go. So, we kind of knock them for their lack of control, their lack of possession in their first uplink today. They've been very, very solid at the game.
Oh, most certainly. And now Looney gets saved there by his rear guard to just get out with his life and move away towards Cliff. But FaZe, again, they just grab the drone, they move it right towards Robo, and they look to get a round of slaying before they do anything with the drone. Attach now 4-4. He should be cleaned up here momentarily. Actually sneaks past one to stay alive and get Clayster with the second kill. This will be FaZe again now in the Rise Nation base.
Will it be an interception or will it be the 1-point toss? No one goes up for it. You had Felony and Looney in the back there. Maybe a chance for a pick, but with 2 players backing up Clay, maybe they're more worried about getting picked off and allowing the dunk. As it stands, it's a 1-pointer for FaZe. They're up 5-1. Rise Nation hasn't had a whole lot of opportunities on their end. It just seems from the beginning.
Well, now they do.
Whether it's been like Clay in the base or Enable flanking through, there's been so much pressure. But like you said, now's their opportunity to get forward. The kills are coming through the base. It's Aqua leading the way, and there's the dunk through. Clayster has a chance to clear out the base. He can't get it done. Finds one, but Aqua still holding strong in research.
Yeah, hey, you know what? Even though they are all dead, they at least bring this back to 1 possession.
Yeah.
So with 1.5 minutes remaining inside number 1, both teams showing, they have what it takes to get points on the board. Even now, Rise Nation, you look, they're only -3 in slaying, so both these teams very evenly matched off the break of this game, but this is what's worked for FaZe so far on this side. They push into ship, they get a lead blocker. This time it's Enable trying to fly on out. That buys enough time for the 1 to go in, and FaZe keep just stacking all the points.
And that's something I talked with Clay about for quite some time, their inability to sometimes score when they get 3 or 4 down. It's like they forget the drone. There's not that unselfish guy sometimes that pushes it forward. They don't get play. Kind of when Enable and Clay were knocking it back and forth, not deciding who was going to actually take the toss, who was going to find the kills. They've done a really good job here of taking advantage of situations in which they have base control, in which they have those 3-4 down scenarios. This has been a good half of play, but still only up 3. Rise certainly in striking distance.
Some nice shots with the ERAD from range there from Attach, and now FaZe again going with the unorthodox play this time. This outside AC area, beat down from Enable. That will be a dunk. 8-3 now, back up by 3 possessions.
And Enable a chance to find a couple more kills here. Tagged up by an aid, but the assist comes in. There's one more mid-map. The call-out should be through. Felony going big for his team, but he finally drops to Clay. But you see where Enable is. He's still in a spot that it's just, it's going to be annoying unless you opt to just push forward, which it looks to be the play from Rise. Leave him there.
Yeah, FaZe's goal right here. Obviously, they're not going to get a score to end this half, but they just want to stop Rise Nation from at least putting it a 1 to make it just a 2-possession game. Here comes the push from Looney. He gets cut down, and FaZe will hold their base at the end of side number 1. It's a 5-point lead for FaZe Clan.
Much better stuff from FaZe than we saw in the first series. I know it's a very different map, obviously, than Throwback Uplink, but some of the stuff that plagued them in that first match, they seem to have fixed here, and honestly, they just seem to outmatch Rise Nation in respawn modes right now.
Yeah, especially that hard point. This one a little bit closer, though, in my opinion.
Oh, yeah, I mean, that is certainly evident, but we still have 5 more minutes of play.
That is true. Let's see if Rise Nation can turn around in those final 5 minutes. We're watching Playster leading off the break. If you're a FaZe Clan fan, you're wondering, you know, hey, these guys should be really 5 minutes away from sweeping Rise Nation in this one. Instead, because of that round 11 loss, they still have another hard point to play after this.
And this is what I like from FaZe. You get 3 down, you don't hesitate. You get the drone forward, you get bodies forward here to try and keep them on their back foot. Make sure Rise Nation can't get comfortably out to angles, out to cuts to stop the pressure from coming through. It's going to be Enable inside. Nice shots with it, but not able to clean up. Looney actually challenges that when he's 1 bullet, and everybody from FaZe drops. So that that opening kind of swing.
He was just basically just pre-firing. He knew if he went to go peek, 1 bullet is all it needed to get the kill. So smart play from him. Either way, Facento just dancing around the FaZe Clan base. They still haven't spotted him. And look at how much of a nuisance he's being. Killing the drone carrier, and Abel tries to do what he can to just move it towards this cliff side of the map. Facento's already here. But look, Rise, they're looking for somebody. You can tell right now they don't have the confidence to push forward with this drone. I think now, finally, they do have the information that at least all 4 are dead. There's not someone in their base, and now they'll look to reset their focus towards this objective.
Well, this time they're going to try and attack from inside Robo. Aqua just got a little bit of awkward timing. He should be shot in the back. No, he has it because his teammate's actually there to cover him up. I think that was Felony that's covering inside. Now he's getting tagged up. Will fall. So the kill's coming through for Enable and Attach. Now an opportunity for FaZe Clan. But the foremost person, which was Enable, he actually ends up dropping. You still have a 3v2. Attach is going off right now, and now an opportunity for points. Attach ends up being the lone man. Looney and Aqua hold the line, and the FaZe lead for now does not increase.
Apologies, we haven't pointed this really out yet. Look at how many points Attach has this game. 7 of his team's 8 uplink scores are by himself, and he's still 17 and 14. You know, still positive, still getting the kills where his team needs it. Selfless play from him on this map.
Yeah, it's great to see. I mean, Enable's been doing a really good job in the Hardpoint. I think of a mix of like strong objective play combined with that slang. And the uplink, you see it Attach. Doing a great job. Zuma, though, he's going to be fast. Going to be in your face.
He's going to be fast.
He continues to apply pressure. What's the first word you think of Zuma? I think fast.
Fast, yes.
I want to go fast.
That's definitely Zuma on the map as he's still running and gunning inside Research, which is far from his home that he calls that back helipad area. He's just been in this area for the last minute and a half, just running around.
Yeah, I mean, you have to clear him out. Otherwise, you ignore him and try to push through Robo, and then you have to worry about him coming in on the flank. Clay, though, tries to get in. It's Aqua closing the door for now. Attach roaming around mid-map. You can see the mini-map arrows starting to bunch up here around Robo. We saw 11 scores in the first half in 5 minutes. There's been 3 minutes with nothing here on the swap.
And a lot of it has been because of plays like Zuma did. Just a minute and a half at his opponent's base. His teammates were dying, but he was forcing Rise Nation to keep rotating back, keep thinking about him instead of going on the offensive. Finally, he dies, and look at how much further Rise Nation have actually pushed up the map. But as I say that, because the streak he goes on, he calls it the Scarab. Him and Attach get the first couple kills, and now it's FaZe back looking for that objective.
Yeah, and there's no pressure on FaZe to do anything on offense, really, right? They can keep holding steadfast here at mid-map, just trade kills, trade kills. They can play a little bit more passive, make sure they don't overextend, get into those 3-4 down scenarios. Because with 90 seconds left, every bit of pressure is on. If you need to counter score, you have Overdrive to work with. You have the camo from Enable. Enable, how is he still alive? A third one there. Looney finally able to track the kill.
The ERAT is absolutely disgusting when in those close range scenarios. It just looks better and better as the year has gone on. Players have gotten so much more comfortable too shooting with it from range. With a minute left, every second that goes by makes the entire difference. This is still a 3-possession game. Looney now looking to take matters into his own hands, literally with the drone, as he dunks it on through. 8-5, still a winnable match now for Rise Nation.
Yeah, I was going to say, if anyone can stay alive in the base there, you do have people mid-map, like Aqua just grabbing it now, but Enable actually kills both of the offensive players from Rise Nation, so there won't be any rally. You've got to make plays now. 35 seconds on the clock. It's a 2-possession game. It's going to be drone in a hand of Facento. He's taking the top side of the map. Let's swap over to him. He's got Overdrive to work with. Maybe. There's a play here, but he's tagged up and shut down.
That should be it.
It should be. I have to get a dunk, you think, there, or a 1-point toss.
20 seconds left. Camo still ready for Enable. You might as well just camo and pick up this drone right here. Yeah, here he goes. Does he pop the payload? Nothing as of yet. FaZe Clan will take the map. Remain really fantastic in the respawn game modes outside of their loss earlier on in Uplink to Fnatic. They take it and go up 2-1, which again, FaZe, you win that round 11. You just swept. Instead, now you're going to another Hardpoint.
Yeah, but I mean, that's just 2 great respawns, so you feel good about the Hardpoint. That was a real team effort. Everybody right around, the 25 kill mark for FaZe. Everybody's sitting positive. I know Attach did most of the damage with the actual drone in hand, but that's just a really good, all-around, I think, unselfish play. I mean, sometimes that's something we'll knock FaZe for, but I thought that was beautiful uplink.
They were just in full control the whole time. I mean, you could even just see it. There was never a time where they were really worried. The only points that were put on the board in that second half was Looney's dunk with camo and Enable's dunk with camo. Outside of that, it was just fighting for middle map control, keeping bodies inside that Robo Bay area so they can't get spawned out near Cliff, where they can really just begin to get rallied on. And it was just textbook stuff from FaZe.
Well, the next Hardpoint could decide things, as FaZe has the edge now. But like you said, 1 round away from maybe closing out the 3-0, which would have really cemented FaZe's control over this group if they went perfect 6-0 today. Not able to do it, but still, even a 2-0 advantage, you got to feel pretty darn good. You think they close it out here?
I do. I do think Scorch Hardpoint will be the one that they take it on.
Isn't this one that Ake said he actually felt pretty good about Rise?
Yes, he did, but still, for what I've seen from FaZe so far in this game mode, there's no reason for me to think different. They beat him by the 100-point club Rise Nation in map number 1, and as we move forward into this, a map where Turbine, it's scary.
Yeah.
Especially if a team like FaZe gets set up. You think of fighting for those back spawns. FaZe are great at it as well on a map like Scorch. Here's again your breakdown in scores. Look at how much more action we saw in the first 5 minutes of that game compared to the second.
Yeah, absolutely. It was high flying, lots of points going on the board. We talked about Attach, the ability to get 7 points through. Looney picks up all the scores really for his team. I mean, that's the role he's obviously going to serve on this roster. But it was too much from FaZe Clan, and I liked how FaZe played it. Like, they didn't get over-aggressive, overzealous kind of in that second half. They didn't need to. They had a safe lead.
Yep.
They kind of played behind that safety, but
they just played the clock.
Yeah.
They would just drop the drone, defend. They would just defend the drone where it is, and then play from there.
The only thing that's going to beat you there is maybe feeding a lot of kills to let them catch up in the payloads, or putting yourself in those situations where you get 3 or 4 down. FaZe did a really good job of not really once that second half having that be the case. Like I said, the only dunk that happened was the camo, which in a lot of cases there's not a whole lot you can do about that.
No, that's probably the only dunk you want to give up in that side number 2 if you are FaZe. So 2 players scored 12 of the 15 points in that map as well between Looney and Attach. Crazy to see, but we're ready now for game number 4. Players are getting all set up as well. What could be potentially our final map of day 1. Remember, there's still tickets available for weeks 3, 4, and week 4 I believe is sold out. So tickets for week 3 as well as the stage 1 playoffs still available. Come on over to the MLG Arena in Columbus, Ohio. Doors open for fans tomorrow who have ordered their tickets for week 2. So excited to have a packed arena to get this energy up for the rest of the weekend.
And it's, $500,000 these guys are going to be playing for in the playoffs. And you got to think this matchup, maybe the 2 top teams in this group, it certainly could be argued, even though Fnatic has looked brilliant at times today. With this, you got to think, this is a matchup you may see again at stage 1. They played each other 4 times throughout the year. FaZe and Rise have matched up as much as probably any teams. You can talk about the upper echelon of North American squads. It's not that often you play that many times, and FaZe continues to have just that upper hand.
That's their joke, that they always end up in the same pool, the same group at these major events, and that's been going on now for a while, it seems like, for FaZe and Rise Nation. They're used to battling each other when it matters most. And again, we talked about the key player matchup. Aqua was on there for his battle against Clayster. How does he stack up here now in another Hardpoint?
Well, we talked to the guys, we mentioned top 2 coming out to play in that top 8 playoff for the $500,000. We talked to the guys, who is going to escape this group, who's going to make it out. Let's check it out.
I think the 2 teams that'll qualify for playoffs is us and FaZe.
I'm confident in our team coming into first place, or at least in the top 2 to make it to that playoff spot, the playoff tournament. And I believe Rise will be the other team to qualify.
I think we're going to qualify for playoffs in FaZe, and I think that's simply because at these big tournaments, the players like that, they turn up, and obviously I have confidence in my team and our ability. So
I think the two teams that qualify for playoffs will be ourselves and FaZe. I believe if we both do what we can do, we'll easily take the group. Well, FaZe will easily take it. We've got a few close games, but I believe that we can do it.
Two teams that are going to qualify for playoffs are going to be us and FaZe. I believe that because I feel like on our great days, both of us come to slay, then nobody's going to touch both of us, and we're going to go head-to-head, so it's going to be a great match between us two.
You see the one constant there. Every team mentions FaZe being the other team that comes out of that.
Yeah.
So you see the amount of respect that they have for this roster. And to be fair, FaZe has been proving it in day one.
Why wouldn't you? It makes a lot of sense from what we've seen from FaZe at the event so far up to this point in the Infinite Warfare season. Rise Nation, your backs are now against the wall in this best of 5. You're down 2-1. You've lost 2 respawns already in this series. You have a third one now to come. You see there on the screen, players just editing their classes, getting ready for Scorch Hardpoint. Maven, of all the Hardpoint maps, what do you think about Scorch? Is it one of your favorites? Is it one that
Scorch
you like how hectic it can be?
Scorch has grown on me. I think you, talking to players, is kind of a split, right? You compare Retaliation and Breakout a little bit, and then the other side, Throwback and Scorch, and more the kind of the pace of the game. Some punish you a little bit more, but for Scorch, it just comes down to 2 hardpoints really for me. It's Turbine and it's Hangar, but Turbine the most, man. That is where you can just absolutely obliterate teams. If you get a solid setup early, you can put up 45, 50 seconds, but the difference between this and Breakout is you've got some more flood hills. If you talk about that mid-bridge, if you talk about drill, some hardpoints are a little bit more difficult to set up where it ends up being fly, trade, fly, trade, fly, trade. I'm curious why Pat thought this was a map that Rise would take. I think he ultimately said that this is just one of FaZe's weaker maps, I think is what he said, but I don't know, I'm going to struggle not to pick FaZe here.
Well, Attach, he had the insane 1v4 in the Search and Destroy. I'd give full credit to the shoes he's wearing. He talks a lot about them. His wonderful, I believe he's got New Balances on. People call them dad shoes. But Attach is really rocking them, and he's making them look damn good.
Shout out to Attach. You know, he came on with Felony on Hot Mic yesterday. He did a great job. You know, Attach known as one of the better entertainers
he's
here.
A goofball.
He really is. He really is. He can be a troll at times, but he's a lot of fun. He's a good kid, and he's despite all the winning he's been doing, he's still at the beginning of his career when you look at it.
Oh, it's absolutely crazy to think of how much he's accomplished already at such a young age. Just like you. I mean, you guys are what? You guys have a year difference between you two?
I think I learned that I have more than, what do I have? 12, 13 years on Attach and 100 pounds on Attach, according to the show. He weighs $140.
You are literally a second. If you split that off, that is another human.
Oh, he's so tiny. Here we go, though. It's map 4. Can FaZe close it out? We've been talking about Attach, the Wonder Kid. Can he keep it going here in Hardpoint?
He's got the K-bar, and he's going to break off right in towards Hangar. Watch this outer wall run. Does he spot anybody? Not as of yet, and I actually like this nade spot a lot with these cluster grenades. They're going to land right at that front door of Rise Nation. There, look, that basically forms a wall. Let's FaZe take full control of the hard point. This is a setup break that they have, or a setup push that they have off the break, and it works out perfectly.
Well, that's one thing. You know, sometimes players, or maybe fans at home, aren't familiar with why it's so important, the side picking that comes in. You know, whether it's in Search and Destroy on Hardpoint. This is a map in particular where you usually are guaranteed like 40 points in the first Hardpoint if you spawn from their side. Look at it. It's 24-0. Rise gets the break. So this is actually going to be pretty good for Rise Nation, the fact they get the break like that. But more often than not, from that side, you're just going to see, because you're all flooding out that door, and you see from those grenades how hard it is to come out.
Yep.
Sides play a big part in Call of Duty.
Look at this on the minimap, though. Zuma thought he was getting the spawns for his teammates and goes to peek back towards middle. Instead, there's a spawn from Looney near this back warehouse side. That's number 5 on your minimap, who's just going to try to play spoiler for FaZe on this new Hardpoint. Clayster with a huge 1v1 victory there against Fellow, but still, look, it's Looney staying alive inside the hill. Finally, he's cut down.
He does get cut down, but the spawns come in topside, so there's still a play that Rise Nation can make, but you can't give your life away there. I think he's caught throwing a nade. And now FaZe set up beautifully. This is the hard point. Now, if you heard us talking about Turbine, how important it is, you'll see as players from Rise Nation push and drop, they only have like one solid push at this.
Yep.
They're going to be able to get forward. And now with Aqua dropping because they pushed the cuts out so far, they might not even get like a real good 4-man chance. Look at that number 7. That says Aqua way back. He's got to catch up to his squad. They get 2 kills. Oh God, Pacinto goes big with the 2 entries. It's now Attached by himself. So they do break in.
Well, you see Rise Nation do get the break, but the big hill now coming up is that second money hard point we were talking about. It's the back Hangar hill. FaZe do have some players set up, but Rise are trying to play spoiler on the spawns. Let's go ahead and hear the team communication from FaZe Clan. near this backside of the map.
He's dead. Yo, I spawn out middle, guys. Spawn out middle.
Spawn back dirt. They're not gonna spawn back here. They're not gonna spawn here. They're gonna be.
One side,
One hall. They're front in front.
Yeah, hall. I'm
nading in front of you, Ian.
Yo, he's
Behind me, middle of the belt. Stand corner. Yo, I have a pinch shot. That's 2.
I'm dead. Nice. Watch low. Someone needs to.
I got low.
Just play a corner low. Don't even challenge.
I'm not. I'm in a corner low.
Alright, you'll hold it back and we're good.
Yeah, one's middle.
Literally, let him run by. Tell me.
Yeah, I am.
Perfect.
Back up. Yeah, one balk.
I have all. Oh, yo, he came in.
I got him.
Alright.
One balk. Fellow dead.
One dirt. One shot. He's gonna back up to
I
balk.
have all the halls still.
I got
dirt. Okay, one all the way around back. All the way.
all the way.
He's literally waiting. He's just waiting at the head glitch. I'll tell you where I spawn. Yo, I spawn front. I'll get you balk. Yeah, I have your balk. I have all your balk.
He's in the back here.
No one balk. I'm looking mid.
Rice in the back dead.
One wall.
Nobody low.
Wall. Low wall.
No one there. Middle map.
No.
Put on yard. Play on yard. One's middle. Make sure we get that time.
I got it.
I'll go wall.
Let's hit middle. I'll go left. You 3 go left. You 3 go right. I'll go left.
Or should I go hall with you or no? Yeah, I'm coming.
He's up here on me, Ian.
Hold up. Where?
Got him.
Nice guy.
I'm weak.
I'm in lab. Yeah, I'm here.
Reloading rather.
I'm going all the way around.
One's old. Old weak.
Yo, they're gonna be
Let's go.
Yeah.
Yo, I'm Go. Can I hit dirt here?
Yeah. Pinch it quick.
Oh, he's looking at it.
I have all the men.
One more hit. They're all there.
Two right. I spawning control.
I'm staying
Just get him hurt, guys. Get him hurt.
They have a scarab. Oh, from blue, Looney dead. I'm on it. I'm staying down.
No one pushing from blue weak.
From blue dead. That's 2.
Let's go. Deserve play fast.
Oh, you find the drill. Nice. Oh, it's ready. Last guy.
I got you.
Right side.
Okay.
It's okay.
Doing
hill. Just hold new.
Yeah, hold right. They're gonna push heavy right. They're all be right. Go right.
Hold elbow.
Yeah, do the blue jump.
One's in blue.
I blew.
One's old. Two old. And they came out elbow. Two old guys.
They're front lab.
3 old.
3 there. All 3 there. One's in new hill.
I spawned.
One middle.
Tommy, they're gonna be old.
Nice. I'm trying to look hanger.
Yeah. I'm a flank.
FaZe continue to hold on to the lead and prove that they are the better Hardpoint team. The Rise Nation doing their best to come back here, but Jack, I'm more curious. What do you like about that listen-in from FaZe?
I like how they call out exactly where they spawn. I like how they call out exactly when to push and hit, and even the little things like Attach saying, guys, just weaken them for me. I got the control spawn. I can break in for you. Just get them weak for me. And even those little things help FaZe continue to battle for that time on drill. I mean, look at the lead they've now built for themselves, 150 to 73. And I really don't see Rise breaking this hill anytime soon, especially if they can keep trading like this.
And it's funny, you know, I think it was casting with Matt, where Matt said, you know, it's the recipe to success is not to be a good Surge team because, you know, you have to rely on game 5s, you have to rely on clutching up. You usually are behind in series. The safest way to be a strong team is be very strong in Hardpoint. It's 40% of your maps. You have a good chance to get into both of them in a series with it being the game 4. And with it being that first map, you know, you get control in the series early on, and they might 100-point club them both, man.
Well, you said that. I'm wondering where Rise Nation are currently at mentally because they are getting decimated in both hardpoints so far. Let's go ahead now and switch things over to Rise Nation, hear what this team even sounds like right now as their backs are against the wall in this best of 5.
Right behind you guys.
I got him. I'm top. I'm going top.
Yo, one's cave. I'm on top with you, Yuli.
Top now.
Looking wall run.
He's still there in the corner.
I got him.
One more top.
No, one shot. There's 2.
Yeah, my house. 2 top.
Yo, top coming out.
I have your bottom.
I spawned all the way out.
They're all there. They're gonna hit it.
Fucker jumped over me.
I'm hitting this.
Nothing top. Bottom.
Nice, let's go.
Nice side.
Oh, top.
I'm hitting them. Where's he?
I think they're gonna rotate.
Yeah, they're gonna go cave. Yeah.
Got him.
I spawned it new. I'm getting in new.
I'm watching mid.
I'm camping cliff.
Watching your bottom. Bro.
I have. You don't have to. I got it.
No, I got him in the back. I got him.
Maybe one more.
Yeah, gotta be in the back. I have hill.
What could be hallway?
Nah, there's no way. Yeah, hallway. Hallway dead. Good call.
Looking for one.
They're spawning B search.
I'm coming, Dan. I'm coming.
In maps, absolute, Ian.
I'm trying to watch.
Pushed up in hallway.
Okay.
I need your
I don't think they're gonna be there. Yo, you should pick up hill and get front.
I got you.
I'm looking bottom.
Got 2.
Nice. Yo, I'm hitting bottom out.
It's clear.
I think last 2 are there.
Yeah, they could be front.
Play bottom corner.
Yeah, I'm
Are you bottom?
cave dead.
Looking for one.
Hallway.
One middle.
One shot.
I'm here. Nice.
Middle, Ian, last side.
Yeah, he's just. I'm going cave. I'm gonna go
He's
cave.
still mid-heady.
They like to hit cave.
I'm pushing up hallway.
Not yet. Go ahead.
Could be bottom.
I'm watching bottom.
Alright, our front door.
Let me
One's
know when you need
front. They're flooding front. They're gonna flood front, I'm pretty sure. Clay just challenged me heavy. Yeah, flooded. Got 2. One more low, probably.
Looking low. Low. One shot.
Enable and deal.
Enable.
I'm hitting them.
I think my hall. Maybe the back.
Yeah, they could have hit back.
Guys, we have to go new.
Go back cave, I'm going back cave.
And all right, Attach is front. He's weak.
I went back cave, I went back
Attach
cave.
is one shot front.
Yeah, one window.
Yeah, we brought this shit back. Let's fucking go. Yuli, I'm with you. Yuli, let's team shot.
I'm with you.
Dylan weak middle. Dylan weak middle.
Good. I have a scrub, I have a scrub, I have a scrub.
You wanna use it?
Yeah. I'm using it, stay alive.
P snaked it. Waiting, let me know. Attach is mid.
Yeah, but you can never pick it up from there.
My bad.
Alright, I'm inside. Yeah, go in front of me.
They're playing their side.
Drill, to there. Push, one push.
One front, going hill.
Close, close heady. He's still there.
He's looking at me in hill. Looking at me in hill. In blue, dead.
Nice.
Nice. Yeah, I'm doubling blue with you. I'm doubling blue with you. Get hill. Yeah, I'll slide once you shoot.
You
may have flipped? Yeah, you might want to watch your back. I'll slide.
Give me my drill then. Yeah, behind me, man. Drill. Place and drill.
Yeah, done it.
Nice.
Outskirts.
He slid to Lego. I spawned here.
Oh, he's just camping outskirts. Ran in blue.
Yeah, I'm scaring from hill.
Need a blue.
Under hill.
He's
in blue window. Blue window. Put a bullet in him. That's one shot.
Blue door. Two. There's two there. They're gonna flip blue.
Flat of Lego.
Another one from blue. Two there. Going in.
Yeah, two.
One more.
No one's in you.
Two in old.
I spawned hallway.
One might hit cave, I'm watching it.
Yeah, one's in new.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have ourselves a game now. Maven, what made this possible for Rise Nation to bring this back?
I know it was a long team chat there, but Looney was 7-14 to start that. Comes out of it 19-20. So he picked it up big time. He was getting crushed early in the game. He came alive. Some big streaks from Aqua as well, but they're not out of the woods yet. This is going to come down to the wire.
Vicento clutching up another gunfight. Unfortunately, though, for Rise Nation fans, Clayster and crew are now here. Scarab coming into play. They're doing what they can to just buy time in this hard point. All focus, though, is going to come in on that back Turbine Hill.
It's gonna possibly end at Turbine. 20 seconds remaining here at Bridge. FaZe currently have the spawns you want. They've got the left side of the minimap controlled, so Rise is gonna have to get a break here, at least pick up as much time they can in map, but it looks like the final time's gonna go, okay, it's Aqua. So Aqua's behind, he's gonna have Felony, gonna be able to back him up in a second, but there's the first gunfight. It's won by Clayster. He actually overdrives to get in position in the back. Oh, no!
Oh my God, he stayed on the map. I thought he jumped off.
All right, okay. He's able to stay on, and FaZe looking to close it out. They've got early Turbine control. They just need 10 more points. Centurion down. Looney just trying to throw his body in. They're going one by one, and this is likely gonna be it. FaZe should take it here. Looney's the last hope, and he can't make it in.
Tries to slide into the hard point, but it's not enough. FaZe Clan take with their best stat, the respawns, and make it look good. 3-1 over Rise Nation as they end day one sitting atop this blue group.
I'll tell you the one thing if you're FaZe though, stop allowing these games to get so close. Think about the game one with Fnatic when they had a big lead. They had a huge lead here and they let Rise claw back. Yes, you're 2-0, you look like the best team in the group, but that sort of stuff has to go away. That's what's gonna bite you when the high pressure situations come, like in playoffs.
And a lot of it comes down to the fact that both times there was a player who was just having a very on a very lackluster game, right? And as they started to pick things up, the first one was really like Scraps and Wuskin.
Oh, it was Wuskin that really turned it around.
Yeah, and then Looney in this one. Once those players begin to kind of kick into gear and it's all four on the team fighting back against FaZe, then we have ourselves a much closer game.
Yeah, it's almost like FaZe is clicking early. They kind of take one player out of it, but you're right. Once they start going and it's a 4v4, these games are getting very, very close. But again, you're FaZe, you win it. You have the best day here to kick off day one of the blue group for the CWL Global Pro League Stage 1. This has been one hell of a day one, man. Just the matches have been insane.
Rise Nation and Fnatic are exactly tied in their breakdown. Right now, that'll be a huge series to look forward to tomorrow.
It absolutely will be, but Attach, the man behind the 1v4 you saw in the game 2, is now on the stage with none other than Momo.
Yes, I am down here on the stage with Dylan, aka Attach. Dylan, you end day one, 2-0. First of all, congratulations on that. Couple of quick questions for you. One thing I will say is, we heard of VT before. We said, Clay, what is it about this team? You seem to take one over on Rise every single time. What is it that makes your team so special and take them down every time?
I just feel like we have a really good matchup versus Rise. Our players kind of counter their players. We just slay them out every time, and it just seems to be working the past few times we played them.
Slaying seems to be obviously the problem sometimes for those. Going into the search and destroy, it doesn't go your way, unfortunately for yourselves. However, I'm going to bring up that 1v4, bouncing off the back of a 1v3, of course, from Looney. How does it feel, obviously, to do that 1v4 and then lose in round 11?
Honestly, I have like a theory. Every time I've ever 1v4'd in a tournament, we've ended up losing the map. So if I'm ever in a 1v4 again, might as well just take the L. Nah, I'm just playing. But yeah, it was a nice clutch. We just couldn't close out the map, unfortunately.
Okay, and then obviously going into day number 2 is a good end for day 1. I will say you've split your uplinks, your search and destroys, you're 100% on your hardpoints. Is hardpoint just your strength, or have you got a few things to work on your other game modes?
We're just improving in every game mode still. We're not like very dominant at hardpoint. There's still a few hills we mess up on, but on the uplinks, still gotta work on a few things. And search and destroys, we're pretty solid. We just had a few messed up rounds versus Rise right there, but overall we're doing pretty well.
Okay, congratulations once again. Guys, back up to you on the desk. Thank you very much. Back to you, Ben.
Thank you very much, Momo. Great, of course, to hear from Attach, especially after that very impressive 1v4 clutch. But we should talk a little bit about that series, of course. Congratulations to FaZe Clan. They finished day 1 unbeaten, sitting pretty at the top of their group. But we'll start with map number 1. Welcome to the 100-point club, really. That's what we have to start with. It was just a beautiful performance from Clay. 22 and 12 at one point, Enable 25 and 13.
Yeah.
And that's when they were a 220 to 82-point lead. So, Matt, FaZe, they just started off so well.
Yeah, I mean, and there's nothing really positive to talk about on this. Like, those games are just, like, ridiculous. Like, you can't really take anything from either team. Like, when it's, like, 250 to 80, like, okay, like, they clearly outslayed them heavily. The other team couldn't get in the hard point at all. So you can't really take much of that. I mean, maybe they're winning the rotational battles, but like when a game is that big of a blowout, you just don't really learn too much.
When the slays are so much in a favor of one team, like there's not that many rotational battles that even matter at that point. Like you're just out trading them no matter what, every hill almost. So FaZe just outclassed them the entire match.
I think the biggest thing to note on is that it's Clay doing it. He's had some up and down performances this year, but the fact that he's been absolutely dominating today, you know, before we went into this series, I was like, I don't know if Clay's going to be able to do it again. Prove me wrong that very first map, and they absolutely dominate. So it's good to see Clay getting loud, getting excited, and if he's playing like this and really, you know, carrying a lot of the load in terms of momentum for his team, these guys are going to do well.
Obviously, talking about Clay Aches, all throughout today, you said, where is the energy? Where is the energy? We need a little bit of energy. That's exactly what Clay started to provide.
I think Clay was the only player all day that stayed loud. I think you heard Facinto in versus EG. He was loudest player in the arena I've heard so far. Where would that go, you know? Like, he just disappeared. He wasn't screaming, wasn't getting loud, wasn't pumping anyone up. And then you heard Clay the whole series stayed loud, stayed hyping his teammates up, and it
It's
showed.
what you got to do. It's the first rule of getting loud. It's like once you get loud, once you start talking a little smack, it's like as soon as you get quiet, like the other dude knows on the other side, like, oh, I got that guy. He's like done.
And that was the story of Nameless. Nameless usually is that player for EG. He was that player at Dallas. Where was that here? They needed him. They need him to be that guy. He's the veteran, the leader on that team. It's really important that he fills that role. And he didn't today.
Very true, very true. Of course, for the flip side, TP, for Rise, what was the big difference in terms of map 1 against FaZe as opposed to map 1 earlier on in the day? It just seemed like a completely different squad almost.
I think it's just the fact that you're going against FaZe. Honestly, we came into this one, it's like, you know how good FaZe is in Hardpoint and how good they've been in Hardpoint. It's a very simple point, and they're just showing again here. When you're facing up against Enable, who's been extremely consistent this whole year, Clay, the secondary sort of AR for them on this team, when these two slower-ish pace sort of guys are controlling the map like that, it's like almost what do you do to try and break a hard point? And that's why they're able to snowball these things out of control so heavily in their favor, especially on these larger maps. We looked at that map number 4. I think it's closer because that's where, you know, you expect some of the closer quarter players to shine through more. So the first map makes perfect sense.
Of course, FaZe winning that 250 to 82 takes us to a map number 2, the Search and Destroy. Goes the distance around 11. And we just had some kind of back and forth rounds earlier on. You're already smiling. I think you know where this one is going. I mean, there, a quick look at our box score. You can see Looney had a fantastic map, as did Attach. And I mean, we'll start the conversation off with Looney's 1v3 and just how impressive that was. The map currently tied at 4-4 to go up 5-4 Aches. I mean, it was just such an impressive play.
That 1v3, it was textbook, right? Like, I think we're about to see right here. Yeah, so you take your time, you get the free kill, you get them all bombed, and you take your time, you camo, you play it completely safe. You know you're getting streaks off this, no need to rush it. Kind of backs up, plays his life, gets a free kill, and cleans it up.
I think the biggest thing that goes a little bit under notice, I guess, unnoticed, is the fact that he waited to pick up that first player to spot himself those extra few seconds.
Yeah, now that was a good use of an ability. And here we're about to see one that just makes 0 sense. So
let's look at the time here. I want to see this. So 9 seconds left, and he pops reactive.
And he still doesn't win the fight. He still loses
the fight.
That's the thing.
He ran away. He ran away.
He pops the reactive and then runs away back to the bomb, which you can't defuse. At that point,
panic.
if you panic and you've used it, surely at that point it's better to just play for the kill.
Imagine
you would have popped the reactive there.
Nah.
You said,
I would have yelled at him.
You said when we were here watching, like, I like that.
Yeah, I said that definitely.
It just seemed like it's such a bizarre play. You just gifted Attach a 1v4, and to kind of go back to that actual play as it starts, obviously he picks up the first play, but then you made the point, Aches, that maybe it should have been for Center who was able to clean up that kill potentially?
I think, yeah, me and T have always talked about this. It's always the second guy's fault, so watch. He gets one, that's fine, whatever, right? But look, Bryce, no need to challenge. He could have just L-triggered this window, absolutely no point in jumping up, showing your life, dies, and then opens the window for Attach to clutch this 1v4.
Especially, there's a trophy there. Like, he tried to throw the jammer in. That gets blocked out. Literally, you have 3 people. You hop on the bomb. You have 2 people aiming the right at sidewalk or at the top window. Like, there's no chance. They open the door, and then you got to give it to Attach. It's a great play. And then Fellow invests the ability. Doesn't even end Attach's streak.
And especially when you consider what would have happened if FaZe had won that round 11
and had no reactive.
And had no reactive. At that point, you're looking at that.
Or if you're going to jump in the window and challenge the guy, send the guy with reactive up into the window to challenge him.
But once he did that, he made Fellow have to watch the window and sidewalk. So that's why Dylan eventually got that kill off bomb. But I think Looney was the superstar map too. I mean, throughout.
Right.
So consistent for Rise.
Looney having a fantastic day, that's for sure. But, of course, Rise do win the round 11 and
barely
tie up the series 1-1. That takes us to a map number 3. It was a very, very convincing FaZe performance. I mean, Aches, you said, within the first couple of minutes, you just felt like it was going to be FaZe's map to throw away. It was a 10-5, 8-3 in the first half. I mean, textbook Uplink, I think.
Yeah, I think once you saw them go up 4-1, you kind of knew, like, they just had control the entire time. I know it ended 8-5, or 10-5. I think it was 8-5 about the last 30 seconds, but you just could see that FaZe had complete control of the entire map. There was nothing Rise could really do to break that.
It's like once these games in Respawn, like once FaZe gets like a lead, like not like a small lead, but when you saw them put up 8 in the first half, I was almost like, I can't see Rise like spawn trapping them for an extended period of time and beating that score in the second half. Like the way they were going to win that uplink was keeping it really close.
And the biggest thing we see, the difference maker between these sort of middle-ish tier teams compared to these top tier teams, it's almost like a boring style of play. They make the game look so darn easy, and that's why they are so good every single time they play it, right? Every single time they get these intro kills, they get the drone up very quickly up the lane and execute a 1-point play. Yes, they get wiped out, but they're able to get that fight again at middle map, and we just go back to stage 1 again. The previous uplinks we saw in the matches earlier today, when you're making those slight mistakes to give up that lead, it forces you to make plays that you shouldn't be having to make. We saw EG, that was a large issue with them, with those missed ones on Frost. And they could have had the lead and completely changed the game into their favor.
Well, FaZe go up, of course, 2-1. That takes us to the next hard point. And it was an interesting one because I will give Aches some credit. He kind of saw the comeback start to happen. I think they were down 60 points or so, and you went, this isn't over. Rise can come back into this. Why were you so sure that Rise could make a little bit of a comeback in that?
Rise is really good at holding those 60s. And once they get set up, Rise is a scary team. But, I mean, right here you see it. Like, that first hill, they just got completely outclassed on, what was it, 3? We had 3 first hills, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, FaZe just outclassed them, outslayed them in that hill completely. You saw the comeback on the 3rd to 4th hill transition, but they just didn't do enough to win that.
And this map is like so close quarters. It's going to be like pretty scrappy. Like I feel like Scorch is one of the ones that we usually see like closer hardpoint games on. I feel like it's one that you can definitely see the possibilities of a comeback, right? Like, I mean, well, they didn't hold the first hard point at all. No. Probably your biggest mistake there. But if you're able to get that, like we see a lot of times, people turn that into Turbine, and then, the Turbine to hanger rotation's long, but we do see teams pull it off. And then Drill, you saw that's where Riot's made most of their impact. There's a lot of hills on that map that you can take a lot of time on.
The biggest thing I see on that first hill, specifically on Scorch, we saw this in the previous week as well, is a lot of teams don't play that hill fundamentally correct, in my opinion. You have to get those SMGs up so far up on the map and take gunfights before they're even at the hill, right? I feel like a lot of teams, they get control of it. They just wait on that sort of Heglich side of the map and just sort of peek up and down. They play a little bit scared. I think you need to take control of the entire, rectangle and just put a little bit more pressure on the opposite side.
Well, FaZe take the map 250 to 208 and also the series 3-1. So congratulations, of course, to FaZe, sitting pretty at the end of day one standings, 2-0. We can take a look at those standings now. FaZe sitting pretty, as I said, at the top. Rise Nation right behind them, 1-1. Fnatic 1-1. Evil Geniuses 0-2. Matt, any surprises when you look at the standings after day one?
I'm a little bit surprised. They had a lot of faith in EG coming into this. They did not look good at all throughout the entire day. And I think you can almost look at these standings and be like, okay, FaZe, they played the fastest today. They won both their games. It's like Rise and Fnatic, they played at a good pace. They won, one game each. It's like EG played really slow, didn't force action on anybody. They lost both theirs.
FaZe was also the loudest team here in both series, right? And
yep. Oh, without doubt.
I think the most interesting thing is also Rise and Fnatic are tied in map count now, I believe, right?
Yes.
They both had a 3-0 and got 3-1. So that's interesting for them to be tied. But I got to give a shout to EG, took a little shame off me and my team.
It's all right, dude. Everyone forgot. Nobody remembers now.
They performed
all
worse
good.
than us, so thank you for that. Appreciate that one.
Cloud9 are solid.
Yep.
Do you, in a serious note, do you see any kind of comeback for EG? Obviously, yes, Call of Duty is a very on-the-day game, and you have 2 more days of play, 4 more matches, but I mean, were you impressed? Do you have any hope for them?
The biggest problem is their 2 losses today came from Fnatic and Rise, which are the, I guess, second-tier teams in this group. They still got to play FaZe twice, so
that's 0-4.
Yeah, realistically, it really is. So, is there a way they can get second now? Probably not. But
well then you're also banking on Fnatic or Rise. I mean, you guys were almost in it to the end because Mindfreak didn't win any other games. Like you think Fnatic and Rise are gonna win more games.
But we were also fighting for third. There was absolutely no chances of us getting second, especially with how solid Rise and Fnatic both look today. Again,
you stress the importance at the start of the day. You cannot go 0-2 in day one of competition, but there are still plenty of games to show you. We can take a look at tomorrow's schedule now. Kicking things off at 2 p.m. Rise Nation versus Fnatic. That's going to be a good one. FaZe versus EG. EG back-to-back again. Then you go up against Rise Nation at 5 p.m. And then to close out the day at 6:30 p.m. Fnatic versus FaZe Clan. But that is going to conclude day one of Group Blue matches. FaZe Clan sitting pretty at 2-0 to top the group. We'll see you tomorrow at 2 p.m. for day 2 of week 2 of the Call of Duty Global Pro League presented by PlayStation 4.